go ahead
It's in
and
the
explain
sky?
that.
The
It
Earth is in the
orbits
sky.
a star.
Oh, so
One.
the Earth is in motion.
Two, sufficient mass to
That's,
be near.
yeah, so that's good enough right there. You've already cooked yourself. So show me that one, the Earth is in the sky, so that it's celestial, and two, that it moves. Because those are two criteria right there that nobody's ever demonstrated of the Earth that you're going to have to meet the burden that the Earth is a planet. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, the Earth revolves around the sun, correct?
And that's just a reassertion of the claim. Looking for the evidence
Yeah.
now.
So one, it orbits, right?
That's
We
just an
have
assertion.
things like, it orbits a star. One.
You-
Two,
What's the evidence?
sufficient mass to be nearly spherical.
Okay. So what was the evidence for the orbit part? I haven't seen any evidence that it's in motion yet.
Okay, we're not going to do this if you're just going to keep muting me because...
Yeah, we're not going to do this
Yeah,
if you're
we
just
are.
assertions and then run away from them. You're going to get held to your claim, unfortunately.
I'm doing is I'm...
Well, if you want to concede, we'll just throw that claim that it moves around in the bin, and then you're kind of done with the claim as well that it's a planet because it would have to move. But if you want to double down, then we're going to keep grilling you on it. Your choice.
I'm not done on my sentence.
You are done unless you've got evidence or a concession.
I mean, you're stopping me.
So
That's not really how this goes. I'm trying to...
We're giving you opportunity. He's giving you opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not going to let you just say things and then run away from backing it up, I want the evidence that it moves around. And you just keep saying it does. That's not providing evidence. That's just reasserting the claim.
Well, you're not letting me state all of my points here.
Because you said
we can go back and I can go ahead.
It orbits. You just kept saying that, and then you wanted to run off to a different point. I still need the evidence for that first point.
Right, but you cut me off, so I'm just going to restart back to where I was at on number one, my first bullet point.
Oh, so it's in the sky. All right, show me that it's in the sky.
Huh?
Show me that the Earth is a celestial body. It'd have to be in the sky, in the heavens, in order to be that. The heavens are above us, so...
Is the Earth on a flat surface?
Well, water's flat. So I guess the Earth is planar, isn't it?
Well, no, I'm still saying the Earth is a sphere, but is, the Earth, the sphere, aka the sphere...
All right. I'm just going to throw your claim that it moves around in the bin, and therefore we can be done with your claim that it's a planet. You've said now that it's a sphere. Do you have any measurements for that?
No, but it's a sphere.
Just another assertion. Well,
do you have measurements that a square is a square?
If somebody else wants to have fun with this dummy, go ahead.
Do you have any measurements that is, that proves a square is a square? Or a triangle is a triangle?
Yes, but you've got to remember, son, if you've made a claim that it is a sphere or whatever shape, therefore you would have some kind of measurements for it. Do you have those? It's a simple yes or no.
Well, frankly, no, but that doesn't mean that it's not a sphere.
So how do you even know what it is if you've got no measurements at all?
Sorry?
How do you even know what it is if you have no measurements at all?
I mean, because it applies for every other planet. Just like the sun. Is the sun flat?
So hang on a minute. The lack of measurements for where you believe you live on applies to everywhere else. That is the most retarded shit I've heard today.
I mean, if that's what you want to think, but do you not think that the Earth, the sun is round?
Do you have a radius, a diameter, a circumference?
Well, you've already called me retarded. Let me ask you this.
Well, I haven't called
is the sun round?
I said it's the most retarded thing I've heard.
Well,
was me. No, I didn't call you retarded. I called you an idiot and a dummy.
So, like I said, or like I was asking, do you not think that the sun is round?
What's that got to do with you proving us?
Well, I'm asking you a question. That's where it goes.
You're jumping from the topic. So
I'm not jumping from the topic. This goes back to the topic.
No, it doesn't.
But you don't understand how to. This isn't how you do speech and debate.
The sun has got nothing to do with the Earth, other than the fact.
It definitely does, considering the fact that the Earth revolves around the sun.
And have you got proof for this? You've made another claim.
I mean, I don't. Hey, let's look up some proof instead of me just going in circles here.
We're going to Google it. So you're a Google Earther. That's what we call a Google Earther.
I mean, that's what you do in a debate.
So you don't feel motion.
Sorry? You don't feel motion?
Some of these so-called numbers and speeds that we're allegedly flying along. Man, we should be zipping all over the place. It should be like some crazy Dodgem car drive.
Don't understand your terms, but anyway. So do you not think that the sun is a sphere? Do you not think it's round?
Fucked if I know what the
Don't
sun
really
is.
care.
I'm not even worried.
Well, I'm asking you, do you think it is or do you think it's not?
It has no relevance to the shape of
So
the
you're
Earth.
not answering my question.
Because it has no relevance to the shape of the Earth.
I
Who
mean, the
cares?
other guy answered my question when I said, you know, why does water pour down into a
Let's call-
container
let's
that
call
has
it
nothing
a
to do with
disc.
Earth? That
Why
has
does
something
water
to do with
pour down into a
gravity.
disc.
container? Because you poured it into a container. That's
Exactly.
it. That's
What does that
all
have to
the
do
answer
anything
to
with
that.
Earth? He answered the question pretty well. I mean, you can't answer why, or is the sun round or flat?
Why does it
You can't
matter,
answer
dude?
whether
Why
it
does
is
it
or not.
matter?
What
Why
is
does
the
it matter?
relevance?
I mean, Heretic didn't ask me why does it matter when I asked him why does water pour into a container, and why does
Maybe he was entertaining you because he was bored.
I don't care what Heretic did or didn't do or say. Does it matter what the sun is?
Yeah, just keep on getting
I'll
muted.
do it.
Oh, you're not answering
Well,
my question.
that's all right, dude. Can you hear?
Is there anyone in here
can you
that can answer that?
Hey, Ryan,
Yes, the sun is round.
I'm just trying to have a
Ryan,
debate.
can you shut
That's
up
all
for
I'm
a
trying
second?
to do.
Ryan, I know
Oh, what did you say,
can shut up
Timbo?
and listen.
Yes, the sun is round. Yep.
Okay. Or do you know of any other planets that are round?
What do you mean? You
Any-
see them?
Do you know
You
about
see-
any other planets that are round? Like, have you ever looked through a telescope? Do you have a telescope in your house?
Yeah. Some of the planets look round. Yeah.
Just so you know, Timbo, he doesn't
Can
know
I
the
ask you
difference
why?
between
Do you
3D shapes. He
know,
doesn't
or
know
do
the
you
difference
have any
between
reason? Like, do you look at those planets and ask yourself why do they look round?
Well, they all look round.
Right. They look.
But are we
round.
in a disagreement about that? Like,
No,
I don't
no,
think
no.
anyone's.
No,
I
I'm
don't think
asking.
anyone's
I'm just
disagreeing with you.
I'm just trying to get more in depth. So when you look at it and you're like, well, it looks round. Do you ever ask yourself why does it look round?
Well, a light from anything.
I'm not trying to lead you into any. I'm not trying to trap you into a corner or anything.
If you talk over you're not going to trap me anyway. But
no, I'm just saying.
If you talk over the top of me one more time, I'll fucking.
Well, I'm not trying to. I'm just.
Yeah, I know you're not trying to, but you've got verbal diarrhea and you can't help it. I understand. I heard you talking to Heretic. That's why he was muting you. So the difference between round and spherical. Have you got? Do you understand that or not? Hello, Bryant.
Oh, am I unmuted? Okay.
You weren't muted, I don't think.
I definitely was. Some retard muted me.
Okay, no need for that. All right. So the difference
for what?
you're asking a question that everyone sees, right? There's no disagreement on whether things look round, right? You're
Right.
looking at them and saying, okay, they're round, they must be spherical. That's a big jump.
In a way, not saying that when I look at a planet and it looks round, I'm not saying, well, that's the only reason why it would be round. It's not why. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, so there's other options, right?
Well, there are other reasons. I wouldn't say other options because options would be,
Going
contradicting
against
my
your
first.
narrative? Yeah, going
way.
against what you believe. Yeah, so
In a way.
yeah, fair enough.
So that's
all right.
that's where I'm trying to get to, right?
Yeah, but so the question, I reckon the question still stands. Like, you didn't really answer what Matrix was asking you, and you moved on to the sun, and you're asking questions that we all agree on about the sun and planets, and you can't go any further than that because you don't know what they are. So you're in a place like you're standing on something, right? Or you're definitely standing on something. So the best thing to go, okay, if I live on a sphere, then I should be able to detect this sphere.
Sorry?
Right?
Well, yeah, I don't understand what you're trying to say. So you just like reiterate that.
So you're calling people dumb, but you can't follow a conversation.
No, if you could just reiterate that, I got lost.
Reiterate it, or do you want me to say it in a different way?
Or just restate it if that's more comfortable.
You might have to tell him in crayon.
Okay, so you didn't answer Matrix's question, and you moved to the sun, and you said, is the sun round? Are the planets round? Yeah, we see them as round, right?
Right.
But you can't actually go any further into depth than that. So you're standing on a place, and you say that the Earth is a sphere. So you're standing on it. Right. You should be able to measure or detect some type of spherosity. You got into movement, right? You were talking about orbits. You can't prove it's orbiting. You can't even prove it's moving. No one can. And the place where you should be looking is the place where you're standing. Right? Does that make more sense?
Standing as in a direct location, like I'm standing in front of a door, standing on my yard.
Oh, now I know. Now I know why he called you. Why T-Dub called you an idiot.
Well, I'm asking you a question. I'm not sure. Are you talking about physically, or are you talking about reasoning, standing?
I'm trying to be nice to you, man, and calm and have a normal conversation. I think you're being a condescending prick.
I'm not really.
You are.
I'm asking you a question.
If you didn't understand what I said you're standing on the earth, right?
Right, standing on the earth. You see, now when you put it that way, it makes more sense. You could be talking about, standing on like an opinion or standing on a point.
I said standing on the earth.
Okay, well, I'm not sure. Maybe it might have cut out or something. Your mic was doing something weird. But now I do understand. But continue with what you were doing or saying after that.
Well, I asked you a question after that, and I said, wouldn't it be, if you were standing on a sphere, wouldn't it be detectable?
I mean, when you are between 5, 6, 7 feet tall, and the Earth is, God knows how big, I don't think there's a way to measure that.
Okay, so
but if there was, then I probably wouldn't know it.
Yeah, if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the edge of the water, then the horizon of what should be the edge of the sphere should be 3 miles away from
you. Your mic sounded a little bit airy.
There was nothing wrong with his mic.
No, his mic just sounds like staticky in a way. It's not clear.
Well,
if you could
actually
just restate that.
Staticky.
Yeah, I think it's yours, man.
Sounded perfect to me.
Yeah, my mic sounds fine. I know that.
No,
it just sounds like you're talking through a phone over a headset. If that makes any sense. If you could just please restate that.
It's coming from your end, Brian, because when you're not talking, you're lighting up, and there's static coming from your line. You're the one producing the noise.
It's coming from his mic.
No, it's coming from you, Brian. You are lighting up when you're not talking. You're flashing.
Right, that is air. That's not static.
And you're putting noise out. There's a buzz from you. Sorry,
I wouldn't be able to hear it. That doesn't. That's not me. That's air. That's not static.
It's irrelevant. Byron, did you hear what Tyndall told you?
Yeah, I'm.
So he's on mute, and we'll see if the buzz goes away.
Well, let's just test my microphone. Testing.
It's not you.
Yep, still Australian.
Like I said, it's air, not static. My mic is not staticky.
I just proved that it was your mic making the noise.
I get a mic.
Do you hear it when I'm not talking?
Not now, because you're not flashing when you're not talking.
Because I'm putting my hand over my mic, so the air coming from my fan does not hit my mic. So like I said, can we get back on topic?
Well, you've done your best to avoid it. You might as well come back.
Yeah, well, I'm not avoiding anything. I'm still here. If I really wanted to avoid it, I could have just left. But anyway.
Feel free to answer.
Like I was saying, Timbo, if you could just restate your last statement. Again, I couldn't hear you clearly.
He's probably got bored and gone home.
So, would anyone be able to answer my question as to, is it impossible to measure the Earth or the circumference?
Well, if you believe it's a globe, it should already be done.
I mean, I just don't see how it's really possible to measure the Earth.
If you believe it's a globe, it should already be done. In other terms, it's just a belief system if it hasn't been.
Okay.
So you are...
And you're a flat earther, correct?
Heliocentric model. You are just a believer.
Is there a reason you believe that the Earth is flat, and why?
I don't believe the Earth is flat.
So what are you, an Earth atheist? What do you believe?
I know it's flat. See, there's a difference between believing and knowing. You are hooked on a belief system, acceptance without verification.
No, I know it's a sphere.
Flat. So verify it then, and you failed to do so in the last 40 minutes that I've been here.
Okay, so I'm gonna link a video.
So you're just a believer. No first-hand knowledge whatsoever. No drive to go out and test it for yourself? Nothing.
Well, because I have things going on in my life.
You know
I don't think I'm able to have the time to go out and prove that, the Earth is flat, because that's, I mean, I'm just not a connoisseur or a prover. I'm not doing that. That's not my job.
Stop talking for...
There's people that do that.
Too much yabbering. It's not.
Well, I was talking, you cut me off.
You are verifying that you're on a ball. You're a ball believer, remember? You want to verify that they're telling the truth. So go and prove that it's a ball then. If you don't want to prove that it's flat, I'm easy either way.
I mean, I can just send you a video, and you can explain to me why you think
watch TV like I did and believe.
Yeah.
Watching TV is not gaining knowledge.
Well, this isn't TV. This isn't TV. These are scientific videos. These are scientists going out to prove that the Earth isn't flat.
Fascinating. That's fascinating. What method have you been presented by anybody which is easily done by the average person? Verify that the Earth is a ball.
Because the average person can't really verify that it is.
So that's what we're talking about. Our video, it at least has to be something that any one of us could go out and also do.
Okay, so you can actually do this. No, you can do this. So this is the title of this video. It's called "Flat Earther Accidentally Proves the Earth is Round in His Own Experiment." This is by Trend Tracer on YouTube, with 173,000 views. And then you have 5 years ago, this was posted. The light and camera are both at the same level. Let me see, I believe here in the video it says it is 17 feet above ground, underwater, and they have a hole, straight in front of that camera. And what they do is they have the guy raise the flashlight or some type of stronger beam of light above his head, in order to reach the hole, and for the camera to see through the hole and past that the beam of light, correct? So when he lowers his hand with the beam of light, flashlight, you can no longer see it anymore, as if it ducks off. Keep in mind that I don't have the exact measurement, but between the camera and the person with the light, there's a couple miles.
So the Earth's surface is dropping, right?
Sorry?
So the Earth's surface is dropping away from your position, right? If it's curving down like a ball?
Yes and no?
Well, no, it's got to be one or the other.
No, it can be both.
So relative to your position, is it dropping?
Yeah.
Right. So why do you have to lift the light up?
To see the light.
But the
Or
target
sorry,
should
to
be
put
below
so
it.
for the camera to see the light.
Target should be below it
Why should the target be below it?
because it's further down the drop.
Right. The camera.
Yeah, this sounds like a mess. These flat earthers need to rework their
I
glove
mean, I can
roof.
go ahead and just.
He lifted
Let's
it up, and
see.
suddenly the light was
Share.
pointing directly at the camera.
Correct.
What the fuck, dude?
I mean, these are your people. If you can go ahead and just, I don't know, elaborate on what you think.
This-
Oh no, they're horrible at proving the globe. I don't want them. You can have them.
There you go. I've just put it in the side chat.
So they found a hump
Wrong
when it should have
chat.
been a drop.
This guy said
Something's messed
like
up
5
there.
minutes
There you
ago
go.
you couldn't measure it.
There's a link to the video. If you could just elaborate on why you think they're wrong.
Just did. I don't know. I can't help you if you don't get what I already said.
I mean, what can we do? I mean,
a lot of
if you're
problems
just
with it.
giving up here, then I guess I've won the argument.
No one's giving up. It's, you haven't even presented anything.
I mean, I'm presenting proof right here.
Okay, what
Well,
did,
what
what
you
did
Call
they
it,
do?
call it what you want, but I'm posting
what
it
is-
here in the side chat.
Okay.
You can go ahead and
Alright.
click on the link and go ahead
Okay,
and let
so
me know
what
what
did-
you think about the video.
Okay, what did they do?
You can go ahead and look at the video. I've already,
And
tried
you've
to explain
seen
it
it,
to the
so-
best of my abilities.
Yeah, I'm
Well, I
driving.
haven't seen it. It's
so
been a
if you
while
can-
since I've seen it.
If you can explain it to me, what they did and their method, that'd be great.
I mean, if anyone else here wants to open the video
Hey.
and explain it to him.
Timbo,
No, you can
you've,
do it.
Even
It's,
names.
Timbo,
your
you've seen the
proof.
video before. It's the end of the behind the curve
Matthew, shut
documentary.
up. Now,
you
Brian, you put the video up there. You please explain to Timbo, I believe it was, what's going
Yeah.
on.
yeah, it's your proof, so you should know what they did. what
It's
they
not my proof.
did.
It's somebody else's proof. I didn't upload the video. Neither did I
You're
make
the
it.
one
so
that
you
put
don't-
it forward.
Yeah.
Now back it.
I mean, it's right there. That is me backing,
No, no,
saying
no.
my
Don't
claim
just
is
let
that
me
the
go.
Earth is
They
a
did.
sphere. It's round. That is
So
my.
how do
That is
you
me
know-
backing it.
How do you know they proved the
Right there, the video.
What did they do?
Look at it.
That's what we're trying to establish. He just said he's driving. He can't look at his video.
I mean, you can.
And that's not going to help Timbo at all.
Why
Yeah,
wouldn't
like-
it help him? Why can't you look
Well,
at the video and
Or you're
explain to
going
him?
to explain it to him.
Yeah, it's funny because you put it forward as this is proof.
Well, because
that
I'm
the Earth
looking
is
for
a-
more
Hang on,
proof.
dude. Just chill out.
Just
man.
looking for other evidence.
Yeah. So you said, okay, this is proof of the sphere because of the headline of the video or something. Then you go, if you know that this is proof of the sphere, you must know what they did for it to convince you that that is proof of the sphere. Otherwise, you're just going, oh, they must have proved it because look at the title of the video.
Well, I didn't look at the title of the video. I looked at the title of the video and watched the video.
Okay, so what did they do in the video?
I mean, when you reach your destination, I guess you can go ahead and click on the video and let me,
I've already,
you know,
I've already seen it. I want you to know. I want to know if you know what they did.
something that you can go ahead and see for yourself instead of having somebody explain it to you. Because now there's a difference between a visual.
I've already seen it.
Yeah, I'm starting to get over that.
Yeah.
All he had to do was say they put a hole in a board, they put a camera in front of it, they got another board with a hole in it that was at the same height, and they put a flashlight at the other side of that and shined it through. Ta-da! That's all they had.
It was a hump, was it?
Subscribe, and if you have any, anything else that you guys want to say in the comments, go ahead and comment below, and then, having a little argument, a little debate of, what you think in the comments.
He was doing it the whole time.
other than that-
Shut up.
I think so.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and like, subscribe if you're into the
You're
content.
just talking the whole time.
Yeah, most definitely.
Who's he saying like and subscribe to? Is he? If he's doing a video himself, he's going to look like a moron.
Actually, he'd probably do a lot of cutting, and he'll get on there and go, "Oh, look, I got all these flat earthers, because I showed this video and they had no comeback." And then he'll just clip everything. So instead of just letting the thing run through, see the truth.
Yeah. If that guy's got followers, then they're as retarded as he is. We don't want them on our side anyway.
Oh, painful.
Imagine going to battle with those morons.
All I can think of is flat earth sniper.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, shit. That's fun.
What about the Coriolis? Haven't been on much this week. I've been flat out.
Now, someone was asking yesterday, I think it was, where you've been, and that's what we just said. Oh, he's probably been at work or busy or something.
Yeah. I've been moving house, and I've just got another contract, another big contract as well. So
Oh shit!
it's been full on. I don't think I've got enough people for it, but see what happens. Looks like I'll be working fucking 16, 17-hour days or something for the next couple of weeks. I'll make it work. Moving house is hard though.
Yeah,
I'll
it's a
never
pain
do
in
that
the ass.
again. Never listen to your wife. We need a bigger house. We need an extra room.
So I thought you had thousands of years of proof. How come it took until like 2017 and you had to get like flat earthers to do it? Or whatever year it was, I don't know.
Do you reckon it sounded like he was talking to like a video or something?
Yeah, like he was on
Yeah.
Twitch or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like and subscribe. Like he wouldn't be saying that about the other video, would he?
You got a mic check?
Yo,
I was saying a lot of shit. Nobody was saying anything.
We could hear you loud and clear, but every time he spoke, it was just talk over the top of everyone, and hopefully they'll all shut up and listen to me. So that's why we've got the sneaking with the like and subscribe added on. We think that he was doing a bit of a broadcast.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, sounds exactly like that.
Your mic's a bit dusty too, mate.
yeah, like you're underwater.
Yeah, so how's that?
That's
Much
better.
better.
Yeah, he was speaking to his subscribers. Definitely. That's why he was
Yeah,
just
for sure.
confused and everything, obfuscating and just dragging the conversation out. Like Timbo, you explained it to him like a fucking 2-year-old what he's
He's
standing.
screaming himself, not knowing the
Wrestling.
difference between a circle and a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit painful.
Ripes, man.
So what he'll do is he'll. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, mate.
No, I was saying it was when Timbo like explained to him, like a 2-year-old, what he's standing on, and he's like, "Can you restate that?" Oh, I didn't put it another way.
Yeah, for sure. He's gonna clip it. Yeah, because he'll go and say something like, "See, flat earthers believe that the sun is round and the Earth is round, and the planets are round. The other planets are round. Other planets." If he can't
Guy's
tell the difference
fucking
between
retarded. Now
round,
he's in the chat. He thinks when he was talking about your mic, you were talking about my mic.
oh no, it was his mic. It kept on like it was like an electrical
No.
noise.
You spoke them. You were loud
Yeah.
and clear, and he
Yeah.
started whining that you had bad quality.
Oh,
And
my
now
mic.
he's fucking commenting on your comments regarding my mic when I wasn't even speaking to him, really.
It's probably his method of breaking up the conversation. So he did that, break up the conversation so he could put clips in, because it's easier to clip if you've got broken conversation. When you've got something that's fluid from go to woe, it's very hard to clip that and break it. Whereas if you've got all over the place, it's very easy to clip it. And that's probably why.
Yeah.
An ass clown.
Oh well, he won't be the first.
Oh, well, I hope it comes up on YouTube and someone like QE or Nathan or one of the boys grabs hold of it and goes, "Who's this numpty having a crack? Now it's our turn."
This would be a good clip for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy said 10 minutes ago, oh, I don't think you can measure the Earth. And then he posts flat earthers apparently measuring the Earth to be a globe. Like, what? Yeah, apparently you can fucking measure it. So long as the conclusion comes out globe. Yeah, congrats, Byron. You fucking learned how to copy and paste.
Oh man, he's just learning his claim. Man, it's getting real. Guess he didn't think he'd actually have to do that, huh?
Oh, should we let him back in?
He's here.
Yeah, let him keep going.
He's finally discovered Eratosthenes. We can begin.
Put on your clown shoes for your YouTube audience or whatever it is. Let's go.
Now, Brian, since we're such fair sports, you will last conversing with Timbo. We shall let you continue.
Why, thank you, Matrix. You there, Brian? Brian. Famous Australian with that last name. Or infamous.
Ah, he's still streaming on OnlyFans, probably.
Being a knob jockey.
Certainly. See, after our show for all the premium subs, that's why he can't speak to us anymore.
What's he got here? Understand the concept, measure the angle, calculate the circumference. Just out of curiosity, how do you get an angle there, Bryant? Because when I went to school, an angle was the area between two straight lines. Now, you can't get an angle off a curve and a straight line. Even most CAD programs will boot you out for trying to do it. So maybe it's you that needs to understand the concept.
And get a new mic.
Ouch.
I'm going to charge my headphones. I'll be listening. I'm going to put my other ones in, but I can't talk with my other ones. See you soon.
Who's on the menu right now, guys?
Globers.
Whatever would these lemons be without Google and ChatGPT, eh?
I'm happy to stay. I still don't understand nor know how to use whatever the hell ChatGPT is.
No, I've never used it either myself.
Just treat it as a magic 8 ball, basically. Tell you what you want to hear.
Why not just buy a Magic 8-Ball? Actually,
Yeah.
I'll tell you, we should get one, just so when Globetards ask stupid questions, I can shake the piss out of it and see what answer comes up. That's it. I'm on the hunt now for a Magic 8-Ball. Yeah, this is going to be too much fun.
Dude, I heard somebody break out an insult at work I haven't heard since, like, Hell's Kitchen 15 years ago. Take out, we had a guy fuck something up real bad. Manager was joking about him. Took him into the break room, or we were talking in the break room where all the food is. The guy was explaining how he fucked it up. It was a really dumb mistake. Manager said, okay, go over to the cupboard, take out the loaf of bread, take out 2 slices of bread, and hold them up against your head. What did you just make? The guy's like, I don't know what the hell. And the guy was like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. He's like, what did you just make? An idiot sandwich. I heard that joke one time from Gordon Ramsay like 15 years ago.
Yeah, so I was thinking it's from him, no?
Also say that I'm inbred.
Oh, you can do that one.
So, Byron, as any Glober, is in the middle of telling us how the Earth was measured a sphere. And he was saying it was already confirmed as a sphere.
Well, I agree with the premise, but I'd be interested in how he was saying that's been done.
Fucking logic just escapes these people completely.
Logic escapes us? Okay.
Well, I don't think you, Platypus. I don't know if you agree with Eratosthenes' methodology.
I think Aristophanes' methodology gives you really, really close to it. I don't actually see what the problem is with Aristophanes' method. Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Oh, there
yeah.
he is.
It assumes the globe in question.
No.
Right, it's a calculation, not a proof.
So, hey, Matthew,
yeah.
when you do trigonometry, which side of the triangle is curved?
Oh, and trig, and you have all 3 sides are perfectly straight.
Ah, thank you. Because Eratosthenes, or however you say his name, did trigonometry. So, yeah, not curved.
No,
That
no,
was
he
really
didn't do
simple.
trigonometry.
So, position to sun, position to self, across the ground, then back up the sun is not a triangle. You are joking, aren't you, Matthew? You are having a laugh.
No, I'm looking up to find the geometry that describes what he did.
I think Eratosthenes should have walked over to the
What?
fridge, got 2 slices of bread, them up against the sides of his head.
And made an idiot sandwich.
Somebody needs to
he made
please.
similar angles.
So that idiot sandwich one, somebody feed that to QE one time. I want to see if he bites on using that one. He's in need for a new regular insult.
I saw what you did there.
I think it's too long for Kiwi's taste.
Oh, Eratosthenes. God damn it.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. I can't say that.
Some people
He,
say Eratosthenes, but who knows?
I'm just going to call him that guy. So that guy did it the correct way if you were going to do it on a sphere.
Which guy?
Eratosthenes.
From Platt. Just kidding with you, man.
No, that's fine. Oh, duty calls. I got somebody else. Matthew, take over with that guy that I can't pronounce. I'll be back in like an hour. Work calls. See you later.
Catch it, what? Don't.
Platt is a funny creature, man.
Oh yeah, especially when he gets a few beers under his belt.
He's hanging from the globe cliff by his fingernails, you know? That's always the impression he gives me.
Yeah. All it's going to take is one day he'll walk outside and he'll see something, and it's just going to be, that's it, and it'll push him over the edge.
Something like that, yeah.
Why is this Bryant guy just chat skanking now?
Probably because he realised how hard he got slapped earlier.
I'd DC him, honestly. He's probably just clip hunting. It's a shame we can't deafen him.
I mean, he got a bunch of clips of himself not knowing the difference between a circle and a straight line, so I don't really care.
Yeah, but now he's in here just recording us. To chop up.
Fun tidbit. Did you know that Eratosthenes is an anagram for sees not Earth, or sees Earth not, right?
Well, that's kind of funny.
Just another coincidence. Add it to the bag. Heretic, he's still salty. You were muting him over telling us the definition of a planet.
Then he was out on his first go.
Who's that? Who's whinging in the text chat? Bryant.
Okay, so Matthew learns is an anagram for when maltreats. Threats lawman. That's another one.
Ah, Matrix, you just got mod.
Yep, that means I can play Whack-A-Mole on Friday nights with AJ.
Let the good times commence.
Actually, it's going to make it easier because I was having a chat with him the other day. He said on Fridays we get that many people in here that you can't see the whole list at the same time. And there's quite a few that'll jump in down the bottom and others that'll jump in up the top and call out stupid stuff. And he said, yeah, to make it easier if there was two of us, one to guard bottom half, one to guard the top, and just as the moles stick their head up, just whack them.
It's amazing how much attention the Globers give Nathan, and then they cry about Nathan getting attention.
Yeah, it is entertaining.
Just fucking go about your lives, guys, if you think it's a globe. We're all just dumb fucks.
Yeah, that's what I don't get the whole... Like, the best analogy I could put forward is like being a die-hard Chevrolet fan and then going to a Ford meeting every single weekend to tell everyone how great your Chev is. It's like, seriously, that's mental issues. And that's what these Globers are in here. If you've got a problem with it, we're not forcing you to come in here. Like, I'm not running around to people's houses and throwing them into 24/7. It's like, I just don't get it.
Well, I think there's two types. There's generally them people that have a chip on their shoulder about how smart they think they are, right? And they just can't stand the existence of flat earthers. They need to come and do battle with them, right? And you got the other people that just they recognize that there's plenty of IQ to go around here, and senses being said. Something's up, but of course they're not courageous enough to really accept it yet or dive into it. So, they lurk and just do their thing.
I notice a lot of the young ones just want to come and debate, and most of them don't even care what the topic is. They just want to, I want to debate someone and win, and that's it. It's like they've watched some debating video and now I'm an expert. So here's a subject that no one cares about, and let's go and annoy them.
It takes them all of about 5 seconds to go from a debate format to just a waffling format. They don't even know what an actual debate is. They think whoever can move their lips the most in a debate is the winner.
Well, that's interesting because you get a lot of them that have got this perception that if I win a debate, therefore I am correct. Well, no, if you win a
therefore
debate...
my unicorn comes true and it's going to be outside tomorrow.
Yes, exactly.
The whole globe paradigm is built on fancy sounding bullshit.
Debates.
Winning debates, Therefore, the globe is real. But another big problem is pretty much 99% of topics that people speak about in day-to-day life are subjective based, right? And they come into this one, which is an objective based topic. You either demonstrate something to be as it is or it's not, And they're not familiar with that. They think it's about feelings, they think it's about how much they can say, how many credentialed people they can point towards, how many definitions they can pull up that seem to defend their position. They think that's what this is. Whereas you're arguing fucking politics, you're arguing Democrats, Republicans, right? That's just all emotion based at the end of the day, right? It's just what fits where you are in your place of life at current,
Yeah, red team, blue team, flip a coin, it's just as easy.
No real difference. Not to say that there's not some merit in some arguments from either side, of course there is, The serious people are trying to get that through, but most people, I say, that would come into this server and go down and debate politics in the VC, they're just here to kind of grandstand their position, to make themselves feel better in some way. But, you know, the dispute of politics itself is just a fundamentally unresolvable conflict because it's dependent on your life experience and how you're feeling at any moment in your life, really. And then they jump in here and we're like, oh, okay, you just made a claim, demonstrate it. Whoa, what? They're totally flabbergasted, you know? I have to fucking back up shit I say. That's not how it normally goes.
Do you agree, X, right?
If the Earth was flat, insert ad hom and fallacious bullshit afterwards.
I win, see you later,
Oh, yeah.
Flowers.
You ask them to demonstrate their claim, they go, okay, then explain.
Yeah, if the Earth is flat, explain this. It's like, dude, you're supposed to be proving your curvature. Where did we jump from point A to point Z? Like, you missed a couple of steps there, boy.
I'd show you the evidence, but you'd just deny it anyway.
Ooh.
The Scott Mackey special.
So you're just going to talk to me and not show any evidence then? Like, if it's worth their time to talk to you, like, wouldn't they at least spend the time giving you some evidence instead of just not?
Right. It's like if they've already gone through the whole scenario in their head, why even bother coming in?
Yeah, there's just no point.
None of these Globers come in here ready and willing for a massive paradigm shift. Just not going to happen.
That's probably true. I'm not going to have a paradigm shift.
Yeah, we know, Matt. You've demonstrated it for years.
Until he retires.
Well, it has nothing to do with my job.
Oh, horse crap. You know as well as I do, the day you retire, you're going to go, my stance in society is now not affected by what do I think, therefore it is now flat. You'll just come out of the closet and you'll explode. Straight out of the closet. I'm a flat earther. Matthew is here to save everyone.
The ultimate flat smacker.
We've been training you for years, Matthew. You're a secret weapon. When do you retire?
Yeah. But I just couldn't buy into it. I don't think I'll ever believe the Earth is flat because I just
We don't ask
see
you to
the
believe
evidence.
it's flat. We want you to know it's flat. How much level water do you need to go, oh shit, it's flat?
Yeah, that's not going to convince me.
No, but images of half obscured suns convinces you.
Yeah, one photograph.
And, you know, vertically pointing TV dishes.
Hey, I've got a
Game over
photograph
for
of
the
a
Earth.
unicorn. Where did I put that? There we go. One unicorn. Better put a second one up there in case Matthew says the first one's fake.
Gonna fucking debate that unicorn into existence, man. Matt, what would you say is the de facto observation that demonstrates the Earth to be a globe?
I would say the success of celestial navigation using a linear equation. That's kind of complicated though. So the easier one is sunsets or GPS or something.
No, he said proving the globe, not reaffirming the consequence.
Yeah, I would say that you can't really prove it. I would say it more a softer sell. Like, I think those are evidences that the globe story is a better story.
So that's all this comes down to for you. This guy's got a better story.
Yeah, I mean, same thing for like how does Wi-Fi work? Well, electromagnetism is a better story than magic unicorns.
How does Wi-Fi? No. Wi-Fi, radio waves.
Right.
So, how is that analogous to?
I'm just saying, if you're trying to explain how something works, you're looking for the better story. So if somebody says, how does my cell phone communicate with the rest of the world?
And what's this got to do with the shape of the Earth, Matthew?
Nothing. It's a description of how explanations work.
What about how they got the information that they're conveying as the story? That's an important part, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's important. I mean, you can't use that as like definitive proof because that would be the genetic fallacy. Like, just doesn't matter how somebody comes up with some crazy idea. If it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong.
Definitely important because it does because they may have actually something in reality to draw that conclusion, like tests or experiments, etc.
Yeah, but I was talking about where they came up with the idea in the first place. Like, obviously, after you have the idea, then you need to determine if it's true or not based on observations.
So you're saying that you put the explanation that celestial navigation operates from, using a flat baseline, which would be the Earth.
No, I said That
You're
the
using
fundamental
the
equation.
model anyway, as well, tangent to the Earth. That's on. You're
That's not
putting
what I
that on the
said.
same level as no. But your comparison was Wi-Fi. We use electromagnetism versus unicorns and magic. So the explanation that celestial navigation works because the Earth is flat, and that's our flat baseline that we take our measurements from, is on the same level as unicorns and magic to you.
No.
So why would you make that comparison?
I was using an exaggerated comparison to describe how explanations work for describing phenomena. I wasn't making any connection to the flat Earth debate. I was just saying, hey, if there's something happening, then you look at the two stories to see which one is more likely. And I used an exaggerated story. I mean, obviously, we all know that Wi-Fi exists. So that's why I was using that exaggerated example.
It's not even equivalent anyway. It's a shitty
Right.
analogy.
No, it's not an
Wi-Fi is
analogy.
developed in controlled environments.
Right. It's not an
You
analogy.
can analyze every part of the mechanism, essentially.
Right. The analogy was not about the content of the claim, but the method for determining explanations. When to be specific about, I wasn't saying flat baseline or anything like that. I was saying that the fundamental equation for celestial navigation is the zenith distance times 60 nautical miles. That multiply, that times, is a linear equation. If you have, if it's twice as big, then it's twice as many miles. If it's 3 times as big, it's 3 times as many miles. 10 times big, 10 times as many miles. That's a linear equation. But I don't use that explanation very often just because it's hard to explain.
It's also going to be smuggling in a geometric horizon if you attribute it to the curvature of Earth.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the equation for celestial navigation. You don't need a horizon for any of what I've just said.
Oh yeah, you do. To have 60 nautical miles per degree because of the curvature of Earth. Yeah, there will be a geometric horizon and all that to go with it.
No, with the celestial navigation, it gives you a distance to the GP. That's all it gives you.
Right. But if it's because the Earth is a globe and the stars are parallel light and all that stuff really far away, then it's going to be due to the curved surface of the Earth that you get that 1 degree declination per 60 nautical miles.
Yes.
So that'd be a geometric horizon.
No, you don't need the horizon.
Bullshit.
You need the zenith distance. Do you know what the zenith distance is? I don't know if I explained that.
Talking about the consequence of your assumptions.
Yeah, don't you get it?
Well, yes, you're talking about the consequences. I'm just talking about how the raw mathematics works of the celestial navigation.
You're not attributing it to a globe or anything.
No, it has to be a globe.
Okay, but then it's gonna have to be a geometric horizon in order for that to work.
That's another unrelated consequence.
No, it's not. It's exactly what causes the declination is the curved surface, yeah?
The curved surface causes the declination. However, if the horizon is not visible,
so
that doesn't
you've got
affect
a
it.
curved surface.
Have it both ways.
You've got a horizon.
You don't need to see the horizon.
If
the horizon is the drop-off. It's the drop-off point that you can't see beyond, and then everything starts to decline beyond, below, whatever.
Yeah, that's how it works. But you don't.
Problem, Matthew. Number one, yes, you do. You're calling that all your CellNav stuff proves ball. Well, if it proves ball, then you've got yourself a geometric horizon.
I didn't say it proves the ball. I said that it is the best explanation.
No, you said it can only be on a ball. So if that were true, it would prove it.
The fact that there's a linear equation is evidence and well explained that in the celestial navigation globe model, and it's not. There's no good explanation on a flat Earth.
Yeah, there is. That's bullshit too.
Really? I thought you need
Stars in
triangles.
apparent position. In apparent
On the flat Earth, you're going to end up with triangles and trigonometry. Those are nonlinear equations.
No, only if you're drawing the lines to the same position. If you're looking at an
Nope.
apparent position. Yeah,
Every time you're looking at a triangle, that's nonlinear.
dude, you'll be drawing those lines to the same position in your orthographic flat geometry.
Trig
You just have an
functions
apparent
aren't
position. You're not
linear.
in the same position from all latitudes. Then you can explain it.
Yeah, this is why I don't use this argument very much, because when I say trig functions aren't linear, I don't know that a lot of people understand what I mean.
Know exactly what you mean. You're going to be drawing all those lines to the same position that the star is at, right?
Right, they're parallel lines to the star.
Okay, so that's an orthographic projection or illustration of the point. And if you're looking at an apparent position, if you don't have all the observers over the Earth looking at the exact same actual position, then that doesn't hold.
Yeah, that's why we don't shoot stars for celestial navigation below, like, 20 degrees above the horizon. You try to stick to higher stars.
Right, so you're not even going to get that 60 nautical mile relationship as they get closer to the horizon anyway. All right, thanks.
We'll be using the horizon if you're using a nautical sextant.
Right, if you use a nautical sextant, then you'd need to use the horizon and the corrections involved.
Debunking the globe with the sextant again? That's fun.
Up Alpha.
What up, homie?
Oh, man.
Oh, homies. What's up, heretic?
Hey, Alpha, you enjoying the nice collection of Aussies we're rounding up for you?
They got quite the collection.
Taking over.
Only the good ones, mate.
Except the other day, we had a couple of them in here saying they were ashamed that we have some Aussies in here that
Flat Earth.
believe in flat Earth. Yeah. Were you here, Timbo, when you said that?
Nah, I haven't been in all week, man.
Heard that.
I think it was Rick. Not Rick. The other guy with the kangaroo avatar with the sunglasses.
Daz? No.
I don't know.
I remember his
Rick's
name.
Rick's kind of on the fence, isn't he? Or is
Yes,
he?
I believe so too.
Like a knife set eggshells.
Yeah. he's palatable.
I'm glad some of those guys ain't in here. Like staunch ones. It gets boring after a while. The same regurgitated point or after regurgitated point, like we've beat that horse into the submission. Not even a corpse anymore.
Just get a little bit comfortable, don't they?
Yeah, I think so. Some do. Constantine's in here. What's up, Constantine?
What do we have here?
Constantine, do you think the Earth's a globe?
I'm not a glober.
Speak up.
I watched a couple Eric Dubé videos off BitChute, and I'm questioning.
That's good. Well, I mean, that you're questioning. Eric Dubé is another thing, but yeah. What got you to start questioning? Constantine.
His videos. I discovered him randomly on BitChute, the algorithm.
It's weird how you got that.
Was there anything in particular that you in his video that like struck you as like being compelling or anything like that?
really. I just haven't heard of him or his perspective. And I'm like a OG YouTube kind of guy that was watching a bunch of stuff, back in like 2012, 13, 14, before they got like super strict with their algorithm. And I never came across him. And I found it odd that he got banned from YouTube and other major platforms when he wasn't talking about anything political. When he, it's
You
odd.
never came across Eric Dubay.
Except on some alt-right platform. He's not even alt-right, that's the thing.
He wasn't on YouTube a whole lot.
If you don't mind me asking, man, is that avatar of you, or is it just some random pic off the internet?
No, this is Akira Toriyama, the Dragon Ball Z.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, because you look nothing like your avatar. You sound like nothing like your avatar. I don't know if that's maybe a stereotype fallacy or what.
Oh, so you're on our home server.
Sorry?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is he? Have you been listening to the 24/7 team kind of debate the Globers that are in here? Because I think that we put out some of the best content because we have a very diverse panel in the way that we take positions on these arguments. So we've been doing this for quite some time, but because it's weird, right? When people ask us, who would you recommend or like who would you tell us to go look at? I always put it back to just rewind some of the 24/7 live streams. You'll have plenty of content there for years of recordings. Just go back and see all the flip-flopping and mental contortions that the Globers do. It's crazy. And they don't answer straight questions when we ask them something. It's like they skip around all day today. Random people come in here and they would say that the Earth is a globe, but they don't know how to defend a position or at least articulate their point. Makes it difficult for them,
Yeah.
So anyway,
They think they know, and then they start having a conversation about it because they've probably never had a conversation about the globe ever. It's just ingrained, and then they start finding out that, I actually don't know as much as I thought I knew.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Or anything at all.
Yeah, like these guys, some of them don't know the difference between a circle and a straight line.
Yeah.
Of course, if you look at a circle edge on, it looks like a straight line.
Looks like
not a straight line, is it?
He said it looks like it.
It isn't one?
You're right. It's not one.
I know,
These guys they were describing the circumference of a ball and they called it a straight line.
I know Matthew's teaching methods don't involve him saying that. Well, guys, it looks like a straight line. We can go with that. No, you can't do that, man. You can't educate people that way. It either is or is not. You have to tell them what it is.
A big thing as well is that there's no picture, an actual picture of the Earth, and we're in 2024, and they're claiming to shoot satellites up in the sky and stuff, but they can't give us a non-CGI picture. That's also a big red flag.
Yeah, we try to tell people about that. Like, I would say those were the kind of arguments, Constantine, that we'd have early days. Now it's a little bit far past that because you got the guys in here that would just be like, well, that's because you have a bias for the Earth being flat. So you think nothing's real. It's all fake. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard to say those kinds of things to those Globers because they would just throw that information under the bus because they'll say, well, you say everything is fake. So you're just going to say this picture's fake, that picture's fake, everything's fake. So we argue those points a little bit different. Because yes, they're taken from a place that can't exist, but at the same time, the position would be, well, how would you articulate that point? You'd have to go from the evidence that you can't have gas pressure without a containment, which means that you can't go to the place that they say they are to take the image that they're taking. That's one. The other one would be, what do you have to compare that image to? Which is one of my arguments that I bring in here. Because they don't. It's like they show you a picture of a globe, and then they say, "Well, there you go. That's the globe. That's what astronauts take pictures of, or satellites, or whatever." And then they show that to you, and then you're supposed to accept that as that's true knowledge. Because why would they lie? You know, why would they lie?
Orion puts it well, like when he says, you know a horse, right? And then, because you've seen a horse before, yeah. So if someone shows you a picture of a horse, then you can recognize that that's a horse. And you've never seen the Earth, so you've got nothing to compare it to. So when they show,
Did he go away?
No, I'm still here.
It's cut out there, Tom.
No,
Come back.
Timbo. Oh, he's gone. He's probably still talking right now.
That darn satellite must have moved again.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say a bird landed on the satellite dish or something.
Glover say the darndest things.
What a time for a crow to poop.
They never want to talk about Antarctica and the North Pole as well, and why you can't go there.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Arctic is a place where some people can travel to, but not everybody can go to Antarctica. And of course, those who can go, they're restricted to only the places where they have bases set up, camps. So I think Little America is one of them for the U.S. I don't know. Australia has base down there, I think.
Are there places in Australia that you can go to? Like in the outback?
What do you mean? To Antarctica?
No, like, are there restricted parts of Australia? Because I know half the country is like, more than half of it is like desert.
No, when I ask,
Restricted
In
areas.
my backyard, I'm likely to tell you to get out, but other than that, there's not much that's restricted.
Because I know
Tell you to
the
get out.
the CIA
I think you do
or
a
the
bit more than that.
NSA has like a secret intelligence base somewhere in Australia, like in the
Look,
outback.
Unless
no, I
you land
think
in some army base or some shit like that, then there's not much that's restricted, man.
no, I don't think the people will tell you to
Kakadu.
get out. I think the country itself, the animals and the plant life will tell you to get out because they can kill you. They got a tree over there from what I've read. Its thorns can like paralyze you and kill you within like 4 minutes or something. They got the most dangerous spider, like all kinds of shit. Like it's weird. The outback, like where people can go and like hardly anybody can survive if you're doing it by yourself. It's like I don't know how the Aboriginals do it, but there's some strong people out there that live out in the country. But yeah, there's like the box jellyfish that kills you quickly, like a bunch of stuff.
Sharks. Yeah, the water and land, both
Sharks and
just as dangerous, right? Holy shit.
we got a lot of stuff that can kill you in America. Like the animals and stuff. Like we go in the forest,
No,
like
not
mountain
really.
lions.
It's mainly in Florida and like the tropical environments, like in the south, Florida.
Don't they got gators down there?
Gators.
In the Everglades, yeah.
Snakes.
And gators are like street dogs over there. They got roaming gators.
much.
I don't know about all that.
I guess up like in the Northeast, I guess your concern is usually people killing you. It's not really animals.
Yeah. You got to worry about the people that are running crazy.
I guess Midwest is pretty safe, I'd say.
Well, this is where I'm at.
Like, or Vegas, like Nevada, rural Nevada. No,
I live in
not
a
that
big
much
city.
going on.
I live in a big city in the Midwest, and I can tell you, man, there's a bunch of crime over here. Not a lot, but there is some.
Dude, I live in SD in SoCal, and it's pretty chill over here in my neighborhood, at least.
SoCal, huh?
Sure.
There's video games, books, all kinds of stuff written about SoCal.
I know.
Everybody wants to live there. You must be a gazillionaire, huh?
Really?
Somewhat. You like Steve
Yes.
Jobs' like cousin or something?
Wish. I don't live in NorCal. Steve Jobs, I guess, was from NorCal. I moved here, dude. From Southern Texas to
Yeah, me
SoCal,
too.
Southern California.
I'm from Southern Texas too. Yeah.
I'm from McAllen.
McAllen, Texas. What the hell are you doing over there in SoCal? I know McAllen.
Living life.
You what you Spanish or like Hispanic or what?
No, I'm African American, believe it or not.
You're what?
African American, black.
Really?
Yep.
In McAllen, okay.
You don't
It's a
find a lot of
diverse.
us. Yeah.
It's diverse in McAllen for sure. McAllen's pretty big. I haven't talked. Did you know? Do you know any of this? How long you live there? I was going to tell you a small town. You might know it.
Lived there for, I'd say 2.5 years, 2 years.
Oh, you might know it. You know Ed Couch Elsa, right?
Ed what?
Ed Couch Elsa.
No.
Do you know a small town near it? It's called La Villa. It's like if you blink, you'll miss it.
No, I lived in a neighborhood called Mission.
Yeah, Mission Tigers. Yeah, I know those guys. It was far. San Juan, Alamo. I think McAllen's a part of it too. I'm not sure.
No.
Oh, we're just talking right now. I don't know. There's nobody in here that wants to talk about the shape of the earth at the moment.
But this Prince guy, he's awfully chatty on the side chat.
Who's awfully chatty?
Prince of Adam. Sorry, Price of Adam.
Oh, he's a flat earther. Adam is.
Oh.
Adam's a flat earther. T-Dub, Psyop, Timbo. Oh no, Timbo's a Glober.
Variety. Is Variety a Glober?
Variety. I don't know who that is. Variety, who are you anyway? You're new to this channel? I don't think I know Variety. Maybe I do. I think it's a dude with a woman's avatar. Some dudes do that. They're mainly like Egyptians or Middle Easterns that have pictures like that. They have a darker voice. Oh, it's just me. Don't worry. If I'm not mistaken. Middle Eastern dudes always do that. They put an avatar of a woman on their profile pic.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Is it to troll other men or something?
I think so. Because you start talking to them because you think it's a woman behind it. And then, it's a Middle Eastern dude. Suppose. I don't know. They still don't bring any globe evidence. Where's your globe evidence, you muppet? They think that the moon pulls on water and causes tides. So what other mythos do they believe in? Globers. That the earth is spinning, you just don't feel it. The earth is curving. You just don't see it. And we absolutely live in a space vacuum. You just can't get to it. Well, not you, but astronauts can. And real science is believing in astronaut. That's real science. When you trust scientists, that's the pinnacle of knowledge of knowing something. You trust. It's contingent upon your trust. So when you trust someone, like a scientist, then that's science. That's how science is done. For these guys, anyway. Because they usually defer. I'm not a scientist. Really? So then why are you speaking about science? Or so-called? We've been doing this a long time, Constantine. Long time, my friend.
Well, the problem is most people, like, even if they accept the truth, they just they refuse to, like, they're either in shock, or most of them refuse to, like, want to continue living the lie because it's too painful to go.
Yeah, they identify with the globe. It's part of their identity. It's identity crisis.
Like me convincing you that you're a woman and showing you unrefutable proof, and you lived your entire life up until this point as a guy. You know, even if I convince you, you're gonna get like super depressed, but you might be just like, fuck it, I'm gonna continue to live the way I lived before. It's too painful to acknowledge what I am. Sort of the same thing maybe with these guys.
Well, I don't know if I don't think it's convincing somebody of something. Like, you have to show okay, so if you tell them that the Earth is not a globe, there has to be a large amount of information to go against that paradigm. And not only that, they can't be able to provide anything of evidence that the Earth is. So, the one hand, you have to give them the opportunity to present anything that they know that the Earth, to justify it being a globe, and see what answers they give. And then from there, you once you're done with that, then you provide them the evidence that the Earth is flat and stationary. So it's kind of like you handle it in two ways. First, you tell me how you know the Earth's a globe, and then once you walk that through that information with them, then you go into the other side where you present the information how you can tell the Earth is flat and stationary. I always start off with 3 points, right? Observation, measurement, and practical use. Then just go off of that. Real easy.
I'm kind of seeing what happened, like with COVID, where people were calling for others to, be put behind bars, not be able to go to like Walmart to buy food and stuff. They're forgetting.
Probably best to stick to flat Earth stuff, bro.
Mask.
You can't talk about that stuff. Weird. It's weird. Yeah, but YouTube kind of says,
Mask.
Don't
Oh
talk
shit, I
about
forgot
that.
you're streaming. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It's just bringing up the analogy.
Even though
The
I'm looking
overlords-
at all kinds of YouTube channels talking about it now. They're
Hey,
not shutting
Chad,
down
no.
it.
No,
Yeah.
they put like restrictions and stuff on it.
Yeah, it's weird though, because it's for us. It's like twofold. Not only is it the YouTube that we have to worry about, it's the fucking server too, because we're guests here. So if it goes against their rules and shit too, you know what I mean? And they graciously gave us the
I know,
channel.
but you notice how they didn't change the rules back once the rules kind of changed and everything lightened
I
up.
know.
They kept them hard, and they're still doing it. It's why are we even, like, aren't there other places for us to group up at where we can talk how we want and we're not forced to just,
capitulate,
keep our mouths shut? Because that's almost frustrating as hell, isn't it? A lot of us don't do it on purpose. It's just, it's passion for us, and we accidentally get conversational about it, and then it's like, oh, you're being rude to us. You're trying to hurt us. And it's like, no, I'm not. It's the very opposite of what I'm trying to do. It's just that you're so worried about your fucking monetization and not really what the, you know what I mean? Like people are like, we can still talk about it and talk about the truth, but then I'll be demonetized. Oh,
Yeah, I don't know. It's been
what's
said
more
that
important?
well, it's been said that people that attempted to do this, what happens is they take down their platform, like their whole server. I've seen that there was another group that's Glober group actually got shut down for medical information, and they were only given as a response back that it was the reason why they were
Oh, I
canceled.
remember. That was during all that. They have lightened
Yeah.
that up since then, is what I'm saying. And a lot of people are just staying the course like old George Bushes and remaining silent. And, you know,
That's
they've been
fine, man.
trained. Yeah.
But you gotta, like, I don't
The
know.
training
I
is
don't know
complete.
who's. Yeah, but you got not like I said, YouTube is one, and then you got like the server being another. So the server people will tell you like, okay, maybe you might have cleared it with YouTube, but you know we're gonna keep it to not you guys be talking about this. So you know
Right,
servers
yeah.
have
I
their
mean, I understand it. I just don't like it.
own.
Right? I'm not going to say, oh, okay, that's cool, you know, because it isn't.
Well,
And I'm sure anybody who agrees, you know. It's just we don't like it. We
yeah,
know it's happening, right? It's like
I'm with you on that, man. Like I can't disagree with it. Can't disagree with it.
no, you're a pretty cool dude. I've always, you know,
We have
aligned with some of those principles.
we have Rumble, and we just go ham with Rumble.
Yeah, no, I see it.
Because we don't care about that stuff on Rumble. See, that's the thing, man. We need more platforms like that so we can stretch our legs, man. For God's sakes, we can't even say too much. Got to be politically correct. Anyway,
Dude, I feel like they might even take away Discord at some point. You know?
yeah,
Because
I
this
don't
is one of the
know about
last
that.
mediums where we can communicate, really.
I don't know about that, but yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. So if anybody else in here wants to jump in, T-Dub or Timbo or something. See y'all later.
Take care, man.
Well, she's gone all quiet in here now tonight.
Oh.
Are you okay?
The Earth is indeed flat.
All right.
The Earth is round.
Yo, what's going on? So, guys, we're flat Earth. Do you think we're gonna be flat brain next, or no? Only flat Earth? Are you sure? Because this is a big decision, right? Are we flat Earth or flat brain? Guys, guys, this is important. Guys,
Gentlemen? Wise up.
Yo.
Did you bring us some wonderful flat Earth evidence?
No.
I'm afraid I didn't either.
Your image looks pretty flat there in the background, though.
Not if you could zoom in on it, which I don't think you can. If you could zoom in on it, that surveyor's theodolite is measuring an angle to that mountain in the distance, and there's like 6,000 missing feet of height.
Don't those theodolites measure like straight lines?
They measure the angle of the light as it enters the lens.
Right.
So I was about 6,000 feet elevation, shooting at a mountain that was about 10,000 feet elevation. So my line of sight was going through pretty stable, clear air. So the line of sight would have been pretty stinking straight.
How do they measure those angles on a curved surface?
How does a theodolite measure an angle?
Yeah, on a non-straight surface.
Do you know what a tangent point is on a curve?
Yeah.
Okay, so you measure the angle to the tangent point.
Okay, but what about in reality, though?
Well, do you realize that if you rest a ruler on a basketball, that the point it touches is the tangent point? In reality?
Or
What's that?
But when you're aiming the theodolite, or for example a sextant, you're just aiming at the horizon, which appears to be straight, right?
I was aiming to the top of a 10,000 plus foot mountain.
Oh, okay.
I was aiming to the tangent point of my line of sight touching the top of the mountain.
Huh. Well, I have to understand theodolites better to argue that, but I just thought that it had something to do with the straight angles.
I'll get you a diagram. Give me just a second here. So if you can check the side chat where I just tagged you, you'll see a diagram.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, my phone is stuck. I can't scroll the chat. I'll just disconnect and connect again. One sec. I see it now. Let me see here. So, measuring angle. Plumb, yes. Elevation angle, yeah. Level. So the line is level. Is that representing the Earth?
It's just representing how you measure an angle with a theodolite. A theodolite has a level in it that lets you measure relative to plumb or to horizontal.
But you see that level line is parallel to the observer's surface, right?
It's perpendicular to the observer's plumb. The surface is irrelevant. You could be standing on a side hill and it would still work.
But the surface is what's in question, right?
Well, you determine the topology of a surface by measuring its deviation from a straight line, right?
Sure.
So you do that by measuring the relative height of known height objects at different distances from near to far, and then you plot the amount of deviation between the sea level surface and that straight projected line, and you see if it forms a straight line or a curve or whatever.
Don't you find it interesting how all these angle measuring things all require like straight lines, like you have in your diagram? Like that makes more sense, right? Because that's what you see see in reality.
There, I dropped a picture that shows how the missing height gets, how it looks when it gets plotted, missing height versus distance.
Okay, there's a lot of numbers here.
Yep. And can you see the red line at the top?
Yeah, I see it. I see it. What does it say here? The lake. Target location 1.5 miles. Observer height 4 what feet?
Yeah, feet. Official map heights FT in feet.
Oh yeah. Target height.
And this data is from 4 different states in the United States and 3 different countries. The United States, Australia, and the UK. And it even includes measurements made by 2 flat earthers who were witless enough to release their measurements.
Is there like a visual of this in real life?
I'm not sure what you're asking for.
Yeah, so the diagram, like, let's say that this proves that the Earth is a curve. So for me, it's like, yeah, I'm looking at the diagram, fair enough, but how does this represent the real world? Like, is there an image or picture or anything of that curve or something like that? Or the mountain or whatever you're measuring?
Well, I have...
Or the lake, something.
I have videos of the lake measurements and of some of the mountain measurements.
Yeah, just anything.
Okay, hold on.
I appreciate the diagram, but I'm just,
No, totally.
At least for me, I need some kind of real world reference.
Yeah, let me get you some YouTube links.
Okay.
There's the 1.5 mile and 3 mile test.
All right. I'll have to watch the video now. 3 minutes.
Here's the 3 to 12.
Or 7 minutes.
Here's the 12.3 mile test or measurement.
Okay, let me see here. Telescope and flashlights all same height above calm lake water.
Here's the 36.4 miles one.
If this lake is representing real life, why doesn't it curve a little bit? Why is it straight?
You mean in my diagram?
Yeah, the very no. Very first. I'm looking at your video now. I paused the video at the very first second here. Maybe it doesn't matter because it's just diagram, but I'm just curious.
Is it a diagram you're looking at, or actual
Or
video?
not diagram, but like animated picture.
Yeah, the cartoon.
Yeah.
I just illustrated it to show the setup.
Okay.
I made it to appeal to flat earthers. If I drew a curve, they would say, "Oh, you're assuming a curve," and they wouldn't even watch it.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so 3 objects, same height. Fair enough. Let's see. And these objects you put there in your experiment thing or whatever?
Yeah, I set up the 2 flashlights on tripods for the purpose of the video.
On the lake or how?
In the at the shallow in the shore, but above the water, so I knew exactly how high each flashlight was.
Oh, but it looks like one is in the middle of the lake, one is in the start, and one is in the end, right?
Well, they're spaced about 1.5 miles apart, and they're all in a line, and that's just how I lined it up on the shore.
Oh, okay, interesting. So the water was not so, how do you say, tall or high?
Deep.
Yeah.
No, it was shallow enough at the edge that I could set the tripod in the water and measure off the surface of the water.
Okay.
I also just posted the video of measuring the angle at the 105-mile distance.
Sure. I'll just start with the first video, though.
All right.
Okay. Okay, so you have some kind of instrument pointing from one side of the lake to the other side.
Yes. The surveyor's theodolite. It measures angles very accurately. But I'm basically just using it as a telescope because it's like a 30x telescope.
Okay. The water looks very straight, but I mean that's just anecdotal, I guess. Let's see.
Well, you'll see that the flashlights don't line up. Which means that the water isn't exactly straight.
So the flashlights are being hit by something, or
what's that, AJ?
I was saying, does it though?
Well, I think it's good evidence for it. I'm certainly glad to have a discussion on what else might have caused it and all of my other observations.
Yeah, so you actually sent me all that information last time in regards to the devices you were using to go and look at the manuals.
Oh, yeah?
I got through most of it. And the issue that I've found is that some of those total stations don't actually have manuals available today. I think the last total station you used, when you search it, it actually comes up and talks about it being in a museum. It's one of the first total stations that was made. Now, any information that I can find on any surveying website, seeing as I can't find a direct manual, all state that these devices have a range of about 1 to 3 kilometers without a prism, if we're talking about a theodolite, or maybe out to 10 kilometers with a prism. And with the total stations, the longest distance I could find for any type of accuracy was 20 kilometers or 12 miles under ideal conditions, right? And all of the manuals and everything that I could find on these devices, or these tools, all stated that there could be no guarantee of any type of accurate measurements beyond that 20-kilometer distance. So when you're talking about 36 miles, you're talking about, you got one here at 12, yeah, it's cool, but 36 miles, 100 miles, and further, there is no guarantee of accuracy on these devices. There's issues with atmospheric conditions, there's issues with target visibility, there's instrument quality, etc. They're beyond the scope that they were designed to be utilized at.
Well, why don't we do it this way? I have the manuals for the Nikon DTM 420, the Pentax ETH 120, and the one of the Sokia ones, I think, at least. So, did you find those at least? Because see, you can get the manual for at least 3 of my models, and since all of my models
I found one, yeah. I did find one manual. The others I didn't find, like I said. But I did go very in-depth into surveying websites in regards to different types of total stations, theodolites, etc. And every bit of information that I came up with was 1 to 3 kilometers for short range without a prism, 10 kilometers or 6.2 miles with a prism, and maximum distance that I could find from anybody at all was out to about 12 miles or 20 kilometers under ideal conditions. And everything that I found stated that anything else is outside what they're designed to do, and that there could be no guarantee of accuracy. And again, due to heat, humidity, air pressure, atmospheric conditions, target visibility, instrument quality, errors that occur. And that was, now we all know that, Jeran did his torchlight test when his laser failed. And we're talking about a torchlight here that you're saying appears, I haven't looked at your video, so I'm only going off what you've been speaking about. And you're saying that because that torchlight doesn't align with where you would require it to be, therefore it must be curving. Well, why? You're using a light, a beam that's going to spread out and be affected by the conditions in the Atmo. And secondly, the devices that you're using are well beyond the limitations of what they were designed to do. There is no guarantee of accuracy. And if you go and talk to any surveyor, they'll tell you the same thing. They're not using a total station over 100 miles. Yeah, they're making shorter distance.
Would you say that that applies to the laser tests, or is that a completely different topic as well?
A little bit different topic, and it depends on the laser as well.
Okay.
But a torch for me is a definite issue, and even when Jeran did his test and his laser broke down and they went to a torch, at that point I would have been packing up. I wouldn't have been sticking a torch through a hole to see if I could get a torch light to align over any type of distance.
So supposedly this light is supposed to hit the other object in the distance, right? If it was straight, the water. But it doesn't hit it, therefore it's not straight. Is that the argument? Just to make sure?
Well, yeah, sort of. The argument here, I suppose, is a theodolite is used to measure angles.
Right.
as per the original diagram that Jesse posted, we have the level, the horizontal. Then we have the plumb. So that level is always going to be 90 degrees or perpendicular to the plumb, which you stated correctly is going to be parallel to the surface of the Earth. Now, even when they do geodetic surveying, they're still measuring linear angles, and linear distances, and they're using plane triangles to do this. It's not until after they've taken the initial measurement with this horizontal base, that they then do their primary calculations to try and fit all this onto their presupposed sphere. And when they don't fit, then they turn this into spherical excess, and they turn it into spherical trigonometry. But it doesn't negate the fact that in the first instance, all the measurements you're taking are 90 degree from plumb, from your zenith, creating a horizontal, whether that be for celestial navigation, where they adjust eye level to the surface of the actual water or the surface of the earth as a horizontal reference plane, or here, where they're just establishing that horizontal directly off plumb and establishing a 90. So none of these measurements
Well, supposedly,
utilize curvature.
supposedly Jesse was aiming his theodolite at the top of a mountain as a tangent point, kind of like a tangent on a curve, and that was his reference. That's what he said, right, Jesse?
Well, that was when I was measuring the angle to the top of the mountain. That was different than when I was at the lake.
Right. But
Could I respond some of the things to some of the things
Yeah,
you said,
sure.
AG?
Yeah, no worries.
I just posted in the side chat all of the manuals that I have in PDF for my instruments, and why don't we do it this way? See if you can find a limitation of distance in measuring a vertical angle in any of these manuals, and for you and me, we can just disregard my data that was taken from instruments that we can't find a manual from, because they all agree anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'll just use instruments that I have a manual for, and then see if you can find from the manufacturer of my instruments, for which we do have manuals, what the maximum distance is. And the other thing I wanted to say is, you kept mentioning a prism. What do you know what the prism is for? Are you there, AJ? Mic check.
Yo, hang on. Packing groceries at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me know when you're done. I'm gonna just fill
Hey,
Waz
give me
in.
5 minutes, man. I'll come back. I just got to finish packing this shit away before my wife gets home. I'm going to get
Definitely.
shot and I'll be speaking to you at all.
Anyway, Waz, so the thing with the prism is that's for a total station, because basically a theodolite is just a high accuracy angle measuring device. It's like a rifle scope mounted on a protractor, but it's super accurate. That's what it's made to do. And that's cool and everything, but then they invented an addition to it, which was to add a laser rangefinder to it. So not only does it measure angles, it can bounce a laser off of something and measure how far away it is based on how long it takes the light to travel to it and back. So that's the difference between a theodolite. A theodolite measures angles. A total station has the addition of a laser rangefinder on it. So whenever you see reference to a prism, that's not for a total or not for a theodolite. That's for a total station. That's because the total.
And you're measuring those angles from a tangent on a curve, right?
A curve or a peak of a mountain or whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
So the specs, all the specs he was talking about were how far the laser rangefinder could work, because that's got a limit. It only puts out so much power, and it can only bounce off something so far, and so that's why some of them are rated like, say, 100 yards without a prism, or 2 kilometers with a prism. That's the rangefinder. That's not the spec for it measuring angles. That's the rangefinder. So, and
then you should be able to find in the manual the max distance of measuring angle is accurate, really. Then, yeah.
It says it focuses from like 2 meters to infinity. So that's what it says.
Infinity.
Well, that's what it says. It says it focuses from 2 meters to infinity.
Okay, so accuracy.
Yeah, it lists the accuracy as so many arc seconds, plus or minus
Just-
so many arc seconds.
Over what
Trust him, mate.
distance?
Trust him, mate. I'll help you here. This guy, he's a bit retarded, so he can't understand complex, mathematics. So you got to
It's
dumb
not
it down. for him.
complex It's not complex mathematics, mate.
It does seem like it does to you because you reject basic truths.
What mathematics did I just reject?
What he just said.
Maybe it was the infinite distances asking for accuracy over infinite distances. Maybe that was the rejection of the mathematics, Timber.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
Yeah,
if-
and like I was saying earlier, I wasn't. Maybe I mis-explained myself, but I said that I'd looked at both the total stations and the theodolites.
No, it's fine.
And-
You don't misexplain yourself. You sound like a retard
Hang on.
most of the time. It's fair enough.
Not
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
to
cool.
you,
No worries.
you stupid idiot.
So when I was talking about the prism, I was talking about obviously with the total station, but then that prism is going to increase the distance that you're able to use that total station over. However, like I said, anything that I can find in regards to any surveying websites, any forums, anything to do with any total stations or theodolites, the maximum distance with that prism that they say that they guarantee is out to about 20 kilometers. Anything beyond that is claimed to be beyond its, would you say, operating, man, I got a mind blank, sorry. You know what I'm talking about. Its operational distance, and that there can be no guaranteed accuracy beyond those distances. So
help me understand, why would a prism increase the accuracy of an angle measurement? Or are you misunderstanding the stuff you've been reading?
I don't believe so. So your prism, yeah, would increase the range of your electronic distance measurements, yeah?
Correct.
By the reflecting, yeah?
Correct.
The laser, so you're talking about the laser on your total station, yeah?
Correct. But do you realize that the rangefinder has nothing to do with the angle measurement, the process of measuring an angle?
Yes.
Okay. So the whether or not you're using a prism has no effect on the distance at which you can measure an angle, right?
Well, it would actually help detect
So light travels straight then, yeah?
It would help detect the signal at a longer distance, yeah? Because obviously as over the longer distance, that signal's going to become, or that laser is going to become more faint.
Well, you
So
don't.
the prism would allow
The
it
lasers.
to-
The laser's not even turned on when you measure an angle. What is the prism going to do for you if the laser's not even turned on while you're measuring the angle?
So doesn't this laser have to do with your distance measurement?
That's all it has to do with. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I said earlier is that these total stations are supposed to be accurate out to about 10 kilometers, and they say that they can increase that by using a prism out to about 20 kilometers.
All right. So that's
But
a
beyond
very.
this, they're outside of their parameters. There's no guarantee of accuracy of the measurement.
Can you post any source
Yeah,
that
I'll be back.
says they use a prism to increase accuracy? Like any one source at all? I'd be curious personally.
Well, I don't have it in front of me. This is something that Jesse
I
gave
don't
to
have
me
it in
about.
front of me, but it exists. I can't prove it, but it,
Hang on, dude.
trust me,
Hang on,
bro.
dude.
Post
Hang
it.
on, dude.
Post it. That's what I'm asking you. Post it.
Dude,
Put your
Chadsy.
money where your mouth is, or shut the fuck up.
Chadsy, how about you shut the fuck up? I'm talking to Jesse about something that he sent me about 4 weeks ago. That's
About
taken me
something you
weeks-
can't claim because you don't have any evidence for.
That's taken me at least 4 weeks to read through and try and find the information because the information isn't available. Yeah. And am I right, Jesse, in stating that this laser, having a prism, is going to allow you to detect the laser more easily at a distance, at a further distance? Yes or no?
Well, only for measuring angles. The laser's invisible, so it doesn't help you when you measure an angle at all.
No.
It's not even turned on when I'm measuring an angle. And my theodolites don't even have a laser to turn on or off, nor do I use
No.
prisms with them.
And I
So,
wasn't talking about the theodolite. I was talking about just the maximum distances that these are supposed to be utilized over, yeah? And like I said, I did go and try and search for all of those manuals. This is where we started the conversation. The first total station I looked at, I couldn't find the manual. It came up with information about it being in a museum. I tried to find the website of the actual brand. I had some issues with that. So where I ended up was in surveying forums and looking at distances that they were discussing that these devices were used over. And like I said, all I could find and all I can read, now I could be wrong, is that they guarantee these measurements or these angle measurements out to approximately 1 to 3 kilometers and over long range. When they use a good reflector or prism, they could increase that out to about 20 kilometers. But anything beyond that, there is no guarantee of accuracy due to the atmospheric conditions, the visibility of the target, the instrument quality, errors, etc., that can occur, and that this could only be done out to this 20 kilometers under very ideal conditions on the day.
Hold on,
So
AJ.
that's where I got to with all the information. I'll have a look at all of your manuals that you've just posted, Jesse.
They
I'm
were
happy to
all
go through them.
PDF files.
So
These aren't things you need to search up. They're readily available right here. These
you-
aren't like
Charlie,
hidden.
can you meet
these were not
Charlie?
available for me to find with
They're
what
literally
Jesse had
right
sent.
there. They're
Charlie,
files.
they were not available when I was searching for them with the devices that Jesse sent me a list of. Like I said, they are now in the chat. I will go through and save them all, and I will have a read through.
All right.
Really simple, man.
Really simple.
Hey, Charlie,
Yeah.
do you mind, Charlie, just holding off for a bit? I need to wrap this conversation up with AJ, and then I'm going to bed, and then you can do whatever. But
Yeah, not at all, man.
thanks. Okay, AJ. I actually did find all of these for free on the internet, but it did take some digging, so I'm not too surprised you didn't find all of them. But there they are, and go ahead and read through them, and then let's reconvene when you've looked them over. As far as the distances you were reading about, that was almost certainly the specs for the laser rangefinders on those different units, because whenever it mentions a prism, that tells you right there it's using a laser rangefinder. And since I'm not using a laser rangefinder in any of my long distance angle measurements, that's all completely irrelevant. But anyway, you will see distance limits on the rangefinder in the manuals for my total stations. You will not in the theodolites, but to my knowledge, none of these manuals for even the total stations put any distance limit on measuring angles, just on the functionality of the laser rangefinder, because that's like just a separate function that was added on, basically.
So, how did you account for these atmospheric effects over 100 miles?
Which atmospheric effects specifically?
Well, any of them.
Well,
We've got
any of
temperature
them.
We've got temperature variances. Would be one. Yeah. We've got what else? We'd have. What are you denying that there's any type of atmospheric effects that are going to?
Can you actually name one of these effects that you're claiming is
Yeah, I just did.
No. You named, like you said, temperature.
Yeah, temperature, atmospheric conditions, heat.
Well,
temperature, humidity, air pressure. Yeah.
What I do know, and bear with me here, is that lighter air rises, heavier air sinks, and if the lighter air is already above the heavier air, then they just stay there. Nothing changes because it's stable. So,
That's bullshit.
hey, Alpha, how's it going?
What's up, Jesse?
So, yeah, when I'm at almost 10,000 foot elevation, looking at a 14,000 foot mountain peak, I think I can pretty safely assume that the air between it and me is pretty much homogeneous and does not have a top heavy density gradient. But if you would
Oh
like
my
to
God.
present some evidence that the air at 10,000 foot elevation
No,
does
you'd
have
you'd
heavy
have to
air
you'd have to
floating
present
above cold air, then I'm all open for the evidence.
that the air is uniform.
So, does anyone have evidence that at 10,000 feet, heavy air will somehow be trapped above lighter, less dense air?
What's your viewing distance to? What's your target? Hello, is this thing on?
Yeah, we hear you. I was just seeing if anyone had an answer to my question. I guess
No,
the answer.
I'm asking you what's your target, Jesse?
Well, for example, I shot the angle to a mountaintop that was 12 miles away.
I know, but you said were you on a mountain?
Yes, I was at 9,834 feet high, shooting the angle to the top of a mountain that was about 12 and a half whatever miles away, and it was a little bit taller than me.
All right, what was the atmospheric conditions of the day?
Very pleasant.
That's not a numeric value.
That's what I got. I'm giving you everything I got.
So when the weatherman comes out, he says, "Well, today it's going to be very pleasant." No numeric values needed. Is that right?
Yep,
It's gonna
and
be nice
because it was very pleasant, we live on a pole.
Yeah,
well,
but
I'm not going to claim atmospheric refraction, but the problem that I see is that you guys believe there's atmospheric refraction that's curving these paths of light. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said before. I said, "Oh, so light always straight, is it?"
yeah, see, they're caught between the paradox of it, light coming in parallel lines and light bending. Which one is it, Glober? Make up your mind. Is it bending, or is it curve? Is it coming straight?
And to be honest, guys, I didn't actually jump into debate with Jesse. He just posted me something on all of his equipment about a month, 3-4 weeks ago, and he asked me to go and do some research on it for myself. So that's what I was actually talking to him about, just what I had found off of my own research. So at that point, it wasn't until Chardsy jumped in and started getting all
That was a
upset.
good
But,
conversation, and good conversation
Yeah,
until
but
that fuckwit
you
jumped
know the
in.
way I am.
Yeah.
I can't resist. I know what you were doing, but you know me.
No, and I want to understand it better as well. Yeah, I want to get to the bottom of it. I'm happy to have a look at what Jesse sends to me, and that was the conversation we were having. But I think my point was the total distances that he's using it, and then obviously the conditions that are occurring on the day and how they're taken into account, and then obviously the belief of curving, refracted light.
Yeah,
That's
well,
not beautiful.
he doesn't
bend until they want it to go straight.
Yeah, he can't make up his mind. He doesn't know whether light's going straight or it's bending. He doesn't know. If you were to ask him what light's doing, AJ. Is it coming in a straight line path through his theodolite off into the viewing distance, or is it bending and curving with refraction? Which one is it?
And you can't just say, "Oh, I would presume that it was stable up at that height," because you've got warmer air rushing up through the valleys. Like it's so unstable up in the mountains.
Well, that would create
Very unstable.
That would create an unstable image, right? Like
Yeah,
looking
but you're
out
not-
across a hot stove.
Not necessarily.
No, but you haven't answered the question, Jesse. Is light going straight or is it curving? In your little example.
Well, it only goes perfectly straight in a vacuum.
So is it going straight or is it curving?
As best as I can tell, at 10,000 foot elevation, it's almost guaranteed to be going very
like
straight
that
and causing about 1 degree of apparent elevation lift per 932 miles.
So
that's
it's curving.
very slightly.
So it's not going straight.
Not perfectly straight.
Well, if it's either going straight in parallel lines or it's curving. That's the way it works. You can't have both.
Well, but I mean, there's big curves and little curves, right?
It doesn't matter. It curves.
How do you
it
measure
curves.
that?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
How do you measure that?
So, according to Jesse, light is curving. There you go. We've all settled with Jesse's explanation, saying the light curves.
But
ever so slightly.
But we know that it curves towards the more dense region, right?
Well, that's what you say.
Do you have contradictory evidence?
Okay, so if light's curving towards a more dense medium, then how much does it curve by, according to you? How did you quantify this? Go ahead and tell us.
Well, I didn't pioneer this field. They've been studying it for a long time. There's a
Sure. I get it. I understand. But what I'm asking you is, on that day, how much light was bending from your viewing distance? Go ahead and tell us.
Well, I assume it was very close to standard atmospheric refraction.
Oh, wait, whoa. Assume? No. That just won't do, Jesse.
Well, no.
You need to, that just won't do. You need to go back to the drawing board and find out how much that day light was bending, because our numbers are off. Right?
Not if Earth is a globe.
Not if Earth is a globe.
Think about it.
We're not talking about if Earth is a globe. We're wondering, how did you figure that atmospheric refraction out? Because light's curving.
Surveyors
By how much?
Surveyors have been using it for 200 years.
Yeah, but that's because they're reverse engineering the idea that the Earth is a globe from flat Earth. All right, but apart from that, we have to figure out how you figured out how much light was curving by. And if you say standard refraction, then what gives you the idea that everything is going according to standard refraction and not more or less? How'd you figure that out?
Well,
you math genius, you.
For Pete's sake, are you going to let me respond?
Go ahead.
Okay, so if you look in the side chat, I've put a link to a spreadsheet that has a formula that calculates the curving of light based.
Is that used by professionals in the field?
Based strictly on the physics of and densities and stuff of gas and stuff. It makes no Earth curve assumption. There's
Where does it come from? Where does it come from? Who's using it? Where does it come from, and who's using it, and who authorized this as legitimate information?
Okay, it's too late for me to do 2 against 1, and
that's fine. You can come back some other time. We're here all the time, Jesse. We'll pick this up wherever we left off.
But check out the formula. Actually, a flat earther helped me come up with this. Who knew
Good
math?
stuff.
A former flat earther helped me come up with this. He knows math even better than I do.
That's great. Wonderful.
It's accepted in academic fields and is used by professionals.
You don't have to answer, Jesse, if you don't want to. Save face. Have some rest.
I just told you where I got it from. Flat earther helped me come up with it.
Which one?
He went by Raspberry or Apple. I don't remember his username. He hasn't been around in a long time. I think he might have left Flat Earth when he saw that.
That's great. People leaving Flat Earth. That's wonderful. That's great.
Yeah. So, but we were going over websites that talk about the formulas, and
right. So it sounds like you want to talk about things you want to talk about before you go to bed. Otherwise, you're going to have to answer some questions that we want to ask you. It's up to you. We want to go deep into this because sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. Like T-Dub had some very good questions. It's up to you though.
Well, the important thing.
Oh, so you want to engage? All right, T-Dub. We're gonna take it from the top. All those questions, I guess he's ready to answer them.
The important thing is that we know which way the light bends, and that is towards the more dense region.
Sure.
So this whole thing about how much is a total red herring.
Red herring.
Yes.
All right. So T-Dub, did you have some questions for Jesse? If not, I can repeat one of the ones you said. Did you have any questions for Jesse, like those ones that you were? Because I thought he was going to bed. Apparently, he's gonna pour another cup of coffee and stay up and answer some questions.
I heard him say that surveyors have been accounting for refraction for however long, right? For decades. Have known about it. And then he presents something which is apparently going to tell us how the light's going to behave, how to predict it and how to measure it, right? So is this the same refraction, and is this exactly how they were doing it? These surveys that you said have been, aware of it for
200 years.
decades.
Yeah.
A lot of it is simpler in the early days. They figured out
So not this.
what they call the K factor, and they just says, okay, we're going to pretend Earth is 7/6R.
So not this, what you're presenting, basically.
Well, at standard conditions, this basically equates to
Jesse.
7/6R.
So not this. I'm a dog with a bone, bro. You need to just answer my question because I won't let go.
Yeah, I know. You love
you know me.
You love red herrings.
Why don't you just answer the question, man? We'd be over and done with. So not this. 200 years ago, they weren't using this.
No, Google Sheets had not been invented yet.
Okay. Good stuff.
But
Any
they
other
were
questions?
probably using the same general formula.
When you use those words like probably, makes me think you're not really sure. Is that true?
I was not alive 200 years ago. I really
Ah.
couldn't tell you what exactly they were doing 200 years ago.
All right,
But
Jesse.
why do you
All
go
right.
only for the red herrings? Why won't you actually take an honest
Because,
approach?
dude, honestly, you don't know any of this stuff. You're shooting from the hip. And I'm here to show the audience that's what you're doing. You don't
Well-
have a playbook, dude. You're just like throwing things at the wall and seeing if it sticks. And some people actually bite on what you're showing them. That's fine. That's up to them. But I know that we've gone down this path numerous times, and I know the exact place it's going to end up, which is you conceding that you don't have the answers to the questions because you don't know. That's all it is. You do this little song and dance, a little tap dance and whatever. I don't know what it does for you. I mean, obviously I expose you every time.
Do you deny that light curves towards the more dense region in the gradient?
In a gradient.
Yeah, a
As
density
in,
gradient.
yeah, of course we have atmospheric refraction that occurs and different types of refraction. But of course you already knew that, right?
You didn't answer my question.
Yes, I did. I said yes.
Okay, good. So, do you agree that? I asked if you denied that light curves towards a more dense region in the gradient. So you're saying you do deny that?
No, I affirm that whatever type of day, the ambient air conditions will always change the way light behaves.
So you're agreeing that
So it
light
just depends.
does curve towards the more dense region in a gradient.
No, it just depends. Like I can't ever. It's not like an answer you can give in general. You have to actually be very specific to the type of day that you're discussing with, because as we know, the meteorologist will always give you an indication of how weather behaves and how far you can see. You should know this. It's called the refractive index, Jesse.
I know they send up balloons every day and measure it.
I know that.
And
That's why I'm telling you,
and
it's
if they're-
always specific to the ambient air condition, of the day. So if they're saying that you could see 11 miles, tomorrow you might see 15. Well, what that means is you can only see to a certain extent because of the fact that the temperature will always change the variance of how far you can see. Now, interestingly enough, that's just a generalization of how far you could see during a specific time of day. Like let's say around noonish. And of course, that changes. It's always changing. It's in fluctuation, Jesse. This is what you fail to realize. Temperature between 2 points will always have a variance. And the greater the distance, the greater the variance. This is common knowledge for people in this arena, this forum. We all know this, except for people who think that things are static and don't change, which you like to do because it's kind of a dishonest tactic to say that you can use a standard type of refraction.
Well, no,
you can't use it.
They send
No way.
thousands of balloons with temperature, humidity, and pressure sensors up every day all over the world. And from that, they have an enormous amount of data that shows that above 300 meters, the air is extremely stable in the refraction. That the refractive index and the curvature of light in the air is extremely stable. So
that
standard
doesn't
refraction
mean
is not
that
just
doesn't mean
something that's
that
arbitrary.
doesn't mean that there's going to be absolutely no variance in the way light behaves in those regions. That just means that there'll be little less than what normally you get on the surface. Everybody knows these things. You're saying
Wondering.
like a well, duh. I mean, it's not really
So,
secret
do
information.
you do phase 1 and phase 2 operations?
Yep. You
Do
got
it?
to. You got to. You're not using it if you're not doing that.
The problem is though, you taking your magical theodolites to view at an enormous distance, or you say at an infinite distance, and that's just not the case. These types of devices have tolerances, and it seems like every time you're on here, you fail to tell the audience these tolerances, and according to the equipment, you can't use them outside of that effectively, right? They have an effective range.
So I just
What?
pasted a whole bunch of manuals for some of my units in the side
I don't
chat.
care. I don't
Well,
care.
yeah, that's the
Those
problem. Is
all
you
that
don't
all
care
that
about
stuff
the
is
truth.
not truth. All that stuff is outlining the parameters by which you can exceed. Now you're saying that those things, that's just the numbers there. Who cares? We can see off into the distance to infinity, guys. And you're saying something antithetical to the information you're posting, Jesse.
Well,
How
the
don't you get this?
The manuals do not put a limit on the maximum distance. They
That
put a limit
doesn't
on the
mean
minimum distance.
that does not mean that because they don't say anything, they're silent on this particular area of
Well,
distance that you're going
about
to see
that.
forever.
So you know more
cannot
than the
do that.
manufacturer. Got it.
No, that's not
But
what.
the manufacturer may not include that information, especially for surveyors who are doing this and have gone through their training, etc. We don't ever see surveyors measuring 100-mile distances, yeah?
Yeah.
For
Name
that
one
exact
surveyor.
reason, accuracy.
For not only that, but for what
Right.
purpose? And this has been given to you. For what purpose will you be shooting across to another mountain, from mountain to mountain? What purpose does that have in surveying?
Well, they did it all the time in the early days
For
to do
what
the great
purpose,
triangulations.
Jesse? That's not what I'm asking you. For what purpose do professional surveyors would have? What business would they have to be on top of a mountain, looking over to another one? Why would they be shooting to another mountain like that? For why? What reason?
To measure the angles to it.
For what reason?
Well, they did it during the 1800s and 1900s.
Jesse,
during the
path of
great-
light. For what reason?
To survey the land. Well,
Survey the land from mountain peak to mountain peak?
Are you not aware that during the great?
Who's done this?
Okay.
Yeah.
If we're not going
It's
to
time
finish
for bed?
sentences, yeah. If you're gonna cut me off every time
You're not
time I
answering
start
my
to
question,
respond,
Jesse. I'm asking something very specific. Did he leave?
He sees an escape. Yeah.
There he goes. See you, Jesse. We'll put a pin on that, Jesse. When you come back, we'll pick up.
Yeah, sorry guys. I'm still busy. I'm trying to cook dinner and unpack groceries and shit. But what I've been finding for everybody in here is that Jesse seems to find a quiet room with maybe some newer flat earthers or other people in there that don't quite know his argument, and he jumps in the room and presents it when there's no one else around. And he's very good at speaking and presenting it in a way that is correct. Yeah. So I just wanted to jump in and he did send me that information, and I did want to discuss that information because I didn't find what he asked me to find. I couldn't find it. But like I said, I just went through all the surveying forums, etc., to find the information that I had. But yeah, Jesse likes to jump in when there's no one really around so that he can
Does do
get
that,
through
but
his whole presentation.
we have this room pretty well locked down. Like, there's not many times they can come in here and just run their mouths for a long time. Like, somebody will always kind of be along. But if he does do that, just get rid of him.
You can get rid of him.
No, I didn't want to get
Yeah,
rid of him. I
you just
thought-
ban the people you don't like.
Only you.
No, I
Churchill.
did want to have that conversation with him
More
about
than
trying to find the
like,
information that he.
He's hijacking our room and trying to control the narrative for his own shit. Like, it's not just not liking the guy. Don't be a douchebag, dude.
Well, we don't like Charzy. We can ban him at will. If we want.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I
Obviously.
mean, I don't really like you. I mean, based on what you've just said, and I'm not banning you on those grounds. So there's a little more to it. Stop like misrepresenting shit.
Yeah, give it a couple minutes. You'll figure it out.
I really like to do it mid-sentence. Like when you're really into some juicy information you want to talk about, and then in the middle of that you just find yourself outside of this room. That's fun. I like that. That's awesome.
Yeah, me too. I
We'll
try to
time it right.
that way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
they're in the
have to
chat.
time it right.
Yeah, they're starting up their next comment and stuff. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna get him right before he tries to finish. Yeah, he's not gonna get it.
That's so much fun, Charcy. Thank you so much for being a good sport.
Oh, you're welcome, man.
Mid-sentence bands are the best. You get it.
Oh yeah, and I know you're the expert on that. I know you
Oh,
know
yeah.
what you're talking about.
I do.
Yeah, leave your
I
friend.
know. I know you know. That's why I'm saying it.
Anyway.
Big dough.
Oh no, I don't.
Alright.
Yeah, he doesn't
Well,
really
what you got?
have. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you go ahead.
No, I was gonna say he doesn't really have anything to pack a punch as far as arguments go, AJ. So all that information, it's really, and like I said before, it's antithetical to his points, because he wants to say that you can use the eBay theodolites that he has to see to infinity. Now, I mean, you don't find that ridiculous, and then you see all the tolerances that are given by the manufacturer. Come on, I mean that's just
Well,
nobody's.
what happened to me was he jumped in last time into PNR, and it was Kembo in there, and Kembo asked me to come in and speak. So I did present to him about these tolerances, distances, etc. And I mean, I've used a theodolite myself, and yeah, anyway, he gave me a list of the theodolites and total stations that he actually used, and said, "Now please go and find the manuals and see if you can find that whether they list a distance or not." I said, "Yeah, no worries, I'll have a look." Now I spent days. I think I found 3 manuals for 3 devices out of all the ones he mentioned. And the first total station that he mentioned, the only information I could find on that was based out of a museum, because it was one of the first total stations ever developed. So I had troubles finding the information, but what I did find was a heap of forums on what distances these devices should be used over, and where their accuracy is no longer guaranteed. So yeah, when he was presenting all this earlier, so I'd just jump in and say, "Hey, dude, I had a look, and yeah, as far as I can see, no more than 10 miles. Yeah, otherwise they can't guarantee the accuracy of this device."
Well, even then, it's like, what are they shooting for? Because he doesn't tell you, and the only thing he says is mountaintop to mountaintop. It's like any professional that's gonna be shooting won't be doing it for that reason, dude. Like that's silly. What business or what reason would somebody have to do that for professionally? Well, they did it back then in the Arc of the Parallel, the PDF, the 900-page PDF. It's
Yeah.
Which
And then
they're not
Chargy
using
did
anything that
throw
he
me
tried
off.
to say.
Hold on. What are you
Chad-
accusing me of exactly?
I said you did throw me off because I was walking around cooking and packing shit away with my mouse in my hand, pushing my push to talk, and then trying to pack shit at the same time, and then you jumped into the middle of it. But I think you mistook the conversation.
Well, I'll take that.
You're pretty much making the point. I was on the right same track as you, AJ. I wanted to bring that up, that that just because a manual hasn't addressed specifically like all the parameters and tolerance levels,
like-
blah 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 blah, doesn't mean that the person using it hasn't been instructed just to, in general, do things a certain way as a surveyor to get better accuracy. And you're right, you find information online from professionals which recommend over certain because beyond those short distances you're going to have troubles, right? You're going to have more conditions which create more variables, creates more error, it widens the error margin, right? Tells you this in the information. That's why they recommend. Otherwise, you're going to have to start taking into account refraction and curvature of the Earth and blah, 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 blah. So they just say, don't worry about doing that if you don't need to do that. I mean, like, unless you trying to do what he's doing, but he's not a professional. He's not doing this for a living.
The greater the distance, the greater the variance, and he doesn't do this for a living. So he's an amateur. He's coming in here, and he says things like, "Well, this one guy, he went back to the globe from flat Earth. He walked away, like he totally left flat Earth." Like he's saying this dumb, sayings because he wants to add that little extra kick to what he's saying, as if it gives his argument weight. That's what he does. That's all he's here for. But you can call him out on his bullshit. It's really nothing. It's really nothing to do about like what he's trying to show. It's really just him trying to like insert that flat Earth isn't true at all. And he's doing the best he can to prove that there's no way that you can have distances like what he's showing without the Earth being a globe. Like he was chuckling earlier when I was talking to him. Why do you think that is?
He was paid off by NASA.
I don't ever say that. I just think he's just a
He's
guy
just
that thinks that Earth's a globe. That's it.
This clown's given up on making any real case for anything. He's just spiraling and coping and seething the whole time he's in here. You're mad, boy.
Now, the guys who think that he's from a paid shill from NASA, that's the other forum, not this one, Chartsy. Just a
Wait, what?
dude that's
What's the
delusional
other
about the
forum?
Earth being a globe. Forum.
No. What is the other forum?
The other forums that have these plastic flat earthers who talk about conspiracy shit and never to the point. Dude must be from NASA. Like, I don't give a shit who it's just a regular dude. Is totally deceived thinking that the Earth is a globe. Probably like you.
Oh.
Most likely like you.
So wait, but
Charlie just said something so stupid in the chat. He
what's
said
the actual form though?
so many words that time zones are logically contingent on curvature.
I didn't actually say that. That's what you said. But feel free to
that is-
misrepresent me because you can't actually make an argument.
That's a misrepresentation. So
Oh.
yeah, he's so mad.
Well, I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth because I
That's
didn't
what you-
actually say that. I did
That's
not
what-
say
yeah.
that, and you can't actually quote me saying that because I didn't
That's what
say
it
that
amounts-
because
that's
you're
what it amounts
disingenuous
to.
and you don't actually have any
Okay,
argument.
You have two options here. Either what you said amounted to that, or it doesn't amount to that, and time zones aren't logically contingent on a globe, and we don't need a globe for them. Take your pick.
So either you're putting words in my mouth or you're not.
going to choose.
So
But you are.
You just avoided what I just said.
You putting words in my mouth? Yes, I did
Yeah,
avoid that.
so either what you said amounted to what I just said it did, or it doesn't, and you don't need a globe for time zones. So which one's it going to be?
Do globes create time zones?
According to you.
Chartsy, say that time zones aren't needed on the globe. Just say it. It feels good.
Get it out. Yeah, just let it off your chest, man. Let it go.
Do you
Come on
think?
now.
No. Hold on. Do you
You'll be
think
okay
that
without the-
if the world was a globe, that we would not need time zones?
Nah, he's changing
Okay.
it around.
No. I'm asking you literally the same thing you
Why
just
running,
asked
bro?
me.
Why are you running?
I'm not running, bro.
You're like a track
you
star.
are.
You're running away
Let's
from
go
the
right
question.
back to what he said. Let's see. before
Okay,
he
yeah. Go ahead. Play
Time
back.
zones don't exist on a flat Earth. I said why. He said no curvature. So obviously, what you're
Oh,
implying with that is
So
you're going to need curvature for the time zone. So everything I said was completely true. But then you wanted to backpedal. And
right.
said,
So
no,
you said that time zones do exist on a flat Earth.
Oh, see how
Right.
he's misrepresenting everything again.
No,
you
that's literally
said-
what I said exactly.
You
If
said
you can't
time
make
zones-
that make sense,
you
then you're
said-
stupid, dude.
You said time. Yeah, you're really upset. Time zones need curvature, is what you said.
And that's not what I said, and you can't quote me on that because I didn't say that.
Right. Quote again.
So
Time
quote me
zones-
on it. No. Go back. Go in the chat.
Shut up,
Do
I'm
your
doing
little
that.
research. Find it.
Ah, look how mad this little kid is. So time zones don't exist on flat Earth. Question. I said why? No curvature. He's deafened himself. What a little bitch, eh?
He's a little bitch.
All right. Well, I'll
Bitch,
just leave him muted. You can take him off mute and talk to him if you want. Like fuck that
Yeah,
though.
we want to talk to non-binary. What's up, non-binary? How you doing?
What's up?
Nothing much, man. Just chatting it up with everybody in here. If you think the Earth's a globe or flat
I
station.
don't really care. I'm just waiting for somebody to tell me why you can't see the North Star from Australia.
Why is that important?
Well,
Another star-
because
another stargazer.
that
huh?
would define. No, I've never really gotten The only answer I've ever gotten to it is water vapor.
All right. So the Earth and what you might think, you don't think of the Earth as a globe, non-binary?
No, I do. Just don't really care about the debate. I don't care about if it's a globe or a flat plane. I'm just wondering if it
Yeah,
is
but
a
you
flat plane, why can't you see it?
Yeah, but you can't be worried about stars and going outside and looking at twinkling stars aren't going to help you understand that the surface you're standing on is curving at a distance. It's not going to do that for you, man. Why are you so concerned about what stars look like in the night sky? Can't
I'm
you be more
not. That's
concerned
just a
whether or not
question I've never gotten an answer to.
So, who cares? To be honest.
Well, because it kind of matters. Like,
Why?
if it's round, you're gonna have a blockage. If
Nah,
it's flat, you're not.
But that's a really fallacious way to think, dude. Why? Like I said before, stargazing not gonna do it for you, man. It should be that the surface is directly measured to be curving, and then you could understand if it is a globe. Then, of course, the geometric shape that you're standing on would present itself to you, me, and everybody that could measure it. But of course, you want to run from that, like Chartsy does, and everybody else who's a glober, because you don't want to face the facts. The facts are you can't tell me if the surface is directly measured as a globe. Can't do it. Non-binary. You
Saying, what
cannot
do you
do it.
mean?
It's not possible. You can't tell
What does
me that
that mean?
I'm telling you what it means. It means that the surface from point A to point B on any given part of this earth is never measured as a curving surface, like a globe, like a ball. It's not measured that way. So instead of stargazing, you should be concerned about that question. How is it possible
would
that the
that matter?
surface? Because that means you know you're on a globe.
No, distance would be measured the same regardless as if it's a flat plane or.
Brother, not distance. Drop over the distance.
Well, distance on either a globe or a flat plane would be similarly measured the
Oh,
same.
good lord. I'm not talking
would
about
be.
I'm not talking about just distance. There is a drop
Drop
over
is
the distance.
included in distance. Drop
Okay.
is included in distance on a globe.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm glad you said that. So how is that measured?
With a measuring tape.
Really?
Yeah, I can literally take one right now and measure 40 feet.
All right. So if you're going to take this conversation seriously, you'd be able to present the way in history somebody's measured the surface of the earth to be curving because you believe it to be a globe for a long time now.
No, you say you believe. I don't care about the argument. I literally just want to know why you can't see the North Star from Australia. That's the only question I have.
Yeah, who cares, dude? Even if
That's the only thing that matters to me. Like everything else, I've already kind of ruled out.
Yeah, but you stargazing people that come in, all you love to do is look at the stars. Well, continue to keep doing that because that's not going to give you the truth that the Earth is a globe. That's only going to tell you what the star is doing at a specific geographic location. So good luck to you on that. You know what I mean? Because you're not here for
But if
truth.
it was a flat plane, you'd be able to see it.
No. If it's a flat plane, you know that it's a flat plane because it's not measured to have curvature. That's what the truth. If
That
it's a
doesn't
globe-
matter.
Yes, you see, you're saying the actual things that matter don't
No,
matter.
like
and
you're
the things
saying
that
the
don't
things
matter
that don't matter do matter, and the things that do matter don't matter. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, stargazing. Really?
Yeah.
So how can
I
looking
don't
at
know about
stars?
stargazing. It's really just one star. It's not like the whole star universe encompassed. It's literally just one.
So you're still staring at stars, which is considered stargazing. Therefore, by
No, don't just
stargazing,
stare at it.
well, how else can you see it? If you can't see it, then you're
I
not
asked
looking at a
somebody.
star.
I
You
read a
asked somebody?
book.
You read a book. That's not
I
stargazing.
don't look at the stars. I follow that movie called Don't Look Up. It's like a religion to me.
Yeah, but you love to look at stars, right? And you say because I can see stars or not see stars, I know if the Earth is a globe. That's weird,
No.
right? Well, that's what you're doing. Because the only
No.
thing that matters is the stars.
No, I don't think it's the stars. I think it's a large number of things.
Like
I just
what?
don't really care. It doesn't matter. The only one I'm worried about is the North
Stars.
Star.
There you go. Stargazing.
That's the only one I'm worried about. Everything
Yeah,
else
because
I've
you don't care
basically
about
ruled
truth,
out.
right? Who cares
No,
about the
dude,
surface
I've actually
curving?
only spent like 17 years doing truth.
let's find out
I'm probably
why
going to
we
spend more
can't
time
see.
doing truth than the age of the people in most of these rooms.
So you really don't know. Is that the truth?
I really
That
don't know
if the
what.
Earth is a globe, you really don't know.
No, I just want to know why you can't see the
Okay,
star.
see? No. No is the answer to the question. Do you really know if the Earth is a globe? No. Okay, we
That
got our
wasn't the
answer.
question.
Yeah. I asked if you knew if the Earth was a globe. You said
No,
no.
no. You're literally just over there making up your own conversation
No,
aside
I'm
from
actually
me, so
talking
it
to
doesn't
you.
really matter.
I'm actually talking to you. So I asked you if
Yeah.
the Earth is a globe, and you answered no.
No, I didn't.
Okay, I'll ask you again. Is the Earth a globe?
I don't know. I've never seen it, but most
Well,
likely,
then,
yes.
most likely. So when people believe that the Earth is a globe, would they say that? Most likely, I think it's a globe. Well, how
I
can
don't
you
have
say that?
beliefs.
Well, what do you have?
I go based off of data. I don't really have a whole lot of
Data.
beliefs.
Oh, present the data. For goodness sakes, that's what we're asking for.
Dude, I've done this too much. I just want to know why you
Really?
can't see the North
So
Star.
no data.
That's
So
it.
actually, you have the
I'm not
data.
here to convince you. I'm here
I
to
don't want to
ask
be
a
convinced. I
question.
want the data.
Well, but you're wanting me to present data, which leads to me
What?
trying to convince you, and I don't care
No.
to.
No. How do I know if your data is just like some numbers you just made up?
It doesn't matter what the data is. We're not
I have to
discussing my
check out the
data. We're
data.
literally discussing the North Star.
No,
That's it.
you're trying to get on the North Star, and I'm telling you, I
No,
don't
I'm not trying to
entertain
get on
stargazers.
it. You asked me what you brought me into this conversation,
Yeah.
right? And I said the only thing I'm concerned about is why can't you see the North Star from Australia?
And I
then you
told
went on
you,
like multiple tangents about measuring things and
yeah, measuring things. No, you're forgetting the conversation. Maybe it's perhaps because you have a short-term
I'm
memory.
not
I
forgetting
think
the
that's.
conversation.
I
I
think that's.
literally just
So
told you
what
what the
did I tell you to
conversation
measure? You
was.
said you said that I asked you
The
to measure
distance,
things.
the distance of any point from point A to point B on the Earth, and then you after that you brought in drop. When
Yeah.
measuring distance on the planet, drop is automatically included.
Okay, so how much drop is there from any given distance? Let's do an arbitrary distance, like 20 miles. How much drop would there be between those 2 points?
I don't know.
Oh, come on, man. Like, I mean, this is the time where you're going to shine if you know it.
I'm not trying to shine. I'm trying to ask about the
Okay.
North Star.
I already told you. We're not here to talk about stargazing. There's
I
other
know
places.
because you
Listen,
can't answer it.
you can join an astronomy
If you
club
can
and have
answer
all
it,
the
you
fun
would
you
go
want.
ahead and answer it.
Because it's not relevant. In this channel, it's not relevant.
I know.
Stars don't tell you the shape of the Earth. The Earth tells you the shape of the Earth by either measuring its surface or not. So if you're not going to measure it, then you will never know. But if you measure it, you will know. Yeah, that's as simple as that goes. And you are refusing to do so because you want to look at stars. And like, this isn't an astronomy club, so you're in the wrong forum.
So you want to discount information that is relevant to the topic because it doesn't
No,
suit
it's not relevant. I told you looking at
It is
stars
relevant.
is how is it? Go and tell me how it's
Just
relevant.
because you say it doesn't make it true.
How is it relevant?
How is it relevant? Because
Yeah.
if it was a flat plane, you would be able to see the North Star from anywhere.
How do you know that?
It's basic fucking physics and line of
How?
sight.
How? Oh,
Do you know
how
what
far
line
do
of sight is?
I sure do. How far can you see?
How far can you see it? I'm not sure. That depends
you just
upon the
finished
medium
telling me.
that you're seeing through.
Great. How about the air that we have? You know, the one that you and I are breathing right now? How far can you see through that?
Mhm. I don't know offhand. Why?
No, I think you don't know at all.
Are you
Not
suggesting that you
at
can't see
all.
the star? Well, that would
No,
be
I'm
that. I don't know
suggesting.
offhand means I don't know. I know it's a
Non-binary.
number. And
Non-binary. I'm
oh
suggesting
Lord,
that you don't
I feel
know
like
how
you're
vision
very
works.
I feel like you're very disingenuous.
I believe that you don't know how vision works. And by what you're
Yes.
saying is proving my point.
So you're suggesting that you can see stars that are millions away, but you can't see this star, even though it's closer than the other stars, because of.
Really? How do you know that?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. What is the
No.
reason?
What the reason is because you don't understand how vision works. Now, if you did,
So
we wouldn't be having this conversation.
you can see stars that are millions of miles away,
Really?
but you can't see this star even though it's
How?
closer. And what is the reason?
Non-binary. How do you know how far stars are with yeah, linear distance? Please tell me. How did you get this like millions of miles away to any star? How do you know that? Since you want to be
What
stargazing,
leads you to believe that they're
there isn't any supporting evidence, sir. Okay. Like
what
no
kind of
supporting
evidence
evidence?
would you need?
A linear distance measurement to any star that you're pointing at? I don't care. Pick one. Since you would like to stargaze, pick one and tell me the distance and how you figured
This
it
is
out.
one of the worst conversations I've had.
No, I think it's the most
You know,
honest one
since
that you've
you're
ever had.
imposing that standard upon us, right? Oh,
Yeah.
accept this axiom to be true, flat earther. Now explain, right? So considering that, I think what Alpha's asking for is very reasonable.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's what you
Yeah,
wanted
well,
to do. I wanted to
So
avoid it.
8.6 light years is serious.
To what? To
Yeah,
Sirius?
you got all these
All right.
baked-in parameters you just want us to accept. Prove it.
That's excellent that you gave me some numeric value. You know, round of applause for non-binary. Now I want
What
you to
does
tell
it
me.
matter? You're just looking it up. This whole
Yeah, it's
conversation
great.
is fucking
I
silly.
didn't say that. Didn't you bring up Sirius? Was it me?
I just told you the distance to Sirius.
Okay then. All right. So you told me the distance. You gave me a numeric value. Now the question still remains: how do you know that? Now it's your
Because I got a giant measuring,
a what?
a
You faded
giant
out.
measuring tape, and I floated to the cosmos.
Okay. So you're just willingly giving up on this like
Well,
whole
I'm, not,
conversation.
I'm being about as silly as you are. So
No, I'm not. I told you. Here's the most important part. I told you I didn't want to stargaze, but you wanted to so badly. Now we're doing it,
no,
and now you're not telling me the
that's not
information.
what happened. Actually, I
That's
came
exactly
in,
what
and
happened.
I sat
You
here quietly, and you decided that you wanted to talk to me, and my question was about the North Star. And you decided to ignore that question and go off
it's
on
not
all
relevant.
this other bullshit. But that's the question I had.
I
If
know,
you're
so
asking me
here we
what
are
I'm
talking about it.
asking about, then I would think you would talk about that rather
All right,
than everything
so
else.
look, after what, maybe 20 minutes of us going back and forth on how it's not relevant, then I went ahead and entertained it because you said it was so relevant. Now we're talking about
No,
a
I
star.
didn't.
No, so now it's not relevant. Back to not relevant again? Yeah.
This is a shitty combo, dude. I'm
Well,
gonna get
I mean, you're
out.
the one.
You're disingenuous as hell.
All
You
right,
don't
well,
even try and debate. You're just trying to fucking pester.
because it's not a debate, bro. This is an
No,
interrogation.
you're trying to debate. I literally just had a question. You're
No,
just
it's not a
pestering.
debate.
It's
definitely
annoying.
not a debate. It's an
I know
interrogation.
it's not. I don't care
Didn't
about
think it
flat
was.
Earth.
If you
It's
didn't think
goofy
it
as
was
fuck.
relevant, you wouldn't have wanted to talk about it in
Yeah.
the first instance.
Now
I
look at you.
didn't
I'm
talk
not sure how
about
you can claim that the conversation from Alpha's disingenuous when you're the one talking about floating in space taking measuring tapes.
because I'm making fun of him for being disingenuous. How do you
Coping
not
with
get
the
that?
loss of the globe worldview.
Cop out.
How do you not
Not
get
a cop out. Can't take responsibility for your lack of being able to support your fucking claim. Yeah.
What claim?
What a
claim
cop
did I have?
out, dude.
What claim did I have?
The distance is serious, brother.
What claim did I have?
The distance is
What
serious.
I didn't have that claim. Google
You
had
just
that claim.
told me how far away it is.
Google
didn't you?
had that claim. I didn't have that claim.
But you're the one that advocated for it.
Google had that claim. I didn't have
That's-
that claim.
Dude,
You're trying to attribute something to me
Okay.
that you asked for, and after I already told you, I didn't know. Why would I? I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so now it's not you. It's inconsequential because it doesn't matter anymore. No distance.
It
to the
never
star can
mattered.
But, so you're telling me that there isn't any distance to any star that you can tell me that you know. None. Zero
What the
stars.
fuck would I know the distance to stars? I don't give a fuck about flat Earth. I just want to know why I can't fucking see the North Star from Australia.
All right. We're not even talking about flat Earth at the moment because you wanted to stargaze, so that's what we've been doing. We're gazing at stars. Sirius was one of the ones you
Well,
brought
go
up.
gaze. No, Sirius
doing
is
that
the one
now.
that gave you the death. Well, go do it.
No, I said we are doing it now with your
Well, I don't see
conversation
no
about bringing.
stars in here.
You said I just want to ask a question, and it's about the star. Why can't we see a star from the equator. What the fuck did you say? I think it
Not
was
the
that.
equator, from Australia.
Australia. Why can't we see the northern star from Australia? And I said, look, it's not relevant to this conversation because we want to find out the drop over the distance from point A to point B on any given
I
part of
like
the
how
surface
you
of the Earth.
asked me to get involved, and then you want to tell me what my conversation is. That's just, that's totally not
You were really wanting to talk about that.
No, I just had a question. Just one
That
question.
one. I know, and I just not steelman, I just reiterated the point. So I said
Well,
that
you
that's what
ignored my question and then went on
because it's
your
not relevant, and
conversation.
it still isn't. It's still not relevant.
Well,
But
why,
you want to
why
talk
would you
about it.
ask me what I
You can't
wanted to
answer the
talk about
question,
if you're just
basically,
going to
right?
ignore it?
So you can't answer his question. That's what you're saying, right?
I don't know who you're talking to, brother.
To
But
you can't answer his question, right? That's what you're saying.
the question
That's why you
for
keep
him,
pivoting, right?
So he wants to know why you can't see the northern star from Australia. And what I was saying was, what relevance does it have to the shape of the Earth? Can you tell
Can
me?
you answer the question or
I'm
not?
asking you.
No,
I'm
you're
asking
pivoting. You're pivoting, but he's
No, this
Socratic.
is this isn't
You're being
pivoting.
Socratic. You're being
This forum,
Socratic. Answer the question.
this forum is
You're being
designed for.
Socratic. Answer the question.
Okay, you're not gonna barrel through me, sir. That's not how this works.
No,
So
you
this
barrel
forum,
through everybody else, right?
well, just you. But this
No,
forum is
yeah.
only this forum is designated
You
for people
lost.
to
You
answer
lost
the
live.
question.
Live. You pivoted. You lost. You lost your
No,
argument.
it's not a
Get
pivot,
wrecked,
you
nerd. Get
moron.
wrecked. You can't answer his question. You get.
Shut
Oh,
up!
goodness
What's wrong with
gracious
you?
me. We apologize so much for moderating this channel and operating it the way we see fit. Yeah.
Oh,
When
y'all just
when we come into your server or your channel and you have a bunch of fucking rules and the way things work, then we'll have to sit down and shut up and do what you say. Are you here?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, so
And
y'all
you'll
are
just fucking and you will just
Y'all
fucking
have a
abide
good
by what we say. And you aren't here to put us on trial. Okay?
Oh, he's gone as well.
Bye, Felicia. That guy's in. He's just gonna spurg out. I don't really think he's. I don't know if Jedi is here. If you want to talk to him. Good luck, man. Zen's
No, you got wrecked, bro. It's okay. You got wrecked. It's fine. I can leave. It's fine. You got wrecked. I'm just
You
happy.
don't have to leave. Honestly, well, there he goes. Oh, your internet's not doing too well, Jedi. Apparently, people like to stargaze, and then when I told him it wasn't relevant, but as soon as we got onto the point, then it became like, oh, I don't know the distance to the star. Why are you bringing it up? I'm like, because you wanted to talk about it, dummy. Didn't want to talk about it.
You know, you brought this on yourself, yeah? When you left
Yeah.
this morning, you were leaving the stargazing conversation, telling me that you couldn't handle it, and you come straight back into stargazing
Oh
again.
my god. It's like they can't get enough of it. And it's like, that's not going to help you. We're going to keep looking at stars in the sky. And, you know, sometimes people change it over to the sun or whatever, but still, looking up at the sky and wondering how the lights in the sky are twinkling or doing whatever they're doing. It's like, man, why? It's not relevant. Yes, it is. No, it's not. And it's just this back and forth of like trying to get them realizing that's not drop over distance. So, Zen, make up your
Because I
mind.
have
Are you
this
going to stay or
preconceived
go?
notion, right? I have this preconceived notion of what the sky is and what the things are in it are, what their composition, their distance, their size, etc., kind of
Okay,
medium they
Alpha.
exist
Let's have a
within.
discussion.
Because I have a preconception that the Earth is a ball, right, and it's orbiting the sun, it's been, then to explain that, flat earther.
Can we have a discussion?
I told you. I don't know why you left. You keep leaving and coming back.
Sorry, I was just finishing like another conversation, but now it's done.
Go ahead. Shoot.
So, how are you?
I'm doing
Oh, no,
well. You?
I just don't know how to start the conversation, so I'm just saying like, how are you? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. And you know, I
Yeah,
wanted
okay,
you to
well,
have enough. Go
yeah.
ahead, man.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Will you give a straightforward answer?
absolutely.
Okay. If the Earth is flat, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on the planet?
It's because of how our vision operates. So our vision views everything at an angle. So from the surface where you're standing, you want to hear the answer or no? Because this isn't like a
Yeah, of course.
This isn't like a 2-second answer. I do have to kind of unfold some things. So if you don't mind, I don't know if you're willing to hear the answer. That's why I'm asking.
As long as it's straightforward.
Yeah, it is. So basically, if you're going to be looking over a distance across the surface of the Earth, there's a couple of things you have to take into account, and a few things would be how your vision works. So do you know that everything converges to the front part of your vision? So like if you're looking straight on, tell me if I start confusing you, because I need to stop if that's the case. So as you look,
You're
on
saying that everything converges from the front of your vision.
Yeah, so far that's where I'm starting with. So everything's converging in the far distance. So as
Yeah,
you see,
but if vision causes distant objects to converge or disappear from sight on a flat plane,
oh,
right?
hold on, yeah, but I want to get there later. I not now.
Well,
I have to-
I'd
I have
already
to build up to
disagree
it.
then.
Okay, so nothing converges in the distance.
Well, what I'm saying is that how do we explain the fact that we can see the tops of tall objects like skyscrapers or like mountains before their bases when approaching them from a distance on the ocean or in the flat desert?
Yeah, I was telling
Wouldn't
you the answer.
wouldn't the entire object disappear, converge at the same time on the flat Earth?
I was gonna tell you the answer, but it seems like you're maybe unwilling to have the conversation.
I'm
because you
totally
wanna just
willing. I
bring
just
your
wanted to finish my point.
You wanted to
and my
know how
question.
this works, and I'm gonna tell you how it works. So you just inserted another question for me to answer you. You get how this is? You're just piling questions. Now you're not letting me tell you how vision works.
Okay, tell me how vision works.
So in the far distance, vision works as it converges everything to the eye line when you're looking straight on. Now I just want to know, do you understand what that means or not? I don't know if you know what convergence means. I'll give you an example if you don't know.
Give me an example just so I make sure what you're saying.
Off to the side of your peripheral vision, right? To the side of, like, if you're looking straight on, you know how you can see on the side of your eyes? Like, if you put your hand on the side of your face, and if you move your hand all the way back, you can only see your hand to a certain limit. Then it disappears. You can't see it because your peripheral vision can only see so much, like information.
I
right?
agree.
All right. So as your hand moves forward, like if you were to move your hand into a straight line, and let's say, or any object was to go in a straight line on the side of your vision off into the distance, what happens is it converges to the center point of your vision. Do you understand what that means? I can give you an example.
No, I understand.
Okay, so everything's converging to the eye line. Now, if you see things like train tracks or telephone poles or whatever it is, you can see things off into the distance. Looks like it's going to a point and getting smaller. So things are also shrinking off in the distance. Now, what's happening is things moving off into the distance looks like they're converging, and stuff also appears to be only seen to a certain extent because the angle at which you are standing above the surface of the Earth. So it just depends also on the surface, what your height is and or altitude. So I don't know, height is only from when you are from how high you are off the ground, and altitude is how high you're up in the air. So if you're seeing things off into the distance looking straight on and you're at an elevation, that changes how far you can see if you're at a lower angle, which means that closer to the surface. The lower you get to the surface of the Earth, the less you can see off in the distance.
Okay.
So far, so good. We're not in this. You don't disagree with what I'm saying because it's just
Well,
basic.
I don't want to say anything because you told me you don't want me to compile questions, so I'll let you finish.
No, not about something else. About what I'm saying. I don't care if you ask me questions about what I'm saying, not about other things. You get me?
Okay.
Like you can ask me what I'm speaking right now. You can ask me what do you mean by that? Or,
I agree, but I think this targets the inconsistency of your model.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
But,
I can guarantee you it does.
Okay, then point out where. If I said something that's inconsistent with,
That's fine.
Go ahead.
So, if visibility on a flat Earth only depends on convergence to the eye line and altitude, why is it that we can observe a consistent and predictable curvature effect regardless of altitude, such as in cases where a higher vantage point allows us to see further over the horizon?
That's another question. That isn't the question about what I'm saying. So let me just kind of bring it back to the. So I hadn't finished going through all the things that could cause the issues as to how far you could see. I've so far named convergence, and I named the angle, and I
But you
also
asked me a question too. Like,
yeah, I know, but about what I'm talking about, not other questions about something else. Like I said, this is the second
But
time
this
I've said
this
that.
is a question. I'm questioning you because I'm saying you. What I said, right? I said specifically that your response or what you're saying to me targets the inconsistency in your model.
No, you're waiting to say with those words. You're holding. Yeah, it's like the only thing you want to say is those words. You're not paying attention to what I'm saying. What are the
I am. I
inconsist-
am.
What are
I'm.
the what are the well? Okay, so if you are listening, then what are the variables that I just brought up to you that cause what you can see in the far distance or to change
Your height and the your height and the altitude will depend on depends. Sorry, no. Like everything you're seeing or moving off in the distance, right? And or are converging, and
Yes.
it depends on your height and altitude. So
These are
if you're
these are
saying like
factors. These are
things from
factors.
if you're seeing like things from a distance, that changes how far you can see it at a lower angle.
Yeah, but not only that, like I was saying before, things will also shrink off into the distance. So I'm mentioning a few factors that occur with things moving off into the distance according to like where you are. So from your proximity to how far away something is in conjunction to where you are. You know, like if they're moving away from you, things will start getting smaller. Apparently, not really. So apparently things get smaller as they get away from you. So that stuff will start to shrink, right? But shrinking and convergence and also the angle at which you're viewing it, whatever height you are and or altitude, yeah, so you start to see different things. Now there's something else. There's something called the resolution limit of the optic, which is your eye. So I'm talking about a lot of things that are involved with seeing something in the distance. This isn't a one and done kind of like answer. This involves a lot of things. So the resolution of your eye and the how far you could see from the given point that you are standing will always vary. So your eyes have a specific resolution limit. Now, everybody's eyes are different, right? Because of the fact that, you know, nobody sees the same. Some have 20/20 vision, some have less, you know, and sometimes you have to use glasses or you know, other things to see better. But nobody ever sees the same. So like there's reasons why you couldn't resolve something far in the far distance. There's a lot of things that you have to consider, right? Above the other things I just mentioned. So the eye has a resolution limit, how far you can see and resolve something in the distance. Now, that means that with greater distance, less resolution power for the eye. That means that things will start to like the colors of the things that something you're seeing will start to blend in to the background. And so
Okay,
on,
so let's
as
say
further
like
that gets in. But I'm still
let's
not
say
done.
okay.
There's more. There's actually more.
Okay.
So if you're going based on what I just said, you're gonna miss the next part, right? So I'm telling you, it's a little bit. It's heavy. This topic is heavy. So if you're looking at the resolution limit to how far the optics can see, like depending on if it's your eye or you bust out a telescope or binoculars, that will extend the resolution limit, but to a certain distance. And then those optics have their own resolution limit. Might be a little bit further, might magnify your resolution to like maybe 10, 20 times, let's say, a little bit further, more, depending on how powerful the optic is. But still, it will only go to a certain distance. Now, that's something to consider, right? With vision. So you could start circling all the things that I've talked about. So resolution limit, right? We've talked about that. We've talked about the height that you are from the ground, the angle at which you see something off in the distance, and the ambient air temperature is another thing. So the temperature outside changes the way you see something in the far distance. So many things to consider. Now, the ambient air temperature outside will change the way you see something, and there's a lot of things to consider with stuff that we see in the far distance. Now, there's things, I don't know if you can look them up too. I'm going to mention them. A superior mirage and an inferior mirage, and subcategories that follow from those two, right? With inferior mirages, you get like heat haze. You can get all kinds of crazy stuff happening. With superior mirages, you get things like, you know, lowering, towering, stooping, different types of subcategories from this specific main category. So it's important to note that not only am I telling you that you can't see something because of how your vision works with all the many different factors that I said, but because you don't understand all of these things are working simultaneously, you don't know what's occurring at what time because this is going to be crazy. Sounds crazy. But the ambient air temperature between point A, which is where you're standing, and point B, the target distance, will be fluctuating. That means from any given time of day, the sun's moving across the sky, the fluctuation of the way you see something off into the distance will change. That means at 1 hour you see something like a, who knows, like a peninsula or an outcropping. Like if you're looking over a body of water and you see like, buildings off into the distance, like, from the shoreline of a beach. And then that outcropping might look like you could see it like 20 miles away. And then tomorrow when you go up, you can see less of that outcropping, like as you were mentioning, from the bottom up. So things will start to shift and change. This is what happens when you're looking over a certain distance, including convergence, including the angle at which you're seeing it, including things
I get
like
it.
convergence. Now I'm adding all these factors because everything changes. It's never a static thing. You can't say, well, tomorrow I will see this thing because it's just I will see it there at a distance. The greater the distance, the greater the multiplied variables that are going to occur. So it just depends, right? So with all these different categories of miraging effects that take place due to refraction, you're going to have to identify which type of refraction is occurring. And then when you correctly identify it, then you can say, aha, I know that today we have, this superior mirage effect happening off into the distance. I know this because this is the way you can categorize this. And it's a subcategory. This is towering, right? This is the subcategory of superior mirage effects.
Okay.
And or different ones, right? So that being said, if something is missing from the bottom up at a specific distance, then you're going to have to find out, why can I see it this way? What type of effects are occurring?
I don't mean to cut you, but I like you're repeating yourself.
This is
I
important.
clearly
because-
understand what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, Jedi. Did you want to add something? This
No,
topic
but
is
I'm
heavy.
fine with what you've said, but like I'm waiting for me to be able to say something.
Did you want to say something about what I said? Because
Yeah.
Go
Well,
ahead.
in relation to the flat Earth hypothesis, right? Is that fine?
So it's not about what I said?
It's about what you said in relation to the flat Earth hypothesis.
There isn't a hypothesis.
Okay, I'm not gonna get into that, right? It's not a fact. It's an hypothesis, right?
No, it's a fact.
Okay. It's whatever you say, but can I say
Yeah.
something in relation to that?
Yeah, I don't care, but as long as it's on topic, yeah.
It's on topic, yes. But
Go ahead.
I'm gonna bring in an argument, right? Is that fine with you?
Go ahead.
Let's say you see a ship, right? And the ship is sailing away from you. The bottom of the ship disappears first, and then the rest follows. Right?
Yeah.
This isn't. You'd agree this isn't a visual trick, right?
A visual trick? I don't
Yeah.
understand about a trick. It's not
Okay,
a trick.
you're seeing a ship, right? You have a ship,
Yeah.
and it sails away from you.
Of
The
course.
bottom of the ship will disappear first, and then the rest will follow.
Yes. That's
And
correct.
you're agreeing this isn't a visual trick.
It's
just
not
as-
a visual trick. No.
Okay. Now, this is a direct result of the Earth's curvature. If the Earth were flat, the entire ship would shrink uniformly, and you'd see it all. You'd see it all until it was too small to make out. No. In relation to what you said before, I understand you're saying like we need to consider things like resolution limits and like merges and like the temperature affects like visibility. Like sure, okay, like those things can influence how clear or distorted something looks, but they don't change the fact that the ship's bottom vanishes first. These effects might cause fluctuations, but they can't explain away this consistent observation. even in perfect
Yeah.
conditions. Like the curvature of the Earth is something we can all see, and it can't be dismissed by optical
Let's
limitations.
get into that. Let's get into that.
What?
But I want Jedi to have the floor
Well,
for a moment.
He wasn't listening to your response about how the limitation of angle across the surface could make
cutting
the
out for me,
bottom
sorry. You're
of
breaking
an
up, brother.
object the narrowest angle, make the object.
You're
dis-
cutting
Right, no
out.
worries, no worries. Carry on.
I don't know if you want to just come back. If you leave and come back, I'll save your spot. I'll just stop whenever you come back.
But yeah,
Yeah,
anyway,
it's a-
so what you gotta say about that?
Well, there's quite a bit I want to say about that, actually.
Go ahead. Be straightforward, please. Don't repeat yourself.
So I do think that a lot of the misconceptions happen in this argument because number one, it sounds too fantastic that you've been thinking that the Earth is a globe, and now you heard that people are saying that the Earth is flat. It's too preposterous for you to even consider. That's the first thing I want to say because of the fact that I felt like throughout our conversation, you felt like you had the need to say this information is false. It's a hypothesis. You're
Okay,
actually
that's,
making it
that
sound like
answers in no way
it-
my argument.
No, no,
that
no,
answers
but
in no way my
I know.
argument. You're
No,
strong
this
manning
is-
right now.
this-
You're
this-
strong manning.
This what you tried to do was actually diminishing the
Okay.
fact that what I said.
you're not
Listen.
talking about the argument. You want to talk about
Yeah,
something
no,
else?
no,
now we're
no,
talking.
this
We're
is-
moving
this
subject,
is the
right?
argument.
Let's move
No.
subject. Like
This
hey,
is
that-
the argument. This is the
Okay.
argument. But for you to understand, you can't diminish the fact that what I said was not true.
That,
So you have
that's
to
fine, but it doesn't answer the argument.
Yeah. So the disappearing of the bottom up happens because of one of the things that I mentioned. It's the angle at which you're viewing the thing off in the distance. Now that is important. I don't think you've ever considered that. I really don't. Because if you did consider it, you would. You
No,
would have
no,
heard-
I am considering it.
Okay, so
but
if
I
you-
get it. Okay, that it might seem hard to believe that Earth's curvature is causing the bottom-up disappearance, but the angle argument doesn't fully explain what we see. If
Yeah.
it was just about the angle, the whole ship would get smaller to stay fully visible, just at a different
Jedi, are you back?
perspective.
I don't know. Can you hear me all right or not?
You're here. Say a few words. You were cutting out just a little bit there. Go ahead.
The Earth is measured flat. How about those few words?
Yeah. Go ahead. Try again.
Okay. So, Alpha already explained to you, my friend, how you only have a certain limit to the amount you can see when looking across a surface if you're close to that surface. Do
Okay,
you
so you're
remember
not
that
answering my
explanation?
argument. You're changing subject. I just want to make clear. Or
No.
we're changing or moving away. from something else?
No, he's answering it. That's what I
Okay.
would have said.
Alpha's already answered this question. You're acting like he hasn't. I'm going to repeat the argument for you if you don't understand it. You're talking about why you can't see the bottoms of the objects that go past the horizon.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
No. Well, not exactly like that, right? Like, just to clarify, if you don't mind. Like, we're talking about the argument here is that the ship that's sailing away from you, right? The bottom of the ship disappears first, and then the rest follows.
Yeah, the ship has gone beyond the horizon, and you can't now see the bottom of the boat. The boat appears to be sinking. Yeah, I get the argument, mate. Do you understand what angular resolution is?
How is it relevant here?
Well, because it's how we view things. Optics. Do you know what angular resolution is?
Can you bring your argument, please? Can you just give your argument?
Yeah,
Stop asking questions.
Dude, I'm trying to walk you down a logical footpath.
No. Don't be Socratic with me, okay? I brought an argument. You bring your counter arguments. That's it.
Holy
Like,
cow! It's not that hard. Just engage.
Someone else then.
no,
talk
I'm
to
not.
somebody
I'm not gonna like oblige to his Socratic behavior. I'm telling him he's disagreeing with me, which is fine. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with conversing
Not
about
that he's
this.
disagreeing with you. He's showing you my argument is the same. And that you just refuse it because based on what? Why did you refuse the angle at which you could see something could
But the
cause
angular
something to dissipate?
resolution.
Wait until I'm done and then you can respond. Why would you say, I'm going to unmute you now. Wait until I'm done and then you can respond. So why would you say that you cannot it's not a factor that the angle at which you are from the ground couldn't cause the bottom up disappearing. Why would you say that's not the case? Go.
Okay, I can talk, right?
Until
The-
you don't talk about that, because we answered
No, I'm
you
gonna talk
directly.
about that. I'm gonna talk about that. But it's just like you've went on a while. I would like you to respect me if I can give my full on explanation as well, or kind of like just in relation to what you just said, basically, right? The like you're talking about angular resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the angle from the ground, right? Definitely like play a role in what you see. I agree with that. But it doesn't fully explain why the bottom of the ship disappears first. If it were just about the angle, you'd expect the whole ship to shrink uniformly or blur
that's
out
incorrect.
evenly.
That's incorrect. That's
Why is that incorrect?
You don't have anything to substantiate that what you just said. I want a demonstration of what you said to be true. How did you prove that? Go on, please. Now it's time for
Well,
you to show
have you
us.
never hold on? Maybe I should ask this first. Like, have
What?
you I understand you're skeptical, but have you ever seen your
No.
ship sailing away?
Yes, dude.
Yes.
And what I'm asking you is, you made a claim, and I want you to back it up with evidence, because you have the burden of proof right now.
You just said you've seen it, so it's empirical evidence to you too. You've seen a ship sail away. But what do you want me to prove? You've lived it.
Yeah, I want you to show that
You've seen it. What do you mean? What do I need to show you something you've seen?
He doesn't get it.
You told me you've seen a ship sailing away, right? I don't.
Did you
Maybe
wanna
I'm not
speak? I didn't
understanding
wanna-
what
I
you're
didn't wanna
saying.
run
Maybe-
over you.
No, that's fine. Maybe I am not understanding what you're saying. But you
I think
give
you
me
are not understanding.
empirical evidence of a ship sailing away that it does that.
That's not. Listen.
Like, is that what you're
So
asking me for?
The angle at which you see something, the angular resolution at which you're seeing something, would always demonstrate the fact that you could only see it to a certain distance, and then you will start to see the bottom of that thing disappear, and then so on and so forth. You can start seeing it be removed uniformly.
I mean,
And
that's
it
not
has-
true, right?
And it has nothing to do with any curvature.
Yeah, but
Now,
I
here's-
agree with
here's
you that it affects, right? Like,
Okay, then.
I agree with you that angular resolution does affect how clearly we can see objects.
Listen,
I agree with
can
you
do
on
this.
that.
No,
Listen,
but-
listen.
No,
Let's
hold on.
imagine-
Let me finish with him, please.
Okay, sure.
I agree with you. Okay, like angular resolution, it does affect how we can see objects, but it doesn't fully explain why we see the bottom of the ship disappear first while the top remains visible.
Go ahead, Jedi,
If
you go on.
angular resolution were the only factor, right? The only factor on this specific.
It's not.
Well, on this
But
example,
I-
it is. It's an hypothetical where the
no.
the
I'm
temperature
telling
is
you-
perfect.
listen,
The
no, it's not. No,
Whatever.
Tim, no, you
well,
can't do that.
why can't you say no? I'm the one
You can't,
making out.
because you can't make this hypothetical. That's far fetched. You have to. Do
Okay,
a
so we can't
hypothetical
make
that's-
hypotheticals in this
No, the
conversation.
Oh my god.
So we can make because you have an hypothetical. The Earth is flat. I can make any
No.
hypotheticals here. Is that
No,
what
it's
you're saying?
not a hypothetical that the Earth is flat. It
It is until proven. Like
Alright.
fuck you, bro. If it is until proven, you're a fucking
carry the burden-
retard.
Listen, you carry the burden of
Excuse
proof when
me.
it comes to the Earth being a globe.
What? You're making the positive
Yes.
claim that it is flat. I'm not making the positive claim that it is round.
Right, 2 seconds. Right, first of all, don't go around calling people a retard because you don't like what's been said.
No, they're not
Calm
a
your britches,
retard.
my
What they're
friend.
saying is retarded.
That's what. Hold on, my friend. I'm going to lose my patience. That's what you said. You've been perfectly adequate up until that point. Keep that same type of mentality. All right, I'm rooting for you, sunshine. Second point.
Okay,
you
so
haven't
it's just not a
spoken
fair
about-
conversation. That's fine. You can mute me. I don't
Come
care.
on.
It's not fair, bro. If it's only going to be fair for him but not for me, then fuck you too. Like that's all I gotta say. I'm not gonna waste my time.
Oh, preach.
If he has more rights than me in this conversation, then there's no
Just
point
trying
in
to get a
going
point
in,
across.
like going forward.
It's just a meta conversation now.
Jedi, we can't
Don't
hear you. By the
understand
way.
why he's
You're cutting out.
acting so upset.
I can make out what
It's
you're saying.
alright.
I'm sorry. It's
If he
cut.
doesn't want to, it's okay.
I'm sorry, Jedi. I can't
Fair
hear you.
com-
You're cutting out.
Conversation. You guys are doing very
What?
I'm confused. Who's talking now? I just hear cutting.
You started to robot Jedi. Yeah, I said it was many different things. I didn't only say it was angular resolution.
So what else is it?
Well, okay, hold on. Can I say something?
I guess I'm not gonna tell you.
The
Well, you
what?
said there's more things. You tell us, bro. It's your duty.
Well, I can't because
explain
the
as well.
guy's barreling through. Go ahead. If it's really
No one
important
was
that you have to say
interrupting
something.
me.
Yeah, it was.
Nobody was
Timid was.
interrupting me.
Yes.
Jump
Okay.
in.
Yes.
Well,
Thank you.
forgive him and move on and just answer the
Oh
question.
wait, but maybe I can speak because right, maybe though. So okay, the bottom up thing. If we were to imagine Alpha an infinitely long hallway or just a really really long hallway, right, where we would see, I mean, basically we would see the floor and the ceiling converging towards the end of it, right, basically forming a horizon. If we were to have a ball, right, running on the surface of this hallway, and it were to run down that hallway, would we start seeing the bottom disappearing first?
The answer is yes.
That's just wrong, I'm pretty sure.
No, it's not.
Why? Okay, why would we see the bottom disappearing first?
I think you missed part of the conversation that I was about to tell Zen until you interrupted with this example.
Okay, sure, can you answer
See,
my
this-
question?
But
Or-
this is what happens, man. You guys jump in and you cut off all the conversation to ask a question that I was already going to answer, Zen. But I can't now
Okay,
because you want to go off on a
You can
tangent.
now.
Okay, Alpha,
Go
that's,
answer it, bro.
that's awesome,
Just-
but you can answer my question still, I think.
Well, it was actually to Zen who I was going to tell, and it was about the same thing. So
Okay.
when I first started, I don't think any of you guys were in here when I was talking to him, the very beginning. So I had
Doesn't really
mentioned,
matter, does it? You're talking to me.
okay, can you let me finish telling him now?
Yes, please go ahead.
So it had many different factors that was included. Like, okay, so the answer to like why we see ships disappearing from the bottom up, at a distance, isn't just like a one and done. It has multiple answers about the factors that are included and the variables that have to be considered when you're seeing at a far distance, often to the distance on any given part of the surface of the Earth. So when you're seeing through the atmosphere, you have to consider angular resolution. I know you can write them down if you want. These are different factors, right? The distance at which you see something, the way an object appears to get smaller and the distance, the ambient air temperature outside,
Yes.
convergence. Okay, convergence is the one that I wanted to touch on, which is what you were talking about right now with your hallway example.
Yes.
Now, when you
With
see
the what? Sorry.
Hallway.
No,
Hallway
I'm not
example.
talking about the
Timothy-
hallway here.
He is talking about it though.
I'm addressing Timid now because
Yes.
he came in with his question. So if you're talking about convergence, right, which is a part of how we see things off into the distance. So I mentioned to Zen, he left right now, but I mentioned to Zen earlier, when you see off in the far distance, you're going to see convergence happening. That means
Yes.
that things will look to be converging, and then you will say, well, okay, I know that the walls look like they're meeting at a point, and the floor and the ceiling look like they meet at a point. The floor looks like it ramps up, and the ceiling looks like it ramps down. Now that's not really happening.
Yes.
Like people in art can actually draw this. When they
Yes.
draw something in the far distance, they draw lines that converge. That's how we see. And it's important that you and everybody else who thinks that the Earth is a globe will consider this.
Yes.
Because it has to be considered, and that's just how we see, and nobody can dispute that because, I mean, obviously you're going to be disputing how humans see. So convergence happens so that when we see
Yes.
things in a far distance, we couldn't see forever because everything merges off into a fine point off in the distance. And then, of course, like I said, you couldn't see forever because there's a resolution limit. There's the temperature of the air that you see through that causes miraging effects, the refractive index of the day. There's a lot of stuff.
Okay.
And when you consider all this, you have to make sure that you're doing it effectively, depending on what type of day that you look through. Like it could be a cold day, a really hot day, but whatever it is, you have to make sure that what you're seeing in the target distance, you have to include all these factors, right?
Okay.
How and I also mentioned the angle at which you're off to the surface could be the height, the elevation of how tall you are from the surface, and what angle you're seeing off into the distance. All these things, when considered, you can understand what you're going to be seeing in the far distance more or less. More or
Well,
less.
okay. Can we go back to my example now?
The hallway. Go ahead.
Yes. So again, you are posing, if I'm not misunderstanding, that if in the situation I've described, we had a ball running on the surface towards the exit of this hallway, we would see the bottom of this ball disappearing first. Is that correct?
It depends the angle. So you have to remember that. So from where you at on the surface, like what height you're viewing off into the distance. So let's say, for example,
Just regular
like
height. Let's say you're standing on the surface.
It
You're
has to
6 feet
reach.
tall.
Yeah, it has to reach a specific distance before you see that happening.
Well, I'm saying you would never see that happening. You would
No,
never see
that's
the
not
bottom
true.
disappearing ever. I think
That's
that's
not
just
true.
true. I think that's just
No,
true.
that's not true. Here's the reason why that's
Okay.
not true. When you lower your angle down to the surface, the lower
Yes.
you get from height. Let's say you put, and I'll give you this example. Let's say you put your eyes all the way down to the floor.
Yes.
Now, off the surface, how much of that surface are you going to be able to see when your eyes are all the way down to the ground? And you can test this yourself, Timid. I want you to think about this. Go tomorrow or later on. I want you to get the flat surface on your floor. Put your eyeballs all the way down to the ground. Like close one eye and with one eye look across the surface. And I want you to
Yes.
put whatever you can, like any object at a far distance away from you, as far as you can. Notice that when you're looking across the surface, you're gonna not be able to see a lot of stuff from the bottom up.
No, Alpha.
Yes.
No,
I'm
Alpha.
telling you,
This is
Timid.
just basic geometry.
Bro,
None of the surfaces.
don't know.
None of the surface, Alpha. None of the
That's
surfaces
not
I can find out.
Oh
I
my
can find
God, dude.
outside. But buddy, none of the surfaces I can find outside are this flat. None of the surfaces are this flat. I cannot find any
Oh my
outside.
God, dude. Like,
What's funny? What's weird about what I just said?
You can make things disappear from the bottom up on the known flat surface when the optic is close to that surface.
Well, not if the surface is actually flat. But I mean, this is just basic geometry. Like, do I need to draw it out for you guys?
No,
Like, do you know what the line of
that's what
sight is?
This is not basic geometry.
Yes.
You don't see the world. No, you don't see the world in perfect geometry. You don't see orthogonally. Do you know what orthogonally is?
Well, Jedi, I can barely hear what you're saying. Sorry, because you are
orthogonal.
roboting.
He's saying you can't see orthogonally.
I don't know what you mean by seeing something orthogonally. I don't think that makes sense.
No, it does.
How would you geometry?
Jedi, I can hear you. I can hear you.
How would you draw this out in a picture geometrically? What you're trying.
I think he's asking me how would I draw this out in the picture
Yeah.
geometrically. I mean,
Explain.
You basically have like a sort of like a triangular shape, right, connecting the ground orthogonally to your eye to the object you're trying to view. And if there's yes.
Yeah, we don't.
And if
talk
you
about
have any distance between the observer
Timid.
and the ground, you
Hold
will
on,
be
hold on,
able
Timid.
to.
Hold
Huh?
on, I'm trying to see if you can. Jedi, what did you say? Because I didn't hear what you last said. I don't know if anybody else did.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I've asked him to try and draw it out, and I want to point out that that's not how we see the world. We don't
Why
see the
not?
world in fact.
Okay. I mean, Alpha, you can just answer this question.
Yeah.
You're saying that's
No,
not
no,
how we view
he's-
the world. Why?
Of course, because we don't see, and I'm going to reiterate Jedi's point. We don't see orthogonally. You don't see an orthogonal view.
Orthogonally.
Yeah.
Well,
So when you say you take a perspective that's not your primary experience, we don't see the world in that way.
I'm
trying
pretty
to-
sure we do. I mean, I can do it on.
No,
Wait. I can just do it on the floor of my room right now. Just give me a second. I'll conduct an experiment
Well,
here.
but how much distance, dude? Because that also is a factor.
I
You
agree,
can't do
but
it like 2 inches away.
okay, I
from your
agree,
eye.
Alpha. I agree, Alpha. Then where should I conduct this experience? Because you have not
You need
respected my
distance.
wait. You have not respected my claim that none of the surfaces I can find outside are sufficiently flat.
No, that's not the point.
That is the point.
No, the point is it's not perfectly flat. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is
Yes.
over the surface of the Earth, there has to be a specific, like, let's say for example, you're going to a place where there is no topography like that's exaggerated, like exaggerated land topography. So if you're not looking through valleys or hills,
Yes.
that sort of thing, like if you get like a I don't know where you live, man, but if you have like a flat piece of land that you could see for a really long way, like a couple miles or whatever, of flat land, if you can get somewhere like that, you will see what I'm talking about. That's what you need.
What are you
Or-
talking
or-
about exactly?
Or a body of water. A large body of water will suffice. And everybody has a large body of water near them, so that don't
No,
tell me you don't.
not large enough.
Well, yeah, you need to do that over distance because I think that will show what we're talking about.
What do I need to do exactly? I mean,
Go to a place that has a large surface, like a body of water.
Yeah, okay.
And look across the surface. Now-
Yes.
Now, it's important. You need to get as close as you can to the surface of that water and look across it.
Yes.
You will notice that things will appear differently, and then when you stand up, you will be able to see a little bit farther through across the surface. But
Well,
as you raise,
yes,
as you raise an
continue.
elevation, you could see a lot farther.
Well,
This
Alpha.
is just true, though. Like I don't
Well,
know why you're
Alpha,
refuting that.
Do you understand that? I mean, there's such thing as waves. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
not talking
So do you
about the
understand?
waves.
Wait, hold on. Do you understand that if I were to lower my point of observation below the tip of a wave, I will
No,
stop
that's
seeing what's behind the wave? Do you understand
no,
that?
that's you being disingenuous. We're not
No,
talking
that's
about
me.
that.
I'm just making a caveat here because
Yeah,
that is
but
something
you're-
that will
that's
happen.
Not a point. That's not a point.
That is a
We're
point. It's
saying-
absolutely a point. That will happen. Absolutely.
We're
If
saying
you
dude, we're saying the difference between you lowering your angle, you will see less across the surface than you would if you raise up. So you don't have to go all the way down to where the waves are crashing. You can raise up a little bit off of the surface, but so the difference between you looking lower on the angle and raising up in higher height, it changes how much of the surface you could see, which
I
means
disagree.
that
I have not observed it in my
No,
real
this
life.
is true.
And
This
I've been
is
to the
just-
ocean.
sorry.
This is just
I'm sorry,
false.
Timid. This is
I'm
just
sorry,
true.
Alpha. This is just false. I'm sorry, Alpha. This is just
it's true.
false.
It's true.
This is
because
false.
You haven't tested it, have you?
I mean, but I've been to the ocean a
Have
couple
you
of
tested
times.
it? Have you tested it?
I mean,
Have you tested it, Timid? Be honest.
well, not in the way you have.
Well, that's the part that I'm telling you. You don't know because you
Well,
haven't tested
I
it.
do know because I can use my brain and I can derive from first principles.
No,
yes,
no.
yes.
First
yes.
principles is not true. If you haven't tested it, then you don't know if it's true or false. Right now, it's maybe.
So Alpha, okay. So Alpha, then you don't know anything is true or false unless you've observed it.
No.
Wait, okay, hold on. That's a weird standard because that's the standard you're holding me to.
Here's the thing. If it could be tested, then yeah, you could find out if it's true or false. If it cannot be tested, then you wouldn't be able to know.
Sure.
Right. So
But
that's my argument.
There's a lot of things,
So-
Alpha. There's a lot of things, Alpha, which you don't bother testing because you just believe them to be true.
We're not talking about. See how you're trying to caveat to something else. No, we're talking about
Well,
this specific thing.
Alpha,
You
okay.
haven't tested it, so you don't know. And if it's possible
Okay,
that you
Alpha.
can,
Well, I'm
What?
telling you. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm telling you, you're trying to hold me to a very, very strict standard here. Where I'm just telling you, I've been to the ocean multiple times. The thing you just told me, I know for with 99% certainty it will not happen. The same way you take things for granted as well in your life, where you know they will not happen. So I don't know why you're criticizing me for this.
What's Alpha
We don't understand you, Jedi. Like,
tried to describe to you?
I don't understand what you're saying.
What has Alpha tried to describe to you? No, forget it.
What has he? I understand that last part, but what has he tried to describe to me is when you lower your point of elevation, when you're looking towards allegedly flat surface, like a body of water. But let's not be stupid here. Obviously, a body of water when you get down to the height of a few centimeters is not that flat.
No.
Yes.
You're making this dumb argument about waves.
It's a very smart argument,
No.
but sure.
You don't have to go that low, and I've already told you that.
Okay, well, Alpha. So you're saying basically, if I'm sitting at 6 feet, the height of my eyes, and then I lower myself to 3 feet.
No,
I will
lower
say.
it to 1 foot. You can do 1 foot.
So do you understand how
On a calm day with hardly any wind, you can get down to 1 foot.
Do you understand how again at this height waves will become what you're looking at
I'm gonna say it once again. On a calm day,
on the ocean?
you can do it. Yeah. Yes.
like on a calm day, even like the surf. I don't know if you've ever seen the ocean, Alpha, but it's really not that flat. Like it's
Dude,
really not that
like,
flat, the surface.
You can
I'm
do
sorry
it
to
on an
tell
ice
you.
rink. You can do it on an ice rink. You
Ice
can do it on
rink.
a lake. You can do it on
You cannot really do
any
it on a
large
lake.
flat surface.
Lakes,
Get
I'm pretty
your
sure.
eyes low to that surface because the angles, dude. When you get low to us, I'm gonna lose my patience.
Jedi, I'm losing
When
my
you get
patience
low
because you're
to a
trying to talk. You're trying to talk, and we can
surface, when
understand
you look
anything. And you expected me to
horizontally
answer.
across
Like,
that surface with distance
like, how am I supposed to
across
answer
that
to this?
surface.
Jedi, you're not. We can't hear you, dude. We can't hear you. How can I answer to this?
All right. Wait, excuse me. Then I apologise.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's just becoming frustrating.
Yeah, I mean,
You're not
yeah, but
getting a
I'm
very
frustrated
simple point.
too.
I'll shut up. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I'm frustrated too because like you expect me to answer to like, but I can hear every second
I mean,
word.
you might try hearing yourself back in the live stream, Jedi. It sounds like you're cutting in and out. So I don't know. Something's up with your connection, probably.
Yeah, but I mean, like, going back to like, I mean, again, like you kind of just
Timmy, you
don't.
haven't tested it out, bro. Like you can't be telling me that you're 99% sure if you haven't done the
Yes,
test.
that's not true.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
something you can do. There's a method by which you can actually test this. So it's not like it's outside of the range of you being able to do this. You right now are probably refusing to do so. That's
well,
not on me. That's on you. Like I
well,
know
I am
because
refusing.
I've seen it.
Well, I am refusing to do so for two reasons. First of all, because the next ocean or sufficiently large body of water is not near enough. But secondly, because yes, I will just. I mean, I
Go
can
ahead.
just
You
use.
could
I can just use my
refuse.
brain. Yeah, I can
Yeah,
just
I
use
know.
my
You
brain
could
to figure it
you
out.
could refuse based on the fact that you don't want to do it, but that doesn't make it not true. Because you don't want to do
Whatever.
it.
We can just talk about something else. I mean, like, sure.
Well, I'm saying true things. You're saying that you're not sure.
Well,
And
I'm
all
saying. Well, I'm saying you're saying wrong things, and you're saying.
No,
I mean,
you
yes.
can't. What's your evidence that I'm saying something wrong? If you haven't,
What's your
tested
evidence that what you're saying is true?
it? You haven't tested it. And
You
I have.
and yes, I haven't
Yes, I
tested
have.
it. Yeah, okay. So what?
So that
That
means that you don't
doesn't
know,
mean
and I
I've
do.
seen it. You have not provided me any convincing evidence.
Because you can't go. Listen, all you gotta
Yes.
go do is test it out and find out for yourself. Right now, like I said, it's a maybe.
Next
You
time I'm on
think-
vacation, I will. Next time I'm on
Right, well,
vacation, I
that's
will.
great.
Okay.
But at this point, the argument's moot on your side. I have a point. You don't.
Sure. Okay. We can just
Anyway.
put a pin in this. Yes.
So the whole this forum is made so that people can actually bring a claim and then provide the evidence for that claim.
Sure, I can do that.
Well, if you think that the Earth is a globe, you're going to have to be able to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe. Now, what evidence do you bring? Outside of the one you
Sure.
the
Yes.
argument you try to make.
Okay. Sure. I will. However, can we establish a baseline first?
Like what?
Like at which point we will accept one model of the Earth to be the correct one. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, I think there's going to be an issue here. Now, before we
Sure,
begin,
surely.
before we begin, you're going to have to outline what a model is, because I understand scientific models have explanatory power. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So, what scientific model do you have of the Earth to present? Now, I need
that
to
it's
know
a-
that
that
first
is
before you
spherical.
begin. Before you begin.
Well, okay, yes, but then in turn I will ask the same of you. Fair?
Sure. I will
Okay.
tell you the truth. I'm not going to
Sure,
lie
me
to you,
too.
man. I don't have any reason to.
Sure. So yes, my scientific model is that the Earth is round, spherical
Oh,
even.
come on, man.
Wait.
You're just joking.
I mean, it's a little bit funny, but yeah, sure. The Earth is a spherical object.
No, I meant present it. I want to see what scientific model you have.
Well, again,
stop
the
kidding
model
around.
is one. The model is one of a spherical Earth. That is the model I'm working on.
No,
right?
you're just saying words. Where can I look this model up? Oh, you know what?
Where
Tell
can
you
I
what.
look it up, buddy?
Yeah.
What are you asking?
A scientific model has explanatory power. Now, I want you to present the scientific model. In
Oh
a
my,
text
oh my lord! We actually have to go into what a scientific model is.
No, you
Do you
have to
understand?
because You
Do you understand,
said there
Alpha?
was- you said
I
there
can
was
make
one.
yes, and I already
Well, then
gave
where
it to you,
is
but
it?
you seem to be not following. You seem to be not
No,
understanding.
where is the scientific model of the Earth being a globe? Now present that because you haven't done so.
Oh.
I can't say words.
Okay,
Okay. Let me
Alpha,
put. Let me change.
Alpha.
Timid. Let me change it around. I have a scientific model of the flat Earth, and now go ahead and ask me if
Give
I,
it to
if I
me.
can
What's the
present.
scientific
No, I
model
don't.
of the
I
flat
don't.
Earth?
I'm just telling you, I have a scientific model. That's my
Yes, give it
scientific
to
model.
me. What is it?
I am.
Present
I
it to
am.
me.
I am.
Yeah, present it to me. I have
I
it
just
too.
did. I just did.
Wait, what's your scientific model? Tell me
I
again.
just told you the Earth is flat. That's what
Wait,
you're
in mine,
doing.
the Earth is round. So now we can continue, right?
No, because that's not a case for us presenting scientific models. Us declaring that we have a model and then saying that we just do isn't a way to present a scientific
You
model.
just did it, buddy.
I did it because I'm showing you what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
Oh, I think that's how models work, by the way.
No.
Okay,
You have to
Alpha.
actually
Let me do
point
this.
to a
Let me be
specific.
slow. Wait, Alpha. Please let me try to do this real slow, okay? I can say I have a model of my table right now. The table where my PC is standing on. I have a model where this table is rectangular. That's a model. This is because truthfully the table is not rectangular. If I look real closely, I will find that it is not rectangular at all. There are no straight lines here on this table ever because when you zoom in, when you look at it under the microscope, there's no straight lines anywhere.
You're losing the plot, man. We're not.
No, that is the plot, brother. Listen,
No,
you
it's not.
learned something. I promise
No,
you.
no.
I
You're
promise
not,
you,
you're not
Alpha. You
teaching
learned
me.
something.
Is this guy okay? Now
I'm not
he's
okay
actually
because
sparking out.
I mean, Alpha, but you're so slow that it's annoying to talk to you.
No,
you're just not following.
You're realizing you're not giving me a scientific model. The table is not a scientific model, Timid.
It's not. Sure, we can say it's not scientific, but it's a model for sure.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. We're not asking for any old models, Timid. We're asking for a scientific model of the Earth being a globe. You haven't presented it. I'm asking you for where is it?
Oh, okay. Then please tell me what are the qualifiers for a scientific model for you?
I just told you it has an
No, you have not told me. Please, if you were to extend your patience,
Oh my
please
God.
give it to me.
Listen, a scientific model has explanatory power.
Okay. So I was
said
right. What the fuck? So you are just slow, I guess. So if I say the Earth is round, I will be able to make predictions based on this model, correct? The same way you were if you said the Earth is flat, correct or wrong? Correct or wrong?
What?
Yes or no question, buddy? Yes or no?
Dude, what scientific model have you presented?
What scientific model have you presented, buddy?
We haven't even got to that part yet.
Interesting.
Yeah, because we're waiting for you to present the scientific model of the Earth being a globe.
Again, also I've presented the model 3 times and you have not been able to
Where?
follow. So
Where? I don't see it.
again, so let's go real slow for you, okay? Real slow. So, do you agree a scientific model is one where you can make predictions based off this model? True or false?
That's true.
Okay, so if I say the Earth is donut shaped, will I be able to make predictions based off this model? Will I say, given that I assume the Earth to be donut shaped, I will be able to see that, making predictions, true or false?
Okay, but
True or false?
you're forgetting that.
Wait, Alpha, true or false? Please answer my questions. Don't dodge.
I know, but you.
I know. You know what?
You failed to mention. You failed to mention if the donut Earth is a scientific model or not. You didn't say that. A model is different than a scientific model. That's very different. It's a different category.
Alpha, but you explained to me. Wait, Alpha, that's stupid of you, buddy. Alpha, that's stupid of you, buddy, because you already explained what a scientific model is. You already did it, buddy, and you agreed with my definition too.
What scientific explanation does the globe Earth have?
No, Alpha, you're mangling your words, buddy. That's not the definition you gave me.
You have not presented it, Timid. That's what I'm asking for.
Let's go back to the definition, buddy. What's the definition of a scientific model? Come on,
God, dude.
Say it again.
You haven't presented it, so why
no, give the definition. Oh my God, are you slow? Give the definition of a scientific model.
I already told you. Why are you saying it again?
Yes, and I already agreed with it. So why are you being so retarded and not answering my question?
You haven't presented any explanation that the globe is going to provide. Now, what explanation has the globe provided?
Okay, so let's rewind the conversation. Okay, so you say
okay,
provide
you're not
me
going
with
to give me explanations then. No explanations.
no explanations. We are not explanations yet, buddy. We are trying to establish a baseline. Hello?
We don't need to because we already said if the globe
We
model
don't
has
need to.
if the globe model has explanatory power, you'd be able to tell me what it explains. What is it trying to explain?
What is it trying to explain?
Yes.
What is the globe Earth trying to explain? That's what you're
Oh
asking
my
me.
God, are you saying this over and over again? Now who's slow?
Yeah, Alpha, like now you're just in a completely different conversation. Like I feel like
This
I'm
is the
in.
fucking conversation we've been
Oh
talking
my
about.
lord.
This one right here.
Oh my lord.
What explanatory power does the globe model? You have not given that to me. I'm asking for it right now.
You're asking for what? Please.
Oh my god, dude.
Yes. Oh my god. I agree.
What explanations does the globe Earth have? What? It has to have some type of
Is your
explanatory
question
power.
what explanations does the globe Earth have? Is that
Yeah.
your
It has to have explanatory power for it to be a scientific model. Now, what is it explaining?
Okay, so I mean,
What?
on the globe Earth, we would expect stellar objects to disappear on certain positions on the globe, correct?
What?
Wait. You said what to that? Are you stupid, Alpha? What was wrong? Wait. What was wrong about what I just said? Please, let's
It
try
has
it
to
out.
deal. It has to deal with the Earth being a globe.
Yes, again, so I made a prediction. Do you understand what the prediction is? Alpha, do you understand what the prediction is?
Is it based on the Earth being a geometric shape?
Yes.
How?
Again, so let's do
How?
it slow. Do it. Yeah, I'll get there. I'll get there, buddy. Don't worry. Let's do it
How
slow.
long is it going to take you to get there?
Like, I mean, you haven't allowed me to talk for like, I don't know, 10 seconds. So I mean,
Because you
probably
haven't
probably
gotten us
around
to
that
the
time.
point, man. We're just like running over this
I already said
conversation
the
over and over
point.
again.
You're too stupid to get it. So let's try it again. So I am starting with the model of a spherical Earth. Now, a prediction I am making is that stellar objects will disappear or reappear based on the position of this geometrical object I'm finding myself in. Now,
No,
what's
that's
funny
wrong.
about what I just said?
That's wrong.
That's wrong. Please
Yeah.
tell me how. Tell me
Yeah,
how.
because it uses the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. So you're incorrect. It doesn't use.
What?
Yeah, don't tell me what. You haven't looked at the celestial sphere? Look it up right now, buddy.
Celestial sphere. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
Type it in.
I'm
Type it
sorry.
into Google. Type it into
I'm
Google.
sorry, I'm English second language, so I might not. But I'm guessing what you mean by celestial
dude.
sphere is just the position of celestial objects in the sky.
God, dude, just type it into Google for God's sake.
Okay. Yeah, exactly what I thought. Okay.
It'll save me. It'll save me. Just you know what? Take a minute.
I
or two.
understand
I
it
don't want you to
perfectly
rush
now. It's
this.
exactly what I thought it is. Okay, so you're just
What
done.
is it?
Sure.
Can you can even read the explanation? If I don't care, just read it.
Whatever. It's just we're looking at the sky. We're seeing the different stellar objects in the sky, and we're basically just like putting it on your mind on a sphere. That's what it is. Whatever.
On a celestial sphere, not
Yes.
a terrestrial sphere. You're talking about the terrestrial sphere, and you're giving credence to things being looked at.
Okay,
in the
whatever.
sky.
Let's. Okay, you're not actually engaging with me, so let's try
Yes,
again.
I
Okay.
am. I'm
No, you're
telling
not.
you that. I'm telling you that the explanatory power that you just gave me about the Earth being a globe was because you could see stellar objects in this particular way, and I said that's not the terrestrial sphere. That's a celestial sphere.
Wait. So, what do you mean when you say that's not the terrestrial sphere? What the
That's
fuck
not
do you mean
the-
by that? Because I
that's
know
not
what the
the-
terrestrial sphere is. I know what the celestial sphere is. So, what do you mean by that?
It's not the ground that you're standing on. The reason why you can see stars in any specific manner. It's because you're looking.
So you're just
at
slow. Wait, again. Let me try it again because this is like very simple. Okay. So, I mean, I start off with a geometrical object, right? I'm saying this.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then I want to make a prediction based on what I think this object to be, right? I'm saying this object is a sphere. Therefore, if I were to look at the sky, at the celestial sphere, I would see different objects appear and reappear based on my position of this sphere. We're not even talking about the Earth right now, right? We're just talking about
I
any
know
spherical
that.
object. Okay.
But it so the celestial sphere takes into no account the shape of the Earth.
It
Did you know
doesn't
that?
matter. Oh my god. Like you're not engaging with my
Yes or no?
argument.
Did you know what I just said? That the celestial sphere takes in no account that the ground that you're standing
Yes,
on, the
agreed.
shape of it.
Agreed. You're
then.
still not engaging.
So
You're still
then-
slow.
all right. So what do you mean? You just debunked your point.
Buddy, are you that
You
slow?
just
Do you need to
debunked
spell it
your
out for
point.
you? Okay.
Debunked your point.
I will try it again. One last time because I'm patient. Okay. You stand
I don't
on a sphere. Will you see things which which are behind the sphere. Will you see them? Yes or no?
That's not the point.
So you don't want to answer my questions? What is
Because
this?
it wasn't what was being asked.
I don't
of
give
you.
a fuck. Answer my questions,
You
buddy.
should.
We'll get there.
You should. I can't answer your question because you didn't answer
Can't
mine.
answer my question, guys. Are you seeing this? Can't answer my question. This is
They
pretty
can see.
fucking
They
awesome.
can see what you're doing. The first
What
thing
am I
that was
doing?
the first thing that was asked of you was give me the explanatory power for the Earth being a globe, and you
Yeah,
gave
yeah,
me.
yeah. And you're just going back to a different conversation because you're not engaging with the current one.
Listen,
Amazing.
you gave me the explanation.
I don't care about all that shit. Just answer my questions. This is what
No,
it's all
we're
about.
not going to do that, Timid. So,
Interesting.
yeah, because of the fact that you gave me the explanation that the celestial sphere is telling us, not the terrestrial sphere.
Buddy,
So
you're
your
not following. I understand the words you're using. You're not using them correctly. You're misunderstanding my point. You're just not engaging.
You gave me the explanation to the celestial sphere once again, not the terrestrial sphere.
Buddy, you can't just use these words. Like, okay, I understand the
Alright,
words.
but that's
Yeah,
what
you
it
use
is.
it. You use it 5 different times, but you are failing to understand either because you're slow or disingenuous. My argument. You're either slow or disingenuous. One of the two. Necessarily.
No, you didn't address the fact that you didn't answer the question. You still haven't.
Which no?
That the
Which
Earth,
question? Which
that the
question?
the Earth being a globe does not have any explanatory power.
I just
and
provided you. I just provided you with some explanatory power it has.
Stellar objects are only dealing with the celestial sphere.
No, you're wrong on this. You're just wrong. You're just wrong.
No, you just
your ability to
You just
view.
read what the
Wait, let me.
celestial
Can I
sphere
speak?
is.
Can I speak? Your ability to view stellar object is necessarily dependent on the geometry of the object you're standing on. You fucking moron.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
Prove it.
Yeah,
you want me
prove
to? You want me to prove line of sight to you?
No,
Do you need to prove
I
line
want
of
you to-
sight?
I want you to
Okay,
prove
I'll prove
that
it. I'll prove it, Alpha.
No,
Take
no,
your monitor. Put your hand behind your monitor. Can you see a hand still?
No, we're not doing
Interesting.
that. What we're doing right now is proving the point that the geometric shape of the Earth is contingent upon our viewing distance to stellar objects being
Viewing
the way they are.
distance? Who
Yeah,
brought
so
viewing distance into this?
If you see stars in a specific way, you have to tie in the correlation that the Earth has to be a curving surface, like a globe.
We're
in
not
order
there
for us to
yet.
see
No, no, we're not. We're not. It has to be. I'm just proposing a model and making predictions based on the model.
No, but then you're only talking about the celestial sphere, then not the terrestrial
I
sphere.
am not,
That's
buddy. You can't keep saying this. I am
Yeah,
not.
it's true.
It's not true. You have to tell me why it's true. You can't just say it's true.
Because you mentioned stellar objects. As
Yeah.
soon as you referred to stellar objects, the celestial sphere gets invoked.
Hey,
Full
buddy. Buddy,
Hey, mate.
okay.
You
If
mean
I
they're
have a tree,
used for navigation on the real ground?
buddy, if I have a tree in front of my fucking face, can I see the fucking celestial sphere, buddy? I don't think so. What?
We're only talking
You're probably
about
not.
the-
Your eyes are closed. Who cares?
He
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
realize-
Who cares?
Yeah, he doesn't realize that he was talking about the explanatory power that the globe Earth has, and it has 0 because the thing that he,
That's interesting because I'm proposing it does. So
the
you have
thing
not
that
refuted
he-
my claim.
yeah, I have because the
No,
thing
you're
that you said, the thing that you said was explanatory power was seeing stellar objects in a specific way due to the fact that the Earth is a globe, and I said that's not due to the fact that the Earth is a globe. Has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. Has
Oh,
everything to do.
Alpha, you're mangling
this is what
things
I'm saying.
again. Come
This is what
on,
I'm saying.
buddy.
This
Come
is the
on,
reason why you're losing
buddy.
this argument.
No,
You're losing
buddy.
it
This
because
is
you're not being able to be honest right now and tell us that the celestial sphere is the reason why you see stellar objects in a particular way.
buddy. That's not where we're at in the conversation. I'm sorry,
And-
man.
And it
I'm
has
sorry.
nothing to do with the ground. Nothing.
It has everything to okay, okay. So if there's a mountain in front of you, if you're inside a cave, would you still say you observing the celestial
Okay,
sphere
dude.
on the ground?
You
Okay,
need to
dude.
be you need to be outside looking at stars in order for you to say that I'm looking at this star in the sky and I can only see it in this way because the Earth is a globe. You can't do that.
Okay, that's not where we're at in the conversation, but doesn't matter.
Okay,
doesn't
going back
matter.
to
Let's
the-
go back to the original
going-
point because
I
this
am.
is
The
okay.
premise-
Wait, wait,
the
wait.
premise-
Let's go
let me
back
tell
to
you
the
the
original point because
No.
if you
You lost
can't
the
engage
plot.
with this one, you are just proving yourself to be disingenuous
Timid,
or
you
too
lost
slow
the
to.
plot. You already lost the plot.
Okay,
The plot is
get me back then,
does,
baby.
Does the globe Earth have any explanatory power? Because
It
if
does.
if it's a scientific because we started with scientific models.
Yes.
You said you had one for the Earth being a globe, and I said, well, you need to have a scientific model has explanatory power. And
Yes.
so you got off on a tangent on how you can see stellar objects in a particular way because the Earth is a globe. And I said, you can't prove that. And you said, yes, I can. And then the reason why I said no, because
Interesting.
when you,
Okay,
when
this
you
is a
look
complete.
at, hold on, dude.
Sure.
When you look at stellar objects, it's only having to deal with the celestial sphere and not the terrestrial sphere that you think exists. There it is.
Okay.
There it is, right there.
Amazing, man.
See?
That was
There it is.
amazing, dude. Holy fuck.
I can do it all day long, man. I can prove how wrong you are, and you have zero evidence
Okay.
for the Earth being a globe. Zero.
I don't. Okay, let's try back. Let's try. Okay, now that this is all out of the way, let's try going back to ground zero. Okay, can we
Which
try?
is that the Earth has a scientific explanatory power. I don't
Sure.
think so.
Yes. Let's go back to
Name
that start of the
another one
conversation again.
that you haven't proved one. So name another one you're not going to be able to provide because I guarantee you it's got
Name
zero.
another one, like another model.
No. Name
not
another explanatory power that this scientific model of the Earth being a globe has.
No,
Name
I'll just stick.
something else.
I'll stick with the one that you haven't refuted yet. Thank you very much.
You can't because it's not, dude. It's talking about the celestial sphere when you see stellar objects, and not the terrestrial sphere. Once again,
But the
this is
oh my
like the
god,
seventh
please
time I said this.
let me
Seven
make the
times.
argument. And if you can't engage with this argument, you're either slow or disingenuous. Okay, so let's do it. Okay.
So we're not going to talk about the scientific
Can I do
model that
it?
you have.
I've let you talk for hours. Can I make this argument? Can we try? Can you extend the olive branch? Okay. Let's try this argument. And again, if you're not going to engage with this, you're either too slow or too disingenuous. Okay? Deal?
Just say your argument.
Okay, sure. So, you are standing on a sphere, on a big sphere. Okay? Now, there's a celestial sphere around you. Will you be able to see celestial objects which are in direct line of sight behind the sphere from your point of view? Will you be able to see them, yes or no?
Oh, that's stupid. That's a
Yes or no,
dumb-
buddy? Please, you're not
That's
engaging.
stupid,
Begging the question.
You're
Oh, he's
begging
not answering the question.
Proving
So for everyone, he's not answering my question. For everyone in this room, he's not answering my
Hey,
question.
time out. You're supposed to be proving curvature, not begging the question.
Yeah.
Begging the question, what is this retard talking about? Hello?
Yeah, so you're basically what you're saying is if the Earth is a globe, then
Yes.
you would ask me the question: if the Earth is a globe, could you see a star if it was like on the other side of the Earth or
Yes.
something? Right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, of course you wouldn't because it would be on the other side of the Earth.
There we go. So this would be a prediction of my model. Can we establish that this would be a prediction of the globe Earth? If a prediction being, if the Earth was round, this would happen. That's the prediction.
You're
Correct?
begging the question.
Alpha, please, can you just grant me this? Is this a prediction of the globe Earth?
No, it's not a prediction.
How is it
It's
not a
not a
prediction?
prediction.
How is it not a prediction?
Because if you stand behind anything, you won't be able to see what's on the opposite side of it.
Yeah, and that's not a
Mate,
prediction.
What you just made is another prediction. Do you understand
That's
that?
just a truism. That's a truism. That's
A
true things
truism?
that yeah, it's a true thing. It's not contingent upon you saying
Wait,
that
you guys don't
tomorrow-
understand how predictions work?
Dude,
really?
that's not a prediction. It is
Okay,
not
so
a prediction.
give me a prediction then, Alpha. Let's do it real simple because I'm slow apparently. So
Yeah.
let's do a real simple prediction.
So, I would say that tomorrow, I predict that my favorite team is going to win based upon their winning record. Like they
Sure.
always win games, and listen, I'll say it this way: they always win home games. Every time they play at home, they always win. So my prediction is
Okay.
tomorrow, my favorite team will win. And so I'm
Scientifically, that's a conjecture.
just I mean, so if I'm predicting that something's going to take place, that I don't know that it's going to happen yet, but if I'm saying that it will,
Okay. I think a prediction.
what?
If you predict something is going to happen, I mean, then I think
What?
like this. I don't think you can say, "Oh, maybe it won't happen," right? Like,
Yeah,
if you make
maybe
a
it won't.
prediction.
It's listen, predictions.
But then
are,
I don't know if you're making a prediction then at this point. Like you're just
what do you
guessing.
mean?
Right? I mean, like
Guessing.
if I
It's based on data that the team is. Go ahead, Jedi.
In science, a prediction is a rigorous, often quantitative statements focused.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Am I coming?
No.
Ah, dude, your connection is.
I don't want to waste your time if I'm not.
No,
Okay,
I heard that end piece. What you said. It's like you're cutting in and out. I don't know what's going on with your stuff. Like I really do want you to get in here, but I don't know.
It's rough.
I would say just like maybe try to speak a little bit and see if we.
Yeah. Don't want to waste your time if I'm in and out. I don't want to disturb the conversation. I just wanted to point something out. It would only take a couple of seconds, but if I'm cutting in and out, then I don't want to waste your time.
You're going. Just keep going.
Okay, cool. So, when you're presenting this model, my friend, what you're actually doing is you're affirming the consequence. Begging the question, as everyone keeps trying to point out, what you've suggested is, if the Earth is a ball, P, then I won't see certain stars.
Yes.
Q. I don't see certain stars. Q. Therefore, the Earth can only be a ball. It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Okay, yeah, we can't really hear anymore, but I get your point. I can just address
as long as you understand your fallacious reasoning.
Okay, now, okay, whatever. Yeah, okay, didn't really understand everything, but I can address the point because I know what you. Wait, I can respond
Do
to
you hear
him.
what he said? It was a
Yeah, I know what it's saying. Yes, I'm begging the question.
It's affirming the consequent.
However, yes, that is why I was trying to begin this conversation by establishing a baseline, because obviously, if I'm the only one that has to provide a model, you can just play this game all day where you can attack my model, but at the end of the day,
you don't have a model. It's what I've been trying
I
to
have
tell
a model.
you.
Wait, you
No,
can.
you don't.
Okay,
You
if you're
just told me about.
if you're going
you
to
told
keep
me
doing
about
this, Alpha, if you're going to keep,
I've already told you. You've talked about the stellar objects, and I said that has nothing to do with the geometric shape of the Earth.
it
being
has
a
something to
globe.
do with it. So
Like what? Like what?
Like what? Like if the Earth was a certain geometrical sphere, we would expect certain things to happen. That's a prediction of a model.
It doesn't matter because you're still begging the question.
I'm begging which question?
It's
You're proposing models.
it's affirming the consequent. Like Jedi was just pointing out. You're
Okay,
affirming the
Alpha.
consequent. Dude, you're saying that if the Earth is a globe, we don't see stars.
Yes.
In a specific way. We
Yes.
don't see stars in a specific way. Therefore, the Earth is.
I was not making that claim. That's wrong. That is not what. I never made that claim.
You're saying that the prediction relies upon.
No,
your
not
idea that
necessarily. I never said that. It doesn't necessarily rely on
so
it.
there is no explanatory power for your Earth being a globe.
It
Wait,
Alpha.
I was right.
No, okay, whatever. You can say that. Whatever.
right.
Well,
whatever,
a whole bunch
whatever.
of ifs don't make it true. You said if, then if, then if.
Yeah.
So like,
Okay,
what is
whatever.
the if
Yes.
gonna do?
Yes. Okay. Whatever.
true.
Sure. Okay.
You
Sure.
are saying
Whatever. We can. Okay. Whatever. But that's why we have to go back to establishing a baseline on when do we accept a scientific model to be true.
When it has explanatory power.
Any model has explanatory
No, we're
power.
not talking
That is a
about
necessary
any model. No,
Alpha.
we're not
Oh my
talking
god.
about. We're not talking about any model. I'm sorry, it's not. It's a
Alpha, okay,
scientific
I have to start nailing you down on these words because otherwise the conversation won't move anywhere. Okay, so a
You haven't
scientific model.
presented the
Wait,
scientific
Alpha,
model.
Alpha. Wait, Alpha.
God,
so,
dude.
no, I have to lock you down on these things. So, a scientific model will necessarily always carry. Denmark, do you have something to say?
Yeah, it's a scientific model of a cartoon. Do you think that carries what? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for the contribution. So, Alpha, do you agree or disagree that a scientific model must always necessarily carry explanatory power?
A scientific model, yes.
Okay, we got that on lock. So now let's try to discuss what a scientific model is, okay? So you said earlier, and that's a definition I'm fine working with, that a scientific model is a model which offers predictions, pretty much. Is that fine?
Predictions. You keep saying that, but you haven't produced anything with predictions. I'm yet to see anything you produced with predictions.
Okay, sure. You can sure. Okay, but do we agree on this?
You haven't
sure, Alpha. But I'm really trying to like lock down these definitions here.
Demonstration's the word you need.
You're outlining everything. You're trying to make it sound like you're going to present something that's going to do what you're saying it is. Like
Alpha, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm really just trying to lock down these definitions so we can actually move forward in the conversation. Okay.
I have already said that. Yes, I agree to if all of these criteria are met, then you have yourself a scientific.
Okay.
model.
Okay.
You
Let's.
haven't done
Okay.
that yet.
Alpha, please. Okay. Please. Scientific model is a model which offers predictions. Fine? Is that
I
fine?
told you, yeah. I'm
Okay, I was
agreeing
just
with
making
you.
sure. I was just making sure. Okay. So, if I say I have a model of my table being rectangular, I would predict the corners to be at 90-degree angles. Is that a fine
It's not
sentence
a
to make?
scientific model, dude. It's just a
How is
model.
it not?
There are
Okay,
different
okay.
categories, man.
You're wrong on this, by the way. Alpha,
No,
you are
you're
wrong on
wrong.
this.
You're
I
wrong.
just made
You're
a.
invoking your table. The model that it was to create it was a scientific model. Dude, it's not.
Alpha,
You already know that it's
wait,
not.
Alpha, but I'm working. I'm working off the definitions you provided.
No, it's not
Yes, I
what I
am.
provided.
And they
Let
were
me tell
very
you-
simple, Alpha.
let me-
Everyone
no,
was hearing it.
Let me tell you what I provided. I provided that in science, a model is a representation of an idea, object,
Yes.
or process, right? So
Sure.
you have to lock down on the fact that what I'm talking about has something very specific. It's not a model of your table. That's not the scientific model.
So can you not make it? So can you not make a model of your table?
It has predictions. Can you make predictions with your table?
Yes, I
What?
predict. I
No,
predict.
that's some bullshit, dude. No, you. there's nothing-
Yes, I predict
no,
the
Timon,
edges to be straight.
Timon, you need to
I
stop
predict
that,
to
man.
be able.
Now
What?
who's being disingenuous?
You're just being
Stop it, bro.
disingenuous. Just stop.
Disingenuous. I read
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Yeah, you need a ball, brother. Not a fucking
You can't
table.
make any predictions. You can't make any predictions with your freaking game table that you have.
Game
Just stop.
table. Okay, I think you guys are just like too slow to actually do this conversation. I'm afraid.
No, I
So,
think you don't know how to articulate your points.
I think
man.
this is where we have to part ways,
Yeah.
guys.
Probably
I
because
think-
it's a language barrier, to be honest.
I don't think so,
Timid.
buddy. I think it's a brain barrier
Timid,
for you
I
guys.
have a
but-
question about your prediction of your table. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
If you know you have a measured rectangle,
Yes.
you know you have straight lines and 90-degree angles.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's not a rectangle.
I agree, and I was
Yeah?
thinking about that. Yes,
Okay,
that
so
is true.
then it's not a prediction.
That's
if
true.
You know
A
rectangle, then
prediction.
you would know those.
That's true, AJ. That's true. That's true. A prediction would be something along the lines of I can place a cup on this table. That's a prediction I would make. Because it is rectangular, the cup will not slide off. That's a prediction.
No, dude, stop
Right?
talking
AJ,
about.
wait, AJ.
No,
is
that's
that,
not
is that
it.
true?
No,
Wait,
that's
Alpha.
nothing.
I'm not talking to you.
Let me
I'm
tell
talking
you.
to AJ.
No,
I'm talking
no,
to
no,
AJ.
no. That's not where
AJ
we're
is
going.
not allowed to talk.
Listen to this, right? Scientists use models to help them identify and understand patterns in the world, and to
Amazing.
make predictions. Models are based on observations, scientific knowledge, and theories, and
Yes,
they need to
amazing.
be consistent with current explanations and inferences.
Sure, amazing.
However, models are not meant to be factual statements about the world, and
True.
they don't behave exactly like the things they represent.
That is true.
So if you're going to tell me that the Earth has a scientific model, you need to present what scientific model you're pointing to. You can't just say words.
Oh,
I need
sure,
to know
buddy.
what scientific model you're talking about. Which
Sure,
one?
buddy. So AJ, are you there?
No, you're not gonna. You're gonna answer my question, or this isn't gonna proceed any farther.
But AJ was talking. He had something interesting to say. I
You
thought.
haven't produced the thing that you said you had.
Alpha, I'm
All I
kind
was
of
doing
done
was
with you, to be
pointing
honest.
out all I was doing was trying to point out in a different way that what you were presenting was not a prediction, and
Yeah,
now
I
I don't
agree.
believe that it would be a prediction that you can place a glass of water on a level rectangular surface. That's not a prediction.
It's not a prediction. Wait, the prediction I was making is it would not slide off.
All
Is
right,
that
so
not a
now,
prediction?
now let's. I'm gonna get you off of this because I need you to produce the scientific
Okay,
model of the Earth
Alpha.
being a globe.
Have a good one. I'm sorry you're so slow. Bye bye.
See ya.
Wow,
Catch you on the
he
flip
is so
side.
broken in the head.
I just can't get
I've ne-
enough. This is me.
I've never
maybe.
had the privilege of that.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Yeah.
And it's a shame you didn't pick him up on the table. The only reason the cup doesn't slide off it's because it's flat and level.
Yeah, he's not gonna
Instead
pick
of
up on
a
that.
slight. Yeah, he wouldn't have.
He sees globes. He's got globe goggles on.
Well,
since
while
you-
all that was going on, Alpha, I actually read that manual that Jesse posted where he talks about a infinite distance or infinity. Yeah,
Uh huh.
and all
Well,
it's about is aligning the I can't even say it. So it's the horizontal collimation. Sorry, for the horizontal axis, and basically all they're doing, they mention an infinite distance reference, and they also mention a short distance where they don't actually give an actual distance. Yeah. So when they talk about aligning for infinity, it's just a theoretical approach that's about setting the instrument up to its highest possible standard of precision by assuming ideal conditions and an infinite distance, so that when they do actually measure within that, say, 20 miles, that it is absolutely accurate. But then outside of that, it's not accurate. So he either misunderstands himself or he's misrepresenting where he mentions an infinite distance. It's just a theoretical approach to set it up as horizontal.
Yeah. To top it all off, no professional is ever using it in that way. So he's confused.
No.
He's confused about the fact that this information that he thinks it can be used for infinite distances is already solidified within, probably in the context that you just outlined. So yeah, it seems...
but he's presenting it like it can be used over infinite distances, but then you've got real world issues going on, like we mentioned, across those distances. So
AJ, think about this. You and I know for a fact that different theodolites, different total stations, have different prices and different ranges that these devices can be used at. There's high quality professional ones, and there's some that are less for whatever common purpose someone wants to use one for. So we understand there's different models, right? Different price ranges. Why would they have all these different types of them if one is good for all? Does that make any sense, AJ? Why would they design his eBay, cheap old theodolite when that's good enough for any commercial purpose? Does it
Well, that was my first point with him, because the first one he presents is something, when you go to search the manual, it comes up and talks about it being in a museum. Yeah. So this is the first one ever developed. But like I said, when I looked into this, into like all the surveying forums, etc., they're claiming no more distance than 20 miles with perfect conditions. But generally, it's only a couple of kilometers. Yeah. It's below 10 miles. But again, this is just to set up the station as level. And it's just the horizontal alignment.
So it's like
That's
us
all
using a level board. We'll use one that's oversized to guarantee more accuracy. So that's what they're doing. They're shooting oversized to guarantee accuracy at their short distance.
Yep.
Correct. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. And it's just all based off theoretical. But it's not happening in practice when they actually utilize the tool in real life.
Of course not. Because the ideal conditions that would be there are in cartoon land, not in the reality where we are. There is no such thing as ideal conditions. So
yeah, that's right. It's assuming the ideal conditions and an infinite distance, like Matrix said, so that when they measure shorter distances, it's accurate. But this doesn't mean that the actual total station or the theodolite has a range of an infinite distance.
Yeah. See how he's getting that mixed up?
That's assuming it's calibrated correctly in the first place.
Which that needs to be done too. And so it's like, he's an amateur. So he's got it. He's been holding on to this argument for, I don't know, what is it, Jedi, like some years now? It must be into years, I would think.
I questioned him over an FED probably 6 months ago. Was his devices calibrated? And he basically told me to fuck off. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
No, and that's what part of this is. You're actually just calibrating for the horizontal alignment so that when you spin this thing on its axis, that it's always horizontal. Yeah, it's not deviating from that horizontal line. So that's all it's talking about. So where it mentions it in the manual, it says mentions aligning the HZ collimator. I can't say that friggin' word. For both short collimation. There we go. For both short distances, which is not specified. They don't actually specify a distance. And then alignment for infinity, which again is not a specified distance. So it's just for alignment of that horizontal axis. Yeah. So I'm going to point that out to the next.
So you've actually got the manual there for his device?
Yeah, it's in the chat, man.
Yeah, I've got a few manuals there.
If you've got the
Yeah,
one
and
for
the only
his
reason I
device,
jumped in, sorry, I messed up today, but I jumped in because he was talking to another guy. I think he was talking to was in here, and he was just presenting all this gobbledygook with numbers, and then talking about not seeing torch lights. And I was busy, and I thought, I better jump in and say something here because he was gaining some traction. Yeah, it was.
if you've got the flight manuals, you'd be able to look up what the inaccuracies of the devices are. So it'll say accurate to, say,
Yep.
a
No,
thousand yards, plus
doesn't
or minus
doesn't
so
mention.
many minutes, seconds.
Well,
No,
yeah,
it doesn't.
It should do.
Not that I've read.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm through the first.
I would say that's fine because the surveyors that use their theodolites, they know the type of models that they're accustomed to. There's people that deal with optics and like tolerance ranges and all kinds of stuff. So if he's presenting one that certain surveyors already understand which type it is, most of them would use them for specific tolerance ranges. So they don't have to necessarily have the manual, but they will know depending on what type it is. Whether it's one that can be used
Yeah.
for so it's not that it's not just doesn't say anything. It's what professionals know. Like there's people have to go to like school for this stuff. You don't just jump in and just
Yeah.
start doing this professionally just because. Like you have to learn all of this. So most of this information happens to be what a professional understands to use this equipment effectively, right? Within the range
During their training.
tolerance. Yeah, with the range
During
tolerance
their-
that they have.
Yeah.
And so if he's proposing that this is how it can be done based on his amateur experience and what he's doing with them, then he has to build a case for how is it possible that no one's ever mentioned using these devices for those specific things that he's using them for. This is what I'm saying, AJ. This is the reason why his case always falls through and he doesn't have the answers. He was chuckling when I was talking to him because he knows I got his number. He knows that.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
always going to bring it up every time. I won't let it go. It's like we're far beyond the point of looking at his models already. Like he cannot use these devices for the specific ranges that he's trying to use them for. And then
Actually,
declare that that's what they're useful for. Because I asked him, what reason would anybody have to do what you're doing mountain to mountain? Like for what? And he didn't justify it. There's nothing he said about that. He just did it because he wants to disprove flat Earth. That's his only reason. But he didn't tell you that.
Re-brought up
No,
his,
I've got him on the measurements before as well as in his actual heights. Yeah, because I've gone through the equations and worked it out. The missing height that he's claiming to be curvature.
Yep.
Now I could be doing the maths wrong, but it didn't add up for me the first couple of times that I did it, and I've presented that. Last time I presented to him that it was, beyond the capabilities for accuracy of these devices that he's using. And then that's when he gave me the device names and said, well, go and search it, yeah? So, yeah, that was what I was coming back to him with, that I couldn't actually find most of these manuals. I found a couple. So he's now posted them and he's claiming that infinite distance. So I want to address him on this infinite distance next time and show that he's actually misunderstanding this. I actually want to understand it a little bit better so that I can run through a few of these points and say, well, hang on a second, here's your infinite distance. It doesn't say that the device is accurate to infinite distances like you've claimed. We're only using this to level and set the device up, etc. So I do want to try and read a little bit more into it, but he is tripping a couple of guys up. I get a few messages when he sometimes jumps into PNR, can you jump in? Jesse's in here with the same thing again.
He trips them up because he's trying to be as best he can effective with the information that he's using, but he's not filling in the blanks for the audience and for some of the people he's talking to. So he comes off as being genuine and doing the work, and he's not. He's not being genuine. He's fudging the numbers. He's a known liar for many reasons. And some of them I've already outlined. He won't answer. He didn't. Okay, at first he wasn't telling you what type of models he's using as far as his theodolites. He wasn't giving that. Now he's doing it because we've been calling him out so much. But that works against him because now we have all that information. And when we search it up, it's not possible that he can use this for the specific ranges that he's using them for. So he's already like in a bad way with presenting the information, but he had to if he wanted to continue to say this argument. So other people will try to champion his position, and they can't because they don't know. He doesn't know. So anyway, I want you guys to realize that these guys, they don't have the way to articulate their point in a concise way to say that they're doing a drop over distance measurement, because they're not. He's definitely not doing that. Definitely not. And so
Yeah.
it's riddled with like things wrong with it. His argument.
Last week he was over in PNR baffling everyone with bullshit. His usual spam the chat with umpteen videos how he proves curvature. And one of the videos he put up was a, you know when they do the coin on the table thing, how the bottom of the coin disappears due to angular resolution? Well, he redid that on a 9-foot board, except he did it at night time using a laser pointer. And his theory is the light where you see the laser hitting the board should disappear. You should not see where it hits the board. And he can't, for the life of him, comprehend that light reflects off the surface and that you can still see it because of that reflection. And he's like, no, that should disappear also. And all we told him was, piss off, do it with a coin. Why couldn't you do it with a coin? And there was just excuses after excuse. And we told him, go and get a coin.
He wants to debunk flat Earth, Matrix. That's his only reason why he's here. And
So do it
say
with a
things.
This is what I was saying.
Yeah,
He-
and
he
say
jumps
things like
into
people are
PNR.
walking away. People are walking away from flat Earth. Like the one guy, he's like, well, that one guy walked away from. He used to be a flat Earther, but he's not anymore. Well, he's just. These are all gimmicks. He's just in here just so he can make it sound like he's throwing jabs at flat Earth. Doesn't have any information
Yeah.
to substantiate his claim. Doesn't.
And that's what I was saying earlier. I was trying to explain that I wasn't in the room. There was no one really in the room. And that's when he jumps in and starts presenting the same documents over and over again. He's hoping to get someone that can't argue it.
Yeah.
And then I seen that he was in here and
It
I
was
jumped
so
in and thought, oh, I wonder what's sort of going on here. And then I noticed as soon as you come in, he's gone again. Yeah. And this is what I was saying. He sort of hangs out and waits which room's busy, who's in there.
He knows when
And then
I
he'll
come
jump.
in.
Yeah, and he'll jump into PNR. He'll jump in when he believes that he's got someone there that he can sort of put this argument out to and make some traction. Yeah, but as soon as someone else comes in, he's gone again. So
He's gone again,
it's yeah.
He made the excuse.
It's
Well,
really
it's
strat.
it's about time for me to go to bed. Yeah, bullshit, dude. He wasn't going to sleep. He just knows that I'm here. I'm gonna allow him to continue his bullshit.
No, he's awake. He's still sending me surveying documents.
know.
I've got 20 of them here now.
I know he's awake because he thinks he's gonna. See, here's the thing, AJ. Okay, I know this clown. What he thinks is that he got you on the hook. He's got you, and he's gonna use his little, one-trick pony to see if he can reel you in. Because all he wants to do is take people away from flat Earth with his little gimmick.
Yeah.
And if you give him the floor, he's gonna take it. So all you got to do is ask him for the very specific question, and don't relent. He hates that when people relent. They don't relent from going at him with like, well, where's the drop over distance? How'd you get that? How does the theodolite work with those tolerance ranges? Like he can't answer certain questions because he doesn't have that information. So
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, I understand. I agree.
the thing with Jesse is if you indulge him, oh man, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. So he's gonna continue to like bombard your DMs with all that
I feel
nonsense.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes. He speaks so nicely and he keeps so calm. Sometimes I
Yeah.
find it hard to be nasty. I just have I end up having this more in-depth conversation than just cutting
Yep.
him off at the knees.
Yep, that's because that's his shtick, brother. Like it's not. Listen, some people look at me and like the likes of Jedi and like Indio and all them. Like when we're kind of abrasive, they're like, oh, we have to be that way. Yeah, we do, because you don't know these guys. They're not in it to like really have these genuine convos. They want to do their little one-trick pony gimmicks that they're attempting to do, and then you indulge this and like so. Let's say, for instance, you and him have a back and forth. Then we have your. I'm not saying you, but you could take this voice call hostage until we listen to your back and forth of this like nonsense conversation until I interrupt, be like, dude, he's just bullshitting you right now. You know what I mean? Until that happens. So people don't come into this channel looking for an honest conversation. We have to make the ground be that way for them to come in here and do that. And of course, some
Yeah.
people they just genuinely curious, but the likes of him and the ones who are like him, no, they're in it to like see what they can do to throw a wrench in the works.
Yeah,
With the
see,
nice guy attitude.
yeah, but
You know.
with people like him as well, though. Yeah, I've cut him off at the knees a couple of times with refraction and curving light and the heights he's claiming, etc. But I'd also like to, I've written a heap of stuff down here. I like to listen to what he's actually saying. Go away, read it, like I just have now about their infinite distances, and understand what it's actually about, so that next time he comes in and brings up his infinite distance, I can shut that down instantly as well,
Yeah.
and actually sort of
So-
understand what's going on.
Check this out. When a door closes, a window opens up. So what happens is when you shut that door, he's just gonna go out the window. So it doesn't it never ends, AJ. He will find another thing that he can be nice and talk to you about something else, and then you're gonna be off into the weeds again with another thing. So he needs to understand he doesn't have an answer to the question. He needs to feel like there's a brick wall when he speaks to you. Because if you okay, something else you brought up, let me look at that other thing, and then you spend all this time. So I feel like you've gave it enough time to know that it's not going to happen with Jesse. It just can't, because if there was already something he had, we would have already found out that he's got the numbers. He met the criteria to know if there's drop over distance that was measured. He has not met any criteria of drop over distance. 0. Look at the ranges he's using. Nobody's shooting. We had God Rockin that was talking to him, who was a surveyor for years, most of his life. And he even asked Jesse, like, what are you shooting for? He's like, well, I'm shooting for this distance, like 75 miles, I think was one of the distances. And God Rockin was like, dude, you're crazy, man. I've shot for huge distances building the Mormon Center. I don't know where it's at. Someplace in Utah, I think, or somewhere. But he's like, it's a real huge place, and I built that. I helped build that. So when we were shooting for those distances, it were like 2 miles, or he said it was a really long distance. But he's like, when he heard Jesse saying 75 miles, he's like, no, nobody's ever shooting for that. What are you aiming for? Like, what is it your target? And I think he said it was like a light or something. He said something stupid. So yeah, God Rockin was just refuting him based on his knowledge of actually being a surveyor. So, and I don't know how many times he's been buried. Like I can't even tell you. It's like
Yeah.
oh, I don't know.
And I don't expect him to bring any. I don't expect him to bring any real evidence. I was just going to try and shut down each point as they come, because he seems to bring a few. I find it interesting reading as well. Gives me further knowledge.
His spreadsheet is just a bunch of garbage BS, bro.
Oh, that's terrible, that thing.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that. It's just garbage.
Yeah, I have.
He's fudged those numbers too. So anyway, we got some new people in here. We got Skip Gradient. Skip Gradient, if you're there, welcome to the forum. I'm just saying hi to new people in here. Looks like I less than 3 Jesus or something. I think he's a staunch Glober, if I'm not mistaken. You guys might have remembered him. And I think those are the only 2 that I've seen in here. But if you have a case for the Earth being a globe, please present your evidence of the Earth being a globe. First of all, do you think the Earth's a globe? One thing.
I know it is.
Really? Interesting. How do you know it's a globe if there's no evidence? What's your evidence that the Earth's a globe?
Sunsets, moonsets. Well,
all right, let's just stick with one.
Star trails.
Sunsets. How does the sunset provide evidence that the Earth's a geometric shape? Go ahead.
Well, either the sun's going into the ground or is going
Really?
around something. Yes.
How does one say those words and not feel like they're kind of weird? You just said that the sun goes into the ground. How does that make
either
sense?
it's going into the ground or it's
Yeah.
going around.
It's going around. So, would you say that that's evidence that the Earth is a geometric shape?
I'd say it's evidence it's not flat.
No, that's not what I asked you. Do you say that's evidence that the Earth's a geometric shape?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay, so how much is the curvature of the Earth being able to be extrapolated from the sunset? Go on and tell me. I want to know how much.
I'm not really into the exact amounts. I'm more interested as to
Well,
why it
okay,
seems to
well,
go
that's
into the
interesting.
ground.
Because you're telling me that the Earth's a geometric shape by proxy of the sunset, and now you're not telling me how you know. So it's weird, right? You can't just say
I
that
mean,
it's
you're
a globe
changing the
because
topic a little bit
no, I'm not. I'm
to
actually
make
staying
your
on point. I'm staying on point. So the point is, you said sunsets prove that the Earth is a globe. Now I'm showing the audience that you don't have evidence that the Earth is a globe because of a sunset. Now, if you do, I want to know how much drop over distance did you measure when you see the sun setting? Go ahead, sir.
You're changing the argument a little bit.
No, that's
All
not
I
the
said
change of
is,
the argument. It's
if
simple.
it's flat, then the sun is going
No,
into
no,
the ground,
that's
and that's clearly
condition.
not what is
That's a
happening. You can change
condition.
the argument all you want. No, you
No,
can change
that's a
the argument
condition.
all you want, but you
Not
have to
changing.
first acknowledge that either the sun is going into the ground or it's not.
All right,
And it's
so
clearly
back
not,
to
and so it's
back
not
to your
flat.
back
It's
to your
that simple.
claim. Back to your
No,
claim.
no, 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 no. The
The
sunset
Earth
shows
is a globe
that
because the sun is setting, right?
no, it's not flat because the
No,
sun
no,
sets.
that's not. We're not talking about it's not flat.
You can
We're
change
saying
it all you like. I'm not
it's not
going that
changing.
way. No, I'm not going that way.
Really?
If you'd
So
shut up
no
and
evidence.
listen
The sun
for 30
does not go
seconds,
into
he
the
didn't
ground.
say that.
So no evidence that the Earth is a globe due to sunsets, according
No
to you.
evidence that the Earth is flat because the sun doesn't go into the ground.
Okay, so
Cool.
you're just giving
Got
up,
ya.
waving the white flag. You're not going to give any evidence then.
Well, the
So my
evidence
hopes.
is the sun doesn't go into the ground, and so
What
where
does
is
that
it
have
going?
to do with what does that have to do with you presenting how you know that the Earth is a globe due to the sun setting?
Well, it's just one piece of the evidence, and
Okay,
you want
well
to
then
stick
I
to
want you
one
to tell
thing.
me.
So
I want you to tell me how the Earth is a globe with a sunset. Go ahead and tell me. I want you to say it loud and proud.
well, either the sun
No,
is
no,
going
it's not
into
an
the
either.
ground,
It's not an
or
either.
it's not.
It's not an
Is the
either.
sun going into the
It's
ground?
not an
Does
either.
the sun
It's
go
not,
into the
it
ground?
really isn't an either. It's you telling
Does the
me.
sun go into the ground?
Describe to me how you measured the sun
Does
to be a
the sun
geometric
go
shape.
into the ground?
Why are you afraid? I don't understand.
Why are you afraid?
Because you're not answering me right now, and that's what
I
I
am
want.
answering the claim that I made.
Yeah, which is the sun sets, therefore the Earth's a geometric shape. Okay, so
The
provide me
sun.
the.
Well, you pinned me on the geometric shape thing,
Yeah,
but
and
yeah,
we're
it's a
not letting
sphere.
go. We're
Right.
not letting go until you say you
Fine,
don't
you can
know.
do that, but you just sound like an idiot because the
Well,
sun
it's
doesn't
not
go into
really.
the ground and it doesn't change
That
size
doesn't
like it's going
matter.
further away. It
It
stays the
does not
same
matter.
size as it goes below the horizon.
So
And then in certain conditions, the sun shines on the underside of clouds as if it's below the height that the clouds are.
all
How
right,
is that
so
possible
so
if
the
the Earth
sun
is flat?
sets. We haven't
It's
gotten off the
not
point.
possible.
We haven't gotten off the point that the sun is
You
setting,
have to
and
be
you
just
said that
mental
the Earth
retardation
is a.
somewhere to think
Yeah,
the
you
Earth is
said
flat.
that the Earth is a geometric shape, so it's measured to be a
You
globe, and you
made
haven't
me
given me
say
any
that,
measurements.
although I don't disagree.
Well, yeah.
Let's stop
So
talking through him. You're creating chaos.
really, you are doing that.
That's
So I want you to realize that you said with the sunset we can know the Earth's a globe, and I'm asking for the evidence to back it up. Did you
With a
measure?
sunset, we can know the Earth isn't flat, is the claim.
No, so it's not a globe then.
It's not flat.
So it's not a globe then. Answer the question.
It's probably a globe.
Oh, probably. Oh, yes. So
Yes.
it's not really. Thank you for that. It's probably a globe. So that means that you're suggesting that it's a globe, but it's not really. Is that true?
I'm suggesting it's definitely not flat.
So it's probability that it's a globe then? Yes?
It's a bit more than probability. There's a lot
A
of
bit more. How much more?
a
Tell me
lot
how
of
much more.
quite a lot more.
How
Just
much
the
more?
way
Tell
that
me.
physics
Give me a
works.
percentage. How much more?
I mean, 100%. It's not flat.
Oh, so 100% that it's a globe? Really?
It's an oblate spheroid. It's
You said
Earth-shaped, but
probably.
it would.
Yeah, but you said probably a globe, and now we're going to what 100%? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's a globe. It's an oblate spheroid. It's a
Really?
weird
That's a
shape.
claim,
Yeah.
but you said it was probably a globe due to a sun setting. Probably. Now, how can you tell me probably if you don't really know?
How can you tell me it's flat if you don't really know?
I haven't told you anything. Right now, we're on the case of you
Right
presenting
now, we're in
the evidence.
24/7
The
flat
evidence.
Earth,
No, yeah,
and
that's
you
where we
are
are.
arguing
Thank you for telling me
that
where
it's
we are.
not a globe.
Now, the
So
evidence,
therefore,
sir.
I'm guessing you think it's flat.
Why are you so scared?
I'm not
Spiraling.
scared.
Stop spiraling and just have a normal conversation, please.
just-
We're all listening.
Yeah. So the audience right now, inquiring minds want to know how do you say that the Earth is a globe due to the fact that you see the sun setting? We want to know how you measured this thing with the sunset. Go on. Tell us.
It's not really measurements, but there's
Oh,
a
so
whole
what is it?
number of points of. I
Yeah,
mean,
what
you can
is
get
it
me on the
though? Tell me what
technicalities. I
is
don't
it.
really give a shit. Like,
I want to know what it is. What is it?
it's
The sun
clearly just
setting.
not flat.
Yeah, well,
And I'm
the
okay with
sunset.
that. And I'm
Yeah,
okay
well,
with not
this.
being able
Okay,
to describe to the precision that you require.
so
But
you're
I
not
mean,
telling the
you,
audience using a sunset how the Earth is a globe. You're not telling them. How is it a
I'm
globe with a sunset?
saying that it's clearly not flat. I am
That's not
certain.
what I'm asking. Not what I'm asking. I'm asking
Yeah.
how you got to the point where you know it's a globe with a sunset.
It's not flat.
Robot and heaps nasty, bro.
Jedi's internet's really bad today. I feel bad because like the whole time I really want to hear him come in. Yeah, sunsets. No evidence that the Earth is a globe. What else you got?
No evidence that the Earth is flat.
What else? What else you got?
No evidence that the Earth is flat.
So we're looking for evidence that the
What have
Earth is
you
a
got?
globe. What else you got?
I'm looking for evidence that the Earth is flat. What else have you got?
Well, you see how you're running for. I think you're scared. To be honest, you're really terrified.
No.
All right, then provide me evidence
like,
that the Earth's a
the
globe.
same
Go ahead.
applies to you.
Well,
It's
right
not-
now, we're getting you to either say you know how the Earth is a globe and provide evidence, or not. Let somebody else do it. How about that?
Somebody else can do it. Go for it.
Oh, you gave up. Yes. Thank you so much. I like when you Globers give up. Please keep doing it.
It's
Please
impossible.
Please
You're
keep
just
giving up.
an idiot to think it's flat.
Well,
It's not.
hey,
It's not. You just made it clear. It is impossible, and you're right. It is impossible to have any direct measurement of curvature because no one's ever done it. You are right. It is impossible to prove your globe because it hasn't been proven. So you're right.
Very
It is
true.
impossible.
Very true. See how freeing that feels?
Very
You
stupid.
saying that you don't have evidence and waving the white flag and saying, I just go to somebody else because I can't do it.
No, I mean you're reframing. You're reframing,
This
which
is
is fine.
awesome.
Like if you want to believe,
is
if you
awesome.
want your confirmation bias in that direction, you just
No, I'm
sound
asking.
like an
Look,
idiot.
dude, you have the floor. You could tell everybody here how the Earth's a globe, and you don't want to do it. That's amazing for a
That's
Glober to
not
say
my
that.
point. That wasn't my
It's
point.
our point. It's our
Well, it's
point.
not mine. It's not
That's why
mine.
everybody's here. That's why everybody's paying attention to the words that you're saying. You're just showing everybody else the same thing that we all know, that are people that have been here that know the Earth's flat, that you can't provide that the Earth's a globe. Any evidence whatsoever.
But that was
None.
never my point.
Well, that's our point, sir, and it will
All
continue
right.
to be.
Well, it's not mine, and you asked
Well, that's
me
fine.
a question.
But then you can have your
So-
own forum. You can have your own forum and do whatever you want with it. But in this forum, we're asking people for the evidence of the Earth being a globe, and you can't provide it. Neither can anybody
So-
else who thinks the Earth's a globe. Which
Well, stay
we're inviting
stupid.
them to do so. Is that all you
Yeah,
got?
Alpha.
That's it?
Alpha. He's actually reneging. He was asked about globe, and he said, "I know it's a globe." And he was asked how he knows that, and sunsets was one of the responses to that question.
I would love to know.
You
how
pressed
you
him
know.
on that, and suddenly it changed. Then it changed from, well, that's just to tell it's not flat. He originally presented that as being evidence that of having knowledge that the Earth is a globe.
And now what's
started with
even worse is that
sunset,
he gave
and
up.
It doesn't appear to go into the ground.
What's even
so
worse
it's
is that he
it's
gave
either
up.
going into the ground or it's not flat.
And nobody's even talking about that except for you, sir.
Well, that's
But
where I
I
started.
think it's
That's where
important
this
too that he
started.
gave up. How many people seeing him, listening to him on YouTube, just hearing him say, "I can't," I'm just go to somebody else. Isn't that amazing? He could have just provided evidence of direct measurement, and he just gave up. That's wonderful. I love it. On to the next. Who else? Who else wants some of Debo? Dude, you Globers ain't got nothing. And it's funny because I gave you the floor. Go ahead and tell me.
I'm coming, Debo.
I don't know what that means. Skip Gradient, are you there?
Yeah, I was just eating some dinner. Sorry.
Excellent. Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe? Please say yes.
Yeah. Like I think it
Freaking
is.
hell.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right, so can you provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? Because I less than 3 Jesus or whatever couldn't do it. He gave up. Said, nah, pick someone else.
Look,
I'm also a like a quote unquote glober, but you know that already.
Yeah, we
come
can
on,
do
Rick,
the
you
whole
were sitting on the
rigmarole, Rick.
fence.
2.0.
But I'm a friendly glober. It's fine, dude. I respect you. It's okay. No problem.
We can do the whole rigmarole, but I want Skip Gradient because I don't know who he is.
Like, can I provide you evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Hey man, you can go whichever way you want, so long as it's backing up the claim of the Earth being a globe. So that's all.
Look, I mean, I probably couldn't.
Gosh, dude, you get my hopes up high and then you dash my hopes just that quick. What's going on here? What am I to do? Am I just to wait for the next guy? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think it is, but like, how can I prove it to you?
Well, it's the best way you can. Like, I can't tell you how. Like, come at me this way. Like, you don't got it. You don't got it, man. I mean, what can I say?
Yeah, okay, so I probably don't have it, but okay,
right.
so why don't you convince me that it's flat, like I'm open?
Never thought you'd ask. So check it out. I got 3 things for you, Skip Gradient: observation, measurement, and practical use. Now, on these 3 points, I can demonstrate to you that the Earth is flat, stationary. So let's stick with number 1, which is observation. So when we go outside, our primary experience of this Earth is not one of the Earth curving at, with the surface like a globe. What we see is a horizontal plane topographically. So we can see land topography, which is hills and valleys and such, right? Mountains and all kinds of good stuff. But when we go over water, it seems as if the Earth extends out horizontally for a long way, right? So we can say, assuredly, our primary experience would say that the Earth is observed as a locally flat plane. What say you, Skip Gradient?
Well, I think that if I go out and look upon the horizon, that it does look flat.
Sure. Now, just based on observation, not going any farther than that, right? Just saying what it looks like to me, you, and everyone else. Looks like if the Earth is locally flat. Not saying anything more than that. Observation, check. Locally flat. Off to the next. Measurement. So does the Earth measure to have any curving surface as if it were a globe of a radius value of 3959, a circumference of 24,901 miles, and everything that lines up with the Earth's geometric shape? So if that is true, has any deviation from drop over distance, like from point A to point B, you could say that wherever you're standing would be point A and a target distance would be point B. Is there any drop over a distance to be measured? As in, how much drop over distance can be measured? Do you know?
You kind of lost me at the whole 3959 thing.
Sorry. I apologize for that because I get kind of moving forward with all this information. So the radius...
I just wanted you to clarify one thing you said. You said we observe the Earth as flat.
Yes.
But
we
you're
moved
not
off that
observing...
point. Yeah, we
I
moved
know,
off
but
that
I'm
point.
just asking you to clarify, though.
Oh, what's up?
Because, it's just you're observing a local portion of Earth,
sure,
but making the claim to Earth, like the entirety.
Did I say that?
That's unfair.
Did I say that?
No, but you said
Okay,
Earth,
so I didn't say
which
that.
is an
That's
entire...
cool.
That's
What?
you're
No, it's
making
not.
a claim about
If
the
you're pointing-
environment. your
If you're
immediate
pointing to the
environment.
Earth, if you're pointing to the
Yep.
Earth in your immediate viewing distance, that's still Earth,
Mhm.
right?
Yep, but you can't make
Was
it
I dis- was
like
I
a total.
disingenuous?
Total.
Did
No,
I
no,
say
but,
total?
like, I
Did I
just-
say total?
No, you didn't say total.
Okay,
you
so I
said
didn't say
a
total.
local.
So good.
Right.
Locally flat.
So
Is that
that-
total? Is that total?
Okay, excellent.
Is that total?
No, it's not.
Okay,
no,
thank
it's
you.
not.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
off to the
I
second
just want to
point.
know how you connect.
No, we're
like,
done with that.
flat-
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
Locally
All right.
flat,
Well, I'll
not
ask
total.
later then.
Yeah, it's
I'll ask
locally
later
flat,
then.
not total. Locally flat, not
Okay.
total. Remember those words that
So
I'm
it's not-
saying and repeat
all
them.
right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just
locally
do
flat,
this-
not
do this for
totally
me.
flat. Gotcha.
Look at the words that I'm saying. Locally flat.
Yeah.
Is that
in your
total?
immediate
Can I,
environment.
Rick, can I just say, Rick, there is no way that anybody could make a claim of the totality of the Earth. So let's
Yeah,
just not pretend that anyone
Unless-
can make that claim.
Right.
Yeah,
Earth is, listen, measured locally flat for me, locally, for you locally, and everybody in reference to sea level. Okay, so nobody's making an entire total claim. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't want to
Excellent.
be
I'm
measured.
glad we agree on that.
Rick,
I'm glad.
Rick.
That's
No, you're
all.
not. You're
That's
not
all.
glad. You just wanted to
I
interject
am.
with this conversation
all.
to spin everybody's
I'm
wheels.
sorry.
No, you're
Okay,
not
all right.
sorry.
I'll
Don't stop.
I'll be
drop
quiet.
the
I'll
act.
be quiet.
No, drop the
Okay,
act,
I'll be
Rick. You're
quiet.
not sorry. You're not sorry. You wanted to interject just so you can make your point to sound like I was being disingenuous, and I told you I never said the entire Earth, and you made it sound like your case was that I was saying the Earth in totality, and you're wrong. I didn't do that. Did I, Rick? Did I, Rick?
Okay.
Well, I don't like being called out when in the middle of explaining to somebody else
Okay,
a point that
I
I
agree.
didn't
You
say.
didn't do that. You
All
didn't
right,
do
then
that. No.
you don't need to interject then with this point that didn't have relevance to what I said.
Okay.
By the way, you're breaking up.
All
right, so back to point number 2. So the
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
all right, point
I'll
number
mute
2.
myself.
The Earth is measured to be a flat plane. So when we talk about measured to be a flat plane, we'd say a deviation from horizontal. So is the Earth does the Earth have the radius, diameter, circumference values that are given to us by the specific metrics that have been told that the size of the Earth is what it is? So that's to you, Skip Gradient. I guess you and I can resume the conversation that we were talking about.
Well, I'm to understand that the Earth's diameter is 7,920 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Kilometers.
Yeah.
Oh no,
kilometers.
miles. We're talking about, we generally quote radius in here. It's easier if everyone sticks to the one.
Yeah, Skip, did you get what Crypto said just right now?
Sorry, it didn't come through.
Oh.
Yeah, it's easier because people generally talk about radius around here. So when you start saying diameter, that because there's a lot of numbers involved. So yeah, whatever.
I think he was kind of confused in the beginning anyway. So
No, he's right though. The claimed diameter is 7,917 miles.
Yeah, did you want to say anything else, Skip Gradient, about that?
No, that was the entirety of my answer.
All right. So if there is any deviation from a horizontal plane, do you think, in your estimation, that could be measured? If any time in history that was ever done?
Okay, so when you say deviation from the horizontal plane,
Mm-hmm.
like what horizontal plane are we talking about?
So if we talk about a horizontal plane, we are mentioning the fact that we're getting a level surface point from mean sea level. So from mean sea level is a particular vertical point off of where we're going to measure elevation change. So elevation change in any part of the surface of the Earth will have a distance from that mean sea level. So from mean sea level to any part of land, we're going to say that's going to be a specific elevation, right? It doesn't matter what it is, but it's going to be from mean sea level. That's how we know how what height something is, like a mountain, or how low something would be, like under sea level. A valley would be. You understand what I'm saying?
So you're talking about like the. Okay, so
This
what
is
would
what flat Earth is. So flat Earth is the horizontal plane from mean sea level off into any distance horizontally and anywhere on the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so what's the difference between the mean horizontal plane from sea level?
Right. So mean sea level. The mean, you know what mean is, right?
Like the average.
Yeah. So to be the average from whatever the rise and fall of tides are to like anywhere off into land, depends on where you're at, and then from that point, like whatever elevation you are or below, then you would understand that the mean sea level that you're getting that distance from, it creates a horizontal plane. From that point, from mean sea level to where you are on land, there's 2 points, right? From those 2 connecting points, we know that there's a plane. Well, it would be the horizontal plane, and a deviation from that would be the idea of how we know what elevation would be from. from the mean sea level point, vertical point, to any part on land, we understand that a height from, let's say, a mountain or a hill would be garnered from that mean sea level. Like the height is this high above sea level. We'd give it a specific amount of height from mean sea level. You do know that's how we get to know how high something is, right? Mountains and whatever. People build buildings and they'll tell you how high is it from mean sea level. You know that, right? That's how we know.
Well, when
I don't know if you know that. That's why I'm asking.
When someone builds a building like a skyscraper, they measure that from the ground on which they built it.
Yeah, but all these points that they're getting to say that, if they are above sea level, that would be understood if they're above or below. They could know that information, right?
Okay, so I understand mean sea level. It's
Yeah.
like the average of the distance
Rise and
from
fall of
the.
tides.
It will be from like the average height of water on the oceans relative to something.
Yeah, so now if you go off, what I'm saying though, is if you go somewhere on land, that point from that vertical point from mean sea level to any place on land, those two connecting points are going to create a distance for the horizontal plane. And elevation is garnered from mean sea level. So that means that imaginary line that would extend from the vertical point off of mean sea level all the way to where someone's standing on the surface of elevation, there's going to be a imaginary line that connects those 2 points. And that's the horizontal plane that I'm talking about.
What
Do you
does
get that or not?
the.
Wait. Do you understand what I'm saying or no?
No, not at all.
So just do me a favor, right?
Oh my god.
It's on your table that you have right now that's in front of you. Your fingers on one part of the table, right? That would be mean sea level, right? Now I want you to put your other finger, move it across from put your two fingers together. And as you move across the table with your other finger, right? Get a little farther apart. As far as you can get away from that point that you had, that first point. The first point is mean sea level. The other point would be like an elevation profile on the earth. So it could be like a mountain or a hill or something. So your other finger would represent another place on the earth, 2 points. Now, in between your two fingers would be the horizontal plane. Do you understand?
Would it have to be halfway in between those 2
Do you
points?
understand?
No.
Okay.
Does it have to be halfway in between those 2 points?
So hold on. If we've got a measurement of sea level at point A, okay, and it's 0 against sea level, then we go 20 miles east. Then we have another measurement at 0 against sea level. Okay. Would you think it would be safe to assume that between those 2 points we have a horizontal plane of reference to say that sea level hasn't changed between those 2 points? Why not? Why would you believe that 2 local measurements of level, that between those 2 points there would be anything else other than level?
Yeah. So he doesn't. Okay, so what I was explaining to you, Skip Gradient, was the fact that from mean sea level to any place on the earth that you were going to get an elevation profile from, you would know that the 2 points that connect would equal a horizontal plane. So the horizontal plane that extends from mean sea level to the place where there's elevation, right? It would be above mean sea level. So like from above 0, like the way Roots was saying, you'd go from 0 all the way to how many feet that the hill or the mountain would be. That would be how much above that horizontal plane that thing is. Do you get it still or no?
Well, what is the plane in reference to?
Mean sea level, the vertical point off of the rise and fall of tides.
Right, but okay, so
Right.
I get there's like the sort of the altitude difference, but
It's not altitude. It's
Okay.
elevation.
I thought they
Altitude is
were
off of the
just-
surface of altitude is off the surface of the earth. Elevation is on the surface of the Earth.
But
Very
aren't you
different.
trying to describe what is the surface of the Earth? Like, what are we
No,
measuring
listen,
altitude
okay.
from?
It's like two people standing on the floor of a massive warehouse. Their feet are at the same level.
Yeah. That's a great way to explain it. With 2 points that connect at the same level. But I'm identifying to Skip Gradient is that the fact that flat Earth is not considered to be the paper thin idea that there's same level from 2 points. What I'm trying to show him is that flat Earth is the vertical point from mean sea level to any point on the Earth. So how do we know how tall something is with elevation? We're going to get that off the horizontal plane of reference. That's flat Earth. We're referencing the horizontal plane. That is flat Earth. That's flat as all get out. That's zero, right?
Okay, but doesn't that plane
Angles are
have to
straight line
point towards
distances,
something?
not curved.
Yeah. What'd you say, Skip?
Doesn't that plane have to point towards something?
What do you mean? Point
Well,
towards
like,
something.
You mean like it's tilted?
No, I mean like if you talk about like the, like the Earth's axis, it's the reference point is
Wait. Don't. Okay. So for just a moment, don't think of the Earth as anything other than just what I'm explaining to you right now. So just for a second, just so you can understand, use your table. I told you use your table for just this one moment, right?
Yeah.
You got your 2 fingers on your table, right? Put them at
Yeah.
a separate distance. One is at mean sea level. That's 0. Just like Roots was saying, 0. That's where you start. Your other finger, it would be like on top of a mountain and 10,000 feet above sea level, mean sea level. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Skip. Just wait. So from the point that the one finger is, that would be mean sea level.
Which
0.
finger, my left or my right finger?
Doesn't matter, sir. Doesn't matter.
Well, it matters for me. I'm trying to think about
My
this.
God, dude, your left hand.
Now you're being pedantic. Seems
Your
dishonest.
left hand.
Okay, it's gonna be my. No, I mean my left finger. Okay, it's my left finger. I'm looking at my fingers.
That's 0 elevation. 0.
Yeah.
Mean sea level. Okay? The other one is at a specific elevation. It could be a mountain, a hill, or whatever. You can put an arbitrary elevation profile to it. Doesn't matter.
Right.
So whatever elevation profile it would be at a specific elevation profile to the horizontal plane that you're referencing from mean sea level.
And is that my left finger?
Your right finger on your right hand is
trolling.
going to be the one that's going to have the elevation.
Okay, so
All you have to do is tell us that you understand that angles are taken and any elevation changes are taken from mean sea level, which is a flat horizontal plane.
Yes
Do you
or
understand
no?
that?
That's simple. That's really simple. My God, if you don't get that, you're beyond help.
I think he's trolling. That's why I'm
Yeah.
asking him a yes or no answer.
He'd be trolling after this, Roots,
I've
for
got-
sure.
I got something for you when you're
No,
ready.
we're waiting for Skip Gradient's answer.
Oh, okay. All right.
Skip, can you just answer the question so we can move forward? Are you understanding what we're trying to tell you here? Every measurement is taken from a flat plane. Do you understand that?
yeah, when you word it like that, yes.
That's flat Earth. That flat plane that Roots just described is the essence of flat Earth. That's flat as fuck. That's flat Earth. That's what, when we say flat Earth, the Earth is flat, that's exactly what we're saying. That horizontal plane that extends off into different places of the Earth, that's flat Earth.
But you mean like the ocean, right?
Everywhere.
70% of the Earth's surface is water. Water is always finding its level.
Yeah, that's great. No, I actually mean everywhere on Earth, not just the water, the land too.
Total Earth.
Everything. So everything from hold on, Rick, from the horizontal plane.
All right.
That Roots just described goes across the horizontal surface of the Earth. If there's elevation, it's from flat Earth. It's from the horizontal plane at 0. Everywhere on Earth.
All right, but like, how do you know it's not like an angle that's measured from just a certain point?
What? Because that's not how
You
we
can't
get
take
elevation
an angle.
profile.
Yeah, you can't take an angle measurement without first establishing a flat plane.
Yeah.
You already agreed. You
comes
understood
first.
that.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so
there
what
you
if?
go.
Yeah, like guys, I'm trying to fucking throw you
no,
a bone here.
but that's it. That's all there is to it. There's nothing more to it. It's not like more.
It's not
the
all
horizontal
there is to
plane. It's the horizontal plane that we reference. And you know what? To further that,
so
what?
okay, so like, what if you extended the plane like just by a tiny fraction of an amount, and you took the same measurement angle from that same plane?
What are you talking about?
Well, when you say plane, you're talking about something that extends infinitely, right?
No,
It's
no.
theoretical plane. It's a theoretical plane.
Yeah,
Yes.
I understand it. Yeah, I understand it's theoretical.
When you said infinite, and nobody's talking about
Yeah, it's
infinite.
not reality.
Nobody's talking about all overall. What? No, this is reality.
The
So when
plane.
you the plane, yeah. So you have to think about the
Yep.
Earth from mean sea level, and when you get elevation profiles on the Earth, you're getting them from that horizontal plane.
Well, where is that plane?
What do you mean? Where is it? From mean sea level.
It's called mean. Yeah, it's called mean sea level.
Goodness gracious, dude.
Okay, can I make one point?
Rick,
Sea
when the
level
guys-
is not
when
a
the guys-
horizontal
when the guy-
measurement.
Okay, you just don't know how to stop, do you? You're gonna stop.
Oh, I just
No, you're gonna stop. Skip. What do you think?
Okay, so the plane originates from the mean sea level,
Hmm.
and is that sea level measured from? Where is that measured from? The crust or the core? Like, where is that
The
measured
rise
from?
and fall of tides. This is the third time I've said this.
No, I understand that. I get what you're saying.
Then
You're
why
saying,
are you saying as if it's coming from the core, sir?
mate, do you want to listen to me or do you just want to fucking ban me? Like, do you want to be a cunt? Because you can just ban
Okay,
me.
so now the mask is
But
falling
dude,
off.
if you don't understand, it's coming from water. Our natural understanding of
I get
water.
that. Yeah, it's water. Okay, so
Then why did you
Water's
say it's coming
always
from the
seeking
core?
its level.
okay, so the core. But didn't I just say that? Didn't I say where are you measuring the height of the water, the altitude of the water? What are you measuring it from? Are you
Water
measuring
is
from the
0.0.
crust or the core?
Skip.
God,
Water. High tide, low tide. Middle, that is ground zero. That is level 0. There is
Wait,
no we measure
Metadix,
from
let's meet up. Let's fucking meet up IRL. We'll continue this conversation IRL. Don't be a fucking condescending cunt to me. I came here in good faith. Don't be a fucking...
Oh, he couldn't
If you
stand
want
a
me to be a
countryman.
cunt, I can be. Just ask nicely.
He couldn't stand that a countryman was telling him. He just went all bananas when another Australian told him. Look, I should have had you talk to him before I did, Matrix. I can have him
Yeah,
spiral like that.
sometimes. Would you like me to unlock him, Alpha?
I don't really
I'm
give
happy
a
to.
shit, dude. I don't care.
Oh well, I'll let you.
No,
play
you
with
mute
him.
him. Just keep him. That was you. You.
We want to
Holy
see
cow,
Aussie
what
versus
did I
Aussie,
miss?
man. Come on.
No, wait.
I
I was
stepped
gonna
away
let
for a
Rick.
minute. I missed it. I missed the meltdown.
Yeah, Skip
Unfortunately,
Gradient.
bro.
I was actually he was actually getting a little testy with me, but he went full meltdown with Matrix because he was he's an Aussie.
Yeah,
I guess
tried to simplify
Skip
it.
Gradient couldn't understand how there's Aussies that know that the Earth is flat. I guess. Well, you have a bad luck, man, because there's like 3 Aussies in here. Skip Gradient, to your dismay.
It's a shame he wasn't
Yeah,
on
wait till
PNR
the
the other
Kiwis
day.
come
There
in.
was 6 of us.
There's about 6 of them in here. Too
I
bad
get
for
really
you.
disappointed. I get really disappointed when the Globers take this subject personally. Like, it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. It only matters what's correct. And I don't know why people are fighting, like the facts. At the end of the day, everything you're saying is verifiable. So don't fight it, guys. Like, just verify it, listen, verify it for yourself.
Hey, man, you called this upon yourself, Skip. You're the one that came off hot and bothered and shit. Nobody was doing what you were doing. Getting Rick riled up too, man. He's started barreling through my conversation with Skip, so that's why I'm
You have
muted him.
a friend who's from like South Tasmania who has very interesting observations, and he's a flat earther. He's in our 24/7 Gold team.
Who's Skip? You mean Skip Gradient? Eagle?
No, I'm saying that one of our gold members is from like South Tasmania.
Oh, yeah.
Who's that again?
Endless.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear that.
Endless space crabs.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay, cool.
I don't know. I guess we're done with that guy. Rick 2.0 was chomping at the bit.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
because I didn't want to forget my point. That's all. Sorry.
Hey, dude, write it down. My God. Like,
I'll write it down. I'll write it down.
but now that we're not talking to that guy, what did you have to say?
Oh, I was just saying that sea level is a measure of altitude. We're talking about a vertical measurement off the surface of the Earth, the surface of mean sea level. Level does not mean you're talking about a plane all of a sudden. Like you're talking about horizontals. We're
Okay,
talking
so
about altitude. Altitude is a vertical measurement.
Yeah, dude, you don't know how mean sea level and getting elevation profile is garnered from mean sea level. You don't know how that's done. I just went over through it. Well, actually, you know what? The whole team went over through it with Skip Gradient. And did you miss that conversation?
I heard, but you applied the plane.
Okay, let's think about it this way: from point A to point B on any given part of the Earth, two connecting points. Would you say that that's a plane?
Two connecting points of equal altitude. Yep.
Elevation.
That is yes.
Okay.
Elevation.
So then we're talking the right thing. We're saying the right words.
Yeah, also level is defined as having a horizontal surface. You can't get away with it. A level is defined as horizontal.
Right, but the measure of mean sea level like is on a vertical measure. Like you're measuring.
It is not, dude. If you're gonna get listen, when you get mean sea level and a connecting place to say an elevation profile is garnered from that, you're making a horizontal plane. The actual point of mean sea level isn't the place where we're measuring. It's where we're measuring to from it. Do you understand?
Altitude requires a perpendicular.
I understand what you're trying to say, but it also works on a sphere. Just
no, it does not.
It does.
To or from.
It does.
No, it doesn't. And that's not how they do it, right? So they start with like a zero elevation point, right? Which, like you said, in the vertical, which is zero, right? The sea level, right?
Yeah.
And then when they survey, they extend a horizontal plane out in front of them, right? And then they'll use their device to look at the top of something, like a mountain, right? Or, a rise in the distance. And then they gauge the angle, right, to the top of that between sea level, like the horizontal plane they've extended out from sea level, right? So that at where that horizontal line or plane meets the vertical coming down at the from the top of the mountain that they've just got the angle to, right? The height above sea level, where it intersects with your horizontal plane, your vertical of your mountain to the horizontal plane you've extended out from sea level, that gives you the height above sea level.
Yep. Simple as that. I don't see why this is really hard for you to grasp as a glober.
It is
I'm
simple.
drawing it right now. It's simple. I've grasped it. I've got it on my
I
screen.
don't think you do.
I do, man.
All right,
Promise.
so can you steel man what we just what basically what we've all just said?
Yep.
Go for it.
Okay, we're talking about a mountain, right? This as an example. Let me see if I can. I'm just drawing it now. I'll post the picture in a second. 1 second.
Got you, bro.
Pardon?
Check the text chat. There you go.
That's it right there. That's it.
I'll have a look.
That is freaking it right there. You don't have to draw anything. Just look at what Eagle Slave just posted. So simple.
Let me find.
God, dude.
I just got home from work. I'm on my computer now.
I mean,
Open a chat.
I don't know. I don't know.
Angle of elevation formulas. Okay.
Yeah.
If trigonometry works, what's the height of Polaris?
We're not talking about that at the moment. For God's
Oh,
sake.
trigonometry doesn't work in that instance.
No, you
Correct.
treat, you treat it as an infinite distance, flat or globe. Nobody claims to be able to triangulate Polaris's height, flat or globe.
A linear distance is not
Yes,
taken
but
into
on a flat
account.
plane, it would work.
Would you
No,
stop
you're
diverting-
wrong because it's not used that way, and it says so in CellNav manuals.
He's trying to
Yeah,
rescue. He's throwing his body into the gears right now.
cheerleader.
So I would argue that from the point of the observer, the horizontal line that you're suggesting is a projected horizontal. It's not to a physical point.
Then you need to
are
measure
you
drop
talking
over
about?
distance.
Yeah, if
Slide your mountain across your line, your horizontal line, to the sea.
Yep.
And you'll see how high it is above sea level.
I don't know how they're not getting this.
You don't have
like,
to slide
it's
across.
so
You
fucking
can take
easy.
a measure in a vertical plane, in the vertical. The
What
vertical.
are you talking? What is he talking about?
Sea level is a vertical altitude measure. That's
I
what
know
sea level.
that.
Yeah. So why
Everybody
do we
knows that.
distance on a horizontal plane if we're finding
Because
a
you're
vertical?
going. Listen, dude, you're going from that vertical point
Are
off
you serious,
into the
dude?
distance, which creates the horizontal plane.
You
don't
know
get it,
how
do
they
you?
get it. You know how they get elevation, don't you? They move along. They take from point to point. And they go, this point is 20 meters higher from this point, and then they keep moving along, and then they got to the top of the mountain, and that's the height above sea level. You
That's
have to
easy
have
as
a
that.
horizontal plane to get a vertical height. You
Just need
have
a
to.
tangent.
You don't measure
Tangent. No, you don't.
elevation with tangents.
That's
You
the question. We're
fucking
asking
idiot.
for the measurement of the curve underneath your presumed tangent.
Yeah.
Your tangent is dependent on the curve underneath, the tangent of x.
Oh my God,
Not
Jedi,
in
why
the
is
Show me
position you're
x
using.
curving.
No, not in the position that you need
Jedi?
your
Why
vertical.
isn't your connection
It doesn't
working, bro?
matter
Jeez.
what the curvature is.
These guys are something else, man.
What's a tangent got to do with getting elevation above sea level?
Nothing. It's just his way of trying to insert that the Earth is a globe without even producing the evidence of drop over distance. That's what that is.
He doesn't like the implication that elevation angles need a horizontal plane. That's why he
Yeah.
said that, right?
That's why he invokes the tangent.
So he has to say tangent because that's the model.
Oh, back to Rick 2.0. Do you understand now? Rick?
I understand that altitude, that sea level is a measure of altitude. It's zero
Elevation.
Zero elevation. Yeah, elevate.
Elevation
Elevate.
and
Yeah,
altitude are different things.
They've been doing that all night, by the way. That's to let you know,
Describe how
Tim.
Altitude is above the ground below you. Elevation is a point above sea level.
Been doing that
Just
all
past
night.
the hour, I took the screen cap from Captain Zimmerman's class on celestial navigation on YouTube. He was responsible for captaining, multi-billion-dollar naval vessel. Pretty important.
So are we good with mean sea level being a vertical point, and off into the distance we're going to say that connecting other point would be the horizontal plane? Rick 2.0?
So you're drawing a straight line between the 2 points.
Yeah.
To me, you know what that does do?
Do that in plain sailing too.
That is
That's
that
how you
is
do
a
plain sailing.
sub-arc tangent. That is like it's below the arc, the curvature of the Earth. That line.
What?
To me,
Below the arc. What?
below
arc?
the arc, below
What
the
arc?
curvature.
You haven't demonstrated the Earth to be curving. What arc? It's an imaginary arc.
I haven't claimed to have
You're
observed
still
the art.
robot and Jedi. Sorry, man.
Oh man, I don't get it. It's an imaginary arc.
So I've got the understanding correctly, guys, for my own benefit here. So when we're dealing with elevation, we're dealing of 2 points that are above the Earth's surface in respect to sea level, where altitude can be in respect to ground level or sea level. Is that correct?
No, so mean sea. Okay, so check this out. Mean sea level would be the median of the rise and fall of tide. So at some point, mean sea level is going to be above the lowest part of the tide. It's a vertical point, and from that point off into the distance at zero, it would create the horizontal plane off into any elevation profile on land, which means that it extends out horizontally as a point of that's flat Earth. Essentially, what we're talking about is flat Earth. Like when we all are talking about flat Earth, that's flat as fuck. That horizontal position from mean sea level.
Yeah, makes sense. So the elevation
Say,
can be below sea level, but
Yes.
you wouldn't describe that with altitude as below
That's right.
sea level.
That's
Yeah.
correct. That's correct. 100%. Which is what the general
He wants his sea level to be below sea level.
That's not possible, man.
And
Not
altitude's only measured by really measured by air pressure.
Yeah.
It's not an exact kind of measurement.
And they've been doing this all
You can
night.
get a laser altimeter, but I don't know if that's as accurate either.
Yeah, I've switched to my computer. It's a bit more comfortable.
Elevation
So we can hear
is
you more
always
clearly getting things wrong? All right.
elevation
Come on,
is
man.
always
Sorry,
a
it's a
land
jab.
profile above
That was
sea
lame.
level.
That was lame of me. That was a jab. Anyway,
It's all right.
Rick, come on, man.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, come on. Like, I don't know how else we can do this.
And I didn't argue about measurements below sea level as being altitude, because altitude is a vertical measurement above sea level. Maybe you could start talking about negative measures, like
Negative.
below
Not a
sea level,
measurement.
like if you go underwater or something.
I
like
got it.
that.
I got you, Rick. Here's what's interesting. We got pilots, right? That we have pilots that use radar to acquire targets, and they can put boxes on far distant objects that could be well over 200 miles away, and they're using an elevation angle to the ground to get that target height. But the thing is, if the object is like 200 miles in the distance, then its altitude, even though it is straight ahead of the F-16, if they're on a globe, then its altitude above sea level should be like tens of thousands of feet higher than what it is showing and what these planes are even capable of flying. There's one case where this one guy talked about targeting like the tip of K2, the mountain. And he was like, there's no way I'm seeing that mountain. And there's no way that it's at the same elevation as me, even though it was. And he was able to put his reticle right onto it. So yeah, Earth is flat, man. Like we have dozens of these testimonies. It's ridiculous.
Confirmation bias.
Well, you can call it that, but this is firsthand accounts of people that are realizing that Earth doesn't comport to what they were taught it was. So it's not a confirmation bias when we actually have done measurements ourselves using laser transits, microwave links, infrared optics, and so on and so forth. Things that globers are afraid to use. I've yet to see a single glober do an infrared or optical sighting and measurement, or using a laser transit at all. It's instead vacation photos that are highly cropped of distant objects on the horizon that appear to be refracted. You know, and there's telltale signs of that, like mirroring and things like this going on. Like that's the best they've got. They don't have the evidence that they claim exists, like not from NASA, not from any major university, not from any military institution. Instead, we have reams and reams of cases showing the opposite. Case in point, the NATO Sapphire survey that was done across the Chesapeake Bay outside of Washington, D.C. Military surveyors set up infrared theodolites and sensors across the bay, and they tried to zero them in, taking multiple observations to get a control. And their control was to find the point of the curvature over the water. And they couldn't do it. They even said in their own documents that it was like the whole situation was cursed, that they couldn't pinpoint where the curvature of the Earth was over the water.
I think you've misinterpreted that information.
No, you think so? Well, you know, I can post the documents, or you can go to our 24/7 channel and read it yourself. They're like, this is cursed. We can't find the curvature. You know what they did? They had to use a bulk refraction model that doesn't really exist in reality, and they had to fudge their error bars by 1 order of magnitude. That's 10 times. In order to account for the temperature gradient that didn't exist, in order to claim that the refraction conditions that were present there in order to reify the globe. Like, this is the kind of monkey business we see time and time again. You want to call that confirmation bias?
I love how he says you've misinterpreted the data and he's not even looked at the data set. Hilarious.
Oh, you must be wrong because you're a flat earther, man. Doesn't make any sense, man.
Right, what grounds has he got to assume that he's misinterpreted the data? Nothing but his bias.
Could it be confirmation bias?
Just I've seen other examples of data being completely misinterpreted by flat earthers to make a point. It just absolutely...
That sounds like confirmation bias on your part, doesn't it? I've seen other data misinterpreted by other people, therefore you're misinterpreting the data.
Consistently
That's confirmation bias.
Say the Earth is flat. That's fine. But what's happened in those instances was confirmation bias.
So have you read the...
Whether or not that's the case, you're exhibiting confirmation bias right now.
Yep.
By what?
100%.
How?
You
How
said
so?
that other people misinterpreted the data, therefore you're misinterpreting the data because you're in the same category as those other people that I thought misinterpreted the data. That is absolutely confirmation bias.
That's a fair point in this instance, sure.
Yeah, because you got cognitive dissonance.
I'd also be interested to know what data you think flat earthers have misinterpreted previously, because I bet it's the other way around. I bet it's you've misinterpreted it and you're just making a decision that they're wrong, but you haven't got the confirmation.
Yeah, that's where this conversation is going to go. So show me what data that other flat earthers have misinterpreted by your own accounting. You know, why don't you present that to us and we can talk about it?
Yeah, maybe another time.
Okay, because I don't think you got it readily available. You don't even know any specific examples off the top of your head, do you?
Yeah, I've got one. There was like this dissertation, and it spoke about in the dissertation how they used quote unquote a flat Earth area, and an allusion to firmament in the dissertation to come to as axioms for the dissertation. But what was being used is what was being said about the document is, oh, this is a government document that says the Earth is flat, and that's completely not what the documentation was saying or that the summary was saying about the documentation.
Are you talking about the Army's firmament studies or the Russian ones?
I don't think it was
where the Russian scientists are calling it the firmament, and they're studying the nighttime air glow.
I can't remember.
Okay, that's probably what you're talking about. That was a Russian Academy of Science study that they did like prior to World War II.
Yeah, there's also
and it's subject to translation, right? So firmament could just refer to the heavens in Russian.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's also encyclopedias. Yeah, but there's also encyclopedias that talk about the firmament from the early 1900s and before that. So there is
That's a
official
common word.
documents. Yeah, there are official documents that quote the firmament.
This can easily just be understood as cultural, historical reference and analogy. There's nothing scientific about it.
All right, so what's your problem then? That they use the word firmament?
Yeah, in some
Well,
instances.
I'm sorry you're triggered by that word. I think it's a beautiful way to describe what we see in the sky. Things that are ultimately untestable, like stars.
I was just saying that there was an allusion to the word, and that allusion to the word being in a government document was being used by a flat earther to say that there is a firmament and the world is flat. That's all I was saying. Just because you asked for an example of one of these examples where I brought up where flat earthers have used these documents as confirmation bias, that's all that was.
Well, in this case, I don't see how that's abuse at all.
I didn't say abuse.
I'd say they were
Well, it's not a
justified.
misinterpretation either.
I'd say they were justified if government documents are quoting it. Then I'd say it's justified to claim that the governments have been talking about the firmament. There's nothing wrong with that.
That wasn't exactly the claim. Flat was in quotes, and it was used as a reference to describe, for example, tangents that were used in the dissertation. And it wasn't saying
sounds
that
about
the
right.
Earth was flat. It wasn't saying that the Earth was flat. It was saying it was measuring as if it was flat at the points that they were taking their measurements.
Right, so they couldn't find a tangent, could they?
That's not what it says either.
Well, they assumed there had to be a tangent because Earth was measured flat in that instance.
They were using tangents as if flat from their point. Nothing about that their tangents didn't find anything, just that the reference points used in the dissertation were from such bases is all.
Right, so they didn't have curvature, did they? They didn't demonstrate it or measure any.
That wasn't any
This is the
part of
point, dude. This is the point, is that they think the curvature is there, but they can't find it, so they're like, well, it must be locally flat, so we're using the tangent plane. And the tangent plane is supposed to be conceptual, but it's used in actual reality.
I never said any of that.
Well, you're misinterpreting the entire point of the document, and this is something we see from you guys all over the place.
No, you've completely misinterpreted.
No,
and
you think
reframed
there's
the
a tangent to a
argument.
curve, but there's no curve ever measured or utilized, not in that document.
I was just, the point was somebody else used the summary of the document to make a point that the document absolutely wasn't making. That's all my point was. Like,
Well,
that's it.
you have to interpret what they're doing. They're using a tangent plane in reality because there's no curvature.
So
if they could use a curved surface in reality, they wouldn't have to use a tangent plane.
So your problem, Ilez, is that Ilez, your problem is not that they tell you have to measure the Earth as it's flat locally, which is true. Your problem isn't that they haven't found the curvature to be able to claim a tangent. Your problem is that the overall document isn't in the spirit of flat Earth. It's in the spirit of, but the Earth is a globe. That's your problem.
I didn't say any of that. Again, that's not what I was saying. All I was saying is that there was
I'm trying to figure out your problem.
Yes, I'm saying I had no problem. Like, somebody asked me, because I said that flat earthers use confirmation bias often, and so somebody asked me for an example of where flat earthers have used confirmation bias. And
that was a fail.
That simple example, and that's it.
Yeah, and that was a big fail because in the document they're using a tangent plane in reality because they can't use a curve. You know why they couldn't use a curve? All right,
go off. I don't
they
care.
couldn't use a curve because they couldn't find it, and that's a fact. Just like the NATO Sapphire, Charles, just like everything else, just like using in CellNav, you use elevation angles and the flat baseline that runs along mean sea level with a slope of 0. So maybe this point is lost on you. It's like big whoosh over your head.
Yeah, this is all flat Earth evidence, Les. Just because the document doesn't claim, just because the document claims that we live on a ball, doesn't mean that all the science.
Nothing about the document said that, and I didn't claim that it said that either.
But it is the authors of the document are coping with the fact that they can't use curvature.
You're making wild conflations now. None of this was said. It's all irrelevant. I don't care.
You don't care. Well, I'm sorry. I do care.
I was making a separate point. And you've turned it into something else entirely, and it's nonsense.
Because your point failed.
Fine, it failed. You win. Well done. Stay stupid. Can you steel man level on a sphere?
You can't have level on a sphere. That's a contradiction. Yeah, it's a contradiction.
No, it's absolutely not.
You think level means curved?
What is the distance from the center of a sphere? What is the distance from the level of a sphere? Like, if the sphere was big enough, would the tangent of the point that you are measuring, would that be as level as another point on that sphere?
Well, the tangent's not on the sphere. The tangent plane has a depression between the plane and the curving surface underneath, doesn't it?
Tangent
The
is
tangent
hypothetical.
touches the sphere or the circle, but the plane, the tangent plane or tangent line is not bent.
No,
it's an
not.
abstraction.
It's a hypothetical from an
It's an abstraction,
point.
yes.
Yes.
So it's not real.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but they use the flat tangent in reality, and they say it's a tangent, but it's actually the surface. That's the funny part. They call it a tangent, and it actually matches and conforms to the flat surface.
This is
There's no depression ever measured.
Oh, my Discord.
I know, you're coping hard, dude.
Losing brain cells listening.
Tangents are abstractions, but the funny thing is they use the abstraction, and it matches the flat surface that they're on. So they're like, well, this has to be a tangent because we know Earth is curved. Even though the tangent and the surface match. Oh, he's gone. Well, he was talking over everyone
he ran
anyway.
away. He didn't make one point that he could back up during this whole session. So he gave up.
Yep, time and time again, they come in and do this. All right, I gotta go.
What do you guys think about this level on a curve thing?
Level on a curve doesn't work. When he asked me to steel man it, I was just going to say gravity. Because level on a curve doesn't work.
I would argue that level on a curve does work. Because level is not a horizontal measure. Level is a vertical. Sea level is a vertical measurement taken, which can be done on a circle. Look at the bicycle wheel. The spokes radiate from the center point.
Right, but you can't establish a horizontal plane on a ball.
You can if it's a projection.
Is this like copy paste night or something?
Yeah, we know what level is. Level has a horizontal surface. By definition, level is horizontal. And you can't have, no matter how big your ball is, you will not be able to have a perfectly horizontal plane on a ball. It's impossible. You might be able to establish level in one position on a ball, but you can't achieve a horizontal plane between two reference points on a ball.
What if the reference points were like 2 meters apart?
Even at 2 meters, it's not perfectly horizontal. If you want to bring in relative scale, you could say, yeah, it's close, but it's not perfectly horizontal. You cannot have a perfectly horizontal plane on a ball.
Where are perfectly horizontal in reality? Just the horizon, I guess.
We've just been through this. The whole the way you take an elevation angle is in respect to a universal understanding of level, mean sea level.
I suppose you mean the horizon, right?
Water at rest. The horizon, you can pick whatever you like.
The horizon, yeah, the horizon is based on sea level. That's why we get our horizon. The horizon is confirmation of that level.
Yeah, so like a lake on a still day, for example, right? Would be the level.
Yeah, you'll find its level on a still day. Yeah.
Is it
This is
perfectly
impossible
level?
on a bull. This is impossible on a bull, by the way.
Yep. Is it perfectly level?
Well, no, because you'll never get perfectly still conditions, right? And water is always seeking its level. So once there's any movement, then obviously, yeah, you've got your variation from level, but you can establish from one end of the lake to the other end of the lake that there isn't a change in elevation. Thus, it is level. It is flat.
Yeah. I'm just asking because you said on the ball you can't have perfectly level, but so I'm wondering where the perfectly level is on the flat Earth. But I suppose you just mean like the horizon, right? That would be like a straight line, perfectly straight line.
Yep, and when you have that side view on from the horizon, you're able to see miles and miles from left to right on your horizon on a clear day. Shouldn't be the case. You shouldn't be able to get a ruler, put it up to your horizon, and see that straight edge. If we lived on a ball.
Yeah.
I know it sounds a bit ridiculous, but this is you can sum these arguments up to very simple points. And if you don't understand these simple points, we can get more technical. But if you can see there is a horizontal straight line, then it's level. If you deviate from that, it isn't level by the definition of level. So your claim or your globe belief that level is a curve goes against the metric measurements of level. So there's a contradiction in your model. And you guys call us stupid. Why do you believe that level is curved? Apart from your predisposition.
Who are you asking? Me?
Yeah, I'm any glober really. I want to know the guy who was questioning whether level is curved or straight. Why do you believe it's curved apart from your predisposition?
I don't believe it is. I was just wondering, like, what people generally thought about this argument that the other guy made about, level on a curve. I just find it kind of weird, It's a weird way to think.
Yeah, they have to think that because your basic geometry debunks your, your 25,000 mile circumference globe. The globe can be debunked with simple measurement.
I think he was trying to say that from the center of the globe, it's like level.
The center of the circle, like so the cross section of planet Earth, the core center.
Is what
lines? Yeah, with lines radiating from the center like a bicycle wheel, if you can picture that.
Mm-hmm. So where's the level part?
Level is where water. Then when we say mean sea level, the height at which that water is measured on that vertical axis.
What if you take away the word sea and you just say level? Where's that?
Yeah, a level on a measure of on a vertical plane. The level, like the measurement on the vertical. I'm not talking horizontal because they're asking how do you get horizontal? How do you get a curve from level? I'm not talking about the plane. I'm not talking about that axis. I'm not talking about the horizontal axis. Like I'm talking about the vertical axis.
The question is how do you get level, horizontal, on the sphere? That's the question, right?
You're learning what they do when you ask them direct questions. They'll change the conversation
I already
to
know
suit
this.
their belief. Yeah.
I know this. Yeah, it's just funny.
You retake your measure of sea level depending on your location on the planet.
What do you mean?
You don't go, like let me go back 4 kilometers so I can get my sea level. You take it at the location.
Sure. Nobody disagrees with that.
Yeah.
Is it not relative to the forces being applied to the water as well, and not simply just horizontal relative to you? I think that's
No, not with the sea. Not with the sea because we're going by average because we do have tides. So we're not trying to take tides into account. We're telling you that tides are in reference to that level. So forget the tides.
no, but I'm saying in terms of gravity, in terms of the force that's pulling us towards Earth.
Gravity's not a force, my friend. You need to update your knowledge base. Gravity's not a force. If you're going to invoke a force, you're going to need an actual force that can be measured. There is no force of gravity.
So it's just not real.
Never said that. Gravity's a description for the fact that things go down. But if you're invoking a force, a measurable force, then that's not something we have experience with. We don't have evidence. We don't have evidence of that push-pull force that's required to be able to define it as a force. That's why gravity is called the theory of gravity and not the force. Because if you ask any cosmologist or physicist, they'll tell you gravity is an apparent force.
Sure,
not a
you
force.
know what I mean, though. F equals ma. Like, yes, you need a mass that's being applied to the acceleration of gravity. Yeah, sure, but you know what I mean.
No, but the math. No, but I know what you mean, and you're making an assumption that mass attracts mass, but we don't have that force measured. So what you're actually describing in gravity is the fact that things go down. But this can be described and is described in different means and different ways from the flat earthers. You don't need gravity to describe why things go down and why certain gases go up. You don't need gravity to describe buoyancy and density. And you don't need gravity to describe that once you raise something off the ground that's more dense than the air, it's now in potential energy due to its density. So you don't need gravity to describe things going down, which is why it's not a force. It's a description. So if you're going to invoke mass attracting mass, we need to stop the conversation and I need to ask you, well, where's your evidence for that mass attracts mass?
Listen, I'm not someone who researches this every day. So
No, but I need to tell you these things because you're making an assumption that gravity is a force and that you're now asking me, how does this force play into the argument of what is level? Well, first you need to establish your force and actually be able to demonstrate there is a force.
I mean, I think we all make assumptions every day. I trust that the vegetables I eat are actually healthy, but I can't actually tell you why they're healthy. I don't understand. Like I could eat these vegetables and I'll live for a long time, right? But I'm just simply told that vegetables are healthy. So should I stop trusting that until I look into that?
That's a false equivalence. A better equivalence would be more along the lines of the reason why something happened to you is because of the force known as the law of attraction. And you would be well within your right mind to question, is the law of attraction a real force? And because I have no way to measure or demonstrate the force known as law of attraction, you would be correct in saying that's a pseudo force, that's an apparent force, that is an effect that you're attributing as a force. And that's the same equivalence.
It's just the logic being used here.
No, the logic you're using is fallacious because you're appealing to mass attracting mass, and you don't have evidence of mass attracting mass. And your own scientists will tell you gravity is not a force. George Musa, gravity is not a force. Neil deGrasse Tyson, what is gravity? We don't know. Next question. Brian Cox, gravity is not a force. The greatest scientists will admit that. But I understand why you invoked it, because you need it. You need that to be able to change the definition of level. You can't change the definition of level without a force. So yeah, you're kind of stuck without your force, but there isn't a force to be measured.
Is this about gravity? Just popping back in.
Yeah, somebody was trying to invoke gravity in the level argument, and I guess they were trying to invoke mass attractive mass, but I'm just saying that they don't have a force to invoke. They need to go back to that before they can invoke it for, the level argument being curved.
Okay, I have an idea. Want to give him gravity for the sake of the argument? We can give him gravity, and he still loses. How about that? We can give you gravity. Fine. We'll give you a gravitational force even, which isn't even in the literature. No?
Where's he gone? You still there, man? I didn't catch the name. Was it still Rick or?
No, it wasn't me. It was the other bloke. It was an American guy. He had like a picture of his display picture is that guy that went to Russia to interview Putin. The American reporter. Tucker Carlson. Yeah, he has a Tucker Carlson picture as his avatar.
Yeah, I've seen him around.
I think he ran away when you returned. I think he knew he was about to get his ass kicked.
Well, I take that as a compliment.
I would, yep. I think you, Jedi, and Alpha have that effect on a lot of these Globers.
Have you I know this might not mean much to you or anything at all, but I was looking up the etymology behind the word horizon, and it's interesting. Like, I'm trying to figure it out myself. It says late Middle English. I've put it in side chat there. Via Old French from late Latin horizon, from Greek horizon, and then it's got in brackets kuklos, K-U-K-L-O-S. I don't know how to pronounce that. And then it says limiting circle. I wonder what's implied by that.
0102.
Oh, that's your circle of vision. That's basically you see 360 degrees around you.
Okay, the arc limit. Okay, I understand now. So you're limiting circle.
If you break it down, if you look at the etymology of horizontal horizon, it's the originally from horizontal, and eisen, I believe, comes from your eye zone, your eye level, your eye zone, your horizontal eye zone.
Right, you have an aperture in your eye, right?
Yeah.
So you got the opening in your eye, that's an iris, and behind that is a lens. And there's a center line of the lens that lines up with the center of the aperture of your eye. And this projects light coming into your eye to the back of the eyeball, onto a focal point, onto the very back, on the fovea.
Yeah.
And so the entire image of the world is rendered inside the back of your eyeball. And the center line of that image corresponds to the center line of the lens, the center of the aperture, all the way out to the center line of vision that you see out in front of you, as far as you can see.
Mm-hmm. And then we have two eyes, so it's like it triangulates.
This is why it's important if you're going to take. Well, yeah, but you don't need to worry about that. Your eyes will be at roughly the same level, and you're going to get a still clear image. But this is why it's so important. You need to know the observer's height before you take your measurements, because that observer's height will dictate your horizon. Your horizon is a purely personal effect based on the height that you are, based on your elevation, based on everything. But your horizon is a personal. That line between the sky and the ground is personal and different depending on your height.
Right.
The horizon is the same as the vanishing line. Which is where the angular resolution is so acute that you can't resolve anything anymore.
Exactly.
And this is absent of atmospheric effects. This is like in an ideal environment, like you're looking at light in a vacuum. And you don't have a surface below your feet, so you're suspended in free space and you're looking out. Once you add the surface in, there's a compression of angular resolution that takes place along the ground because the angle gets more and more oblique to your eye. And it's a different rate than things that are way above your head, like the sky and the clouds. When they converge onto the same vanishing line, they have a different compression rate because the angles are wider because the distance is higher from your head.
Yeah.
So when you're standing on a surface looking out, the diffraction limit of things close to the surface will be reached before the things in the sky above your head. And this is why in a pure environment where there's no air or anything to get in the way, things can disappear optically from the bottom up.
That was
and if you lift yourself off the surface, go ahead.
Please finish. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to make some concessions, as in, like,
I want to make sure you understand that point, though, brother. That was such a crucial point. Amish, could you please say that again? Because I think it went over everybody's head.
Okay.
About the diffraction line?
Yeah, there's a difference between staring at a different object when you're standing in free space and there's no surface above you, below you, or to the sides of you. You can see objects converge symmetrically from top to bottom
you're
to the vanishing line in your field of view. Fuck.
I don't know, are you driving or something?
You're back now if you want to start again.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're good now.
I'm driving. Okay, let me just post some images. This will explain, because I'm driving.
Pull over first.
Yeah, I'm only stressing the point because that was a very, very good and technical explanation as to why things disappear and bend and curve into your vanishing point, and that can give the appearance of things disappearing bottom up and top down, depending on which side of the horizon you're on. Obviously, on ground level, you're not going to be able to see things diffract up into the horizon because you've got things there. But this obviously can happen when you're, let's say, at 30,000 feet altitude. You'll see the clouds start to bend in and up towards your vanishing point. But yeah, are you back, Amish? I guess he's having connection problems.
Ego slave?
I posted images. Images posted if you can hear me.
Yep.
We hear you.
Check text chat.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So on the ground level, then you'll just get that ground compression, which is why when you see a horizon behind a physical marker like the Black Swan, 10 miles, you know that little bit of space between that second oil rig and the horizon is covering a hell of a lot of ground because of that ground compression. So we know that we can see that horizon. It must be 10, 15, could be 20 miles behind that second oil rig. But when you are above the surface of the Earth, then you're seeing this diffraction limit here in all directions, because from the ground, you've got no ground blocking, or you know what I mean, no ground compression stopping that diffraction line, because at the ground, obviously, you've got angular size, you've got atmospheric conditions, you've got things in the foreground which can actually block that image before it reaches that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Real quick, the horizontal lines on the ground show you the amount of information that's getting compressed and becomes unresolvable, compared to the corresponding lines directly above in the sky that are opened up and you have more information. So the information ratio is asymmetrical when you have a surface below your feet, and causes the diffraction limit to be reached by objects on the ground quicker than things in the sky.
And what is the distance that you get that obstruction of information because of the compression? Like what?
Yeah, from
Is there
about
a
6 feet
distance of
high, from 6 feet high, it disappears at 3 miles. Globe or flat. Coincidentally, globe or flat, it's the same. You can derive the radius of Earth from your vision, man.
Yep.
I want to make concessions, like as in I am happy to. What is the word? Like lay down my sword or extend an olive branch or like whatever, right? You understand what I'm trying to say. I have not
just
observed.
be honest, bro.
Yeah, totally. I'm prepared to be honest. I have never observed curvature in my experience. Like I am taking the word of people that claim to have the evidence, right? Which is, even up to institutions like NASA and that kind of thing, right? I haven't done celestial navigation before. I haven't flown a plane. I'm not a pilot. I'm not the master of a ship. I've never done any kind of like international travel on a boat. So yeah, there's a lot that I don't know, and that I assume that the people that are qualified to know this stuff, are to be trusted for it. Like I take their position as basically as good as a fact, right? Like of the things that they say, but yeah. And
that's an important step, and was one of my first realizations too, brother. It was realizing that no, I never saw a curvature, and nobody else has either. They can't. It's mathematically and geometrically impossible.
So the fact that you have all of these questions and things like, because it's technicalities. It's like, okay, well, technically, this, that, and the other, right? And so the fact that there are these technical questions makes me even question what I believe, right? Because it's a belief. And yeah, that's what I what's the word? That's what I give you. Well, that's what it's my concession. Is it a concession? Are you conceding something?
No, you're not
Like I'm
conceding.
not.
You're just being honest, and I appreciate that.
Right. And I would love nothing more than to have an instrument leave the surface of Earth, what we know as Earth, right? And look back on it from extreme distance. Like, I would love to see that. I'm sure you guys would too, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
But it's like,
I was in
yeah.
the same position as you, and I said, there's got to be a way to see it and find it. I have to go find it somewhere. You know what would do it? You got infrared optics to mitigate through refraction and other optical effects, right? Then let's say you go up to like 35,000 feet and see how far you can see. Let's do that and see if we can go find what we're looking for. That was one of the first things that I thought of, and it turned out they're
there was information and channels dedicated entirely to this. And guess what they never identified and could never measure?
I'm guessing curvature.
Right. You'd think it would be
Say,
very visible and apparent when you cut through the haze using the right frequency of optics. And you think if you get up high enough that you should be able to start to see an arc somewhere too. But none of these are ever present in anything, anywhere. So the tangent that people talk about existing corresponds to the surface itself.
So the practice of positioning yourself on Earth, like for navigation purposes in an aeroplane, like so pilots, right? Is it possible? I'm basically saying, okay, let's assume the Earth is a flat plane. Is it possible to navigate projecting that environment onto a sphere and use and assume a sphere and still have it work out? Like, because they're working off equipment that is calibrated for curvature. Like, I don't know that.
Yeah,
like, I'm just
there is a
assuming
way.
it is,
So
right?
there's
There is
something
a way.
called
Okay.
there's something called the local tangent plane that they use in their globe mathematics, right? And this
Right.
local tangent plane is between 60 to 100 square kilometers. And this is because statistically the distortion that they claim should exist would be the least, and also this maximizes the most usability at the same time. So a lot of systems are designed with this assumption in mind. And I want to see the actual statistical test itself with measured distances to show that this distortion of distances that take place beyond, call it 60 kilometers squared, exists as they claim it to be.
Right.
Well, what's funny is we got high altitude infrared optics from 35,000 feet plus that has sightings out to 1,200 miles.
Mm-hmm. So I agree with you that the evidence presented by institutions or quote unquote scientists or whatever, physicists, it's not like it doesn't satisfy.
No,
It
I'll tell you
doesn't,
what
like,
I've come
'cause-
across, and I'm sorry for talking
Right,
through you. I
what?
don't have much time here.
That's okay. That's all right.
There's a lot of circular reporting going on. So you'll have like one department say, well, we got this R value from this other department. And then the other department says, well, we got the R value from the other department. And the other department says, well, we got the R value from the first department.
Right. So it's
It's circular reporting. Everybody assumes somebody else out there has got this and has done it, but nobody has.
Nobody's measured the Earth to confirm the radius value that was given by the Aristophanes bullshit. We don't have any
Right.
measurements to confirm that.
So I would love, for a tool or an instrument to be created that we don't have right now, like something, so we can so that everyone can be on the same page about the nature of Earth, right? I just want, that'd be great.
Yeah, the funny thing is those tools are claimed to exist, but the problem is they're proprietary. Right, we're talking satellites and high altitude platforms and things like this that only one agency has access to, and you have to trust them and how they're delivering that data to you. So you go to look into the design specs of these vehicles and you can't find evidence of curvature either. I've been on this satellite kick for the last 2 years. And something I keep running into over and over again is there's no data that's able to be presented that shows a rotational vector and the attitude of the satellite. So what I mean by that is a satellite, like let's say it's in low Earth orbit, could be 400 miles up. This satellite has an orbital period of maybe 90 minutes, which means every 90 minutes it's looping back to where it started. If Earth is a globe, then the satellite is doing a 360-degree rotation over 90 minutes in order to maintain down orientation. If not, you have a problem like what they claim occurred with Skylab, where its gyros broke and Skylab was not rotating in its orbit with the Earth because the gyros broke, and it was
alternating hot and cold over day and night cycles and cooking the astronaut inside. So satellites have to have a means to stabilize themselves in a down orientation. And in order to do that, they have to rotate. They have to use gyros, some other mechanism to maintain down. And this down rotational vector would be captured in the attitude data. But the funny thing is that data doesn't exist. It's assumed that the satellites are always pointed down, and they use a Cartesian plane reference system for satellites that strips out any rotational vector. And the irony is attitude maintenance for satellites remains a huge challenge according to NASA. So you got supposedly all these people working on it. Well, where's all the fucking data? So this has been a big problem, and I've written some posts on this in our home server. It's confounding. What we have are coordinate reference systems, XYZ, 90 degrees orthogonal to each other, and a local satellite frame called local vertical, local horizontal, where there's no rotational vector present. Then this gets converted to ECI so that the satellite can be positioned with respect to the sidereal motion of stars. And then this is converted to ECEF when it's from the ground for optical tracking purposes or radio tracking purposes. And both of these are XYZ Cartesian coordinate systems where 90 degrees are orthogonal to each other. And then you know what they do? Then they present the like satellite location tracking in terms that you can understand, like latitude and longitude, which is a globe, or in like using a WGS84 datum. So the end user gets the globe, and all the data beforehand, the satellite is existing without any rotational vector.
That's how they're converting flat Earth measurements into spherical. They're using these coordinate systems and then displaying it in the longitude and latitude system, which was created for the globe. So this is just, they have a methodology to backwards engineer the data and turn it into how these points would be plotted on a sphere.
Yeah. Oh, I got this crazy Cold War era document from an old imaging satellite. This is declassified from Genetrix, which was one of the first satellites that took pictures of Earth. And they were saying, hey, we have a camera timing problem. Because if Earth is a globe, then the shutter roll speed and the cameras need to, and their attitude adjustment needs to match the arcing path of the satellite over the globe. But the way we designed it to do that doesn't work. In order to fix this, let's instead assume a Cartesian XYZ surface and use this in Euclidean space instead. In other words, we have to treat Earth as flat and stationary in order to synchronize the satellite's motion with the camera and the gimbal that it's in. Yeah, this was like in 1960 or something. It's crazy old. And then you read further and find out Genetrix were balloons.
Let me just see if I've got it on my computer. What is it called again? Let me just find it. Google. I'm going to use Google Earth just solely for their measuring tool, right? I think maybe it was you or someone else showed me how to do that. Where you can like get a measurement.
Yeah, and those distance measurements need to be validated.
Right. I drove, because I'm from Brisbane in Australia, right? I drove up a mountain with the hope of getting photos of the sea horizon, because you can see the ocean from this mountain, which is like quite far away. And unfortunately, the visibility was poor, like it was. They've been doing back burning in the area, so like preparing for the fire season, right? And it made the atmosphere like extremely cloudy and like hazy, basically. But on a clear day, you can see the ocean, you can see the horizon from this mountain. So let me share my screen. Actually, makes it easier for anyone that is interested to see what I'm talking about. Okay, so there's Brisbane. Now, let me get the photo album where I have all these pictures. Where is it? I've got it in digital camera 2024. Just going through the folders right now. Okay. So now I just got to make sure I'm opening the right file type. Okay, so see in this photo, this is from up on this. It's called Jolly's Lookout. I'll just go here. I'll zoom in on where that is. Jolly's Lookout. There it is. Okay. So Jolly's Lookout is here, and it looks out east toward the horizon. You can see the ocean. So let me just get a point. This is the actual. I'm going to see if it. Yeah, it does. It drops. It drops a little dude. So this is the little lookout they have built up on the top of this mountain, right? And you can, on a clear day, you can see out beyond these hills across to the ocean. Now, I'm going to take a measure of that. Let me just get this oriented correctly. Where's north? Okay, so this is where I had my camera set up, basically, on this platform. I need to turn that thing off. Okay. Now, where's the measure tool? There it is. Okay, so let's say here, right? I'll zoom out. It's north. That's roughly, assumed north, right? So basically the view is out toward this direction. That island, Morton Island, is about 38 miles, 37, 38, roughly, to its center point from that. So that's a long way, right? But the elevation of Jolly's Lookout above sea level is also interesting. I'll get that figure according to Google anyway. Elevation of Jolly's Lookout in Queensland. Okay, 511 meters above sea level. There it is. There's the. Just Googled it. Is it an elevation / altitude / height above sea level of 511 meters above sea level? So that platform, that viewing platform where I took these photos, sadly, you can see how hazy it is. Like, you can't even make out the horizon. It's too hazy. But yeah, I had some fun with my zoom lens. But I want to go back up there because I want to. You can sort of almost make out something. But yeah, I've been up there before where it's way clearer. I'll have to do it again. But I took a what did I take with me? It was this thing. This is my level. It's got a, like a, what do you call these again? I'm so tired. The bubble in a spirit level. Yeah, it's a spirit level, and that is flat. And the reason I was taking photos of these was to see the quality of how flat that is if I was to compress the picture left to right and see if there's any kind of curvature of my lens.
Yeah,
so like
you can rely on that.
Yeah.
Image compression algorithms will make it go screwy. Like, I can take a level and compress it left to right, and it'll make it wave.
Yeah. like this is a close up using the same lens. I just wanted to see if there was any bias to my camera lens because I wanted to rule out. Yeah, like I mean, look, this is a
right.
This is very low in the frame of the camera, right? So if I take this into Photoshop, which I have, let me just see if I can copy this.
There's going to be inaccuracies in the compression algorithm that may exaggerate inaccuracies of the lens.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's trying to take pixels and compress them along a mean path.
Right.
You know, and so it can cause certain pixels to go up more or down more in an exaggerated manner from the mean path of compression.
So here's Photoshop. Now let me get that picture. I just need to find what file name it is. 3641. Okay. I've got two versions of the photo. One's in RAW format, so it's 20 megabytes. The other is just JPEG, which is 1 megabyte. I need to update my Photoshop so that it can understand raw image file format, because you know that's raw is raw, right? I'm not a photographer, but I heard that RAW is a bit more trusted than a JPEG, because JPEG's like it has loss to the image. It's not lossless. It's got.
I think RAW also has more metadata.
Right. So let me just bake this in. I'm just going to flatten the image. Edit. I think it's layer. Flatten image. Okay, so this makes it just one. Let me duplicate the layer. I'll delete that. So now it's just a picture on Photoshop, right? And now I can right click on it and go free transformation or free transform, and I can compress it left to right. And that's resolving as pretty flat. I mean, it's when you zoom in, it's ugly. It's just pixels, right? It's like, yeah, it's not.
Yeah, that
great
is pretty
in that
cool that it
respect.
didn't produce any artifacts.
Yeah, like it's gone. I mean, that's good. I mean, I can trust that that lens isn't going to give me a wacky result if I was to compress a photograph of the horizon left to right. However, I did take photos at a beach at the horizon, really nice ones, and it compressed the wrong way. Like it actually gave me a scoop rather than a curve. Like it's very weird.
Yeah, conditions of the day can change the optic too, right? Like the lens can be subject to distortion.
Yeah,
with temperature changes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, probably. Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, there are a lot of factors here.
And then
I don't like doing the compression thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, you're squashing things, right? But that, I mean, look, yes, that is flat as hell. Like to the naked, like when I was there in the flesh, I was watching this. Like I had my tripod set up on the beach, and this was beautifully flat. And when I did this, I was like, what the fuck? Like it's okay. So this one's not too bad, but when I zoom in on this, like you can see it's arcing the wrong way. That's the opposite of a globe. That's like a concave. This is more like Halo. Have you ever heard of that video game Halo?
Yeah.
Like, where they're on a massive like ring and they're inside the ring? It's curving the wrong way, like in this photo, which is strange. Very weird.
So if you look at the claimed globe dimensions, and you do the math to figure out how far the horizon should be from the ISS, and from there you can deduce the total surface area of Earth. You can derive that. The ISS, if you could go to the ISS over a globe Earth, you should still not be able to see any curvature to the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
That's how that's how massive it is by the math, by NASA's. You call it NASA's math. So what are we supposed to think when they then show us dramatic curvature from that height when it doesn't match at all what the mathematics of the globe dimensions are claimed to be? It's a contradiction. So
what math specifically you're talking about from NASA?
You must just be popping in late to the discussion, dogs. I'm just talking about using the Pythagorean theorem to derive the distance to the horizon from the ISS based off of the globe's dimensions. And then from there, deriving the total surface area present and the percentage of it that's visible from the horizon distance.
Yeah, so you said according to NASA mathematics,
NASA's claimed
Earth,
globe
so
dimensions. This is
what's
according
this
to the Pythagorean theorem, dude. I'm not using NASA
No,
math.
what
I'm
part of
using just math.
What part of Pythagorean theorem is it? What's Pythagorean theorem to you?
What is it to me? It's the law of triangles. Where you can.
That's all you've got?
I don't know. Do you want me to give you a fucking math lesson, dogs?
I want you to give specific.
No, you can fuck right off.
I'm glad you muted him because I didn't want to have to.
I did one better. I banned him. Like these freaking Mongos listen to us on YouTube, and whenever they hear somebody that sounds like a curious, honest glober who's having some issues, really wrestling with this topic, they come in and derail the conversation. Like, no, dude, I'm not gonna lower myself to teach you 10th grade trigonometry, asshole. Like, what is the Pythagorean theorem to you?
And then you told him, and he says, "Is that all you got?"
Yeah. Oh, you want me to continue for 20 more minutes on this? The bad part about banning people is now you have to do all the paperwork. So I'm going to step out, do that, and then I'm going to be listening in. I won't be able to chat further. So take it from here, Roots, and anybody else. Nice talking to you all, and I'll check in later.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
No
Hugo.
worries, mate.
Hey Rick, I've linked you a video in the chat. It's titled, I think it's titled "Water is Always Flat." There's a really good demonstration of the elevation cross section of America. And if you watch the video, you'll see that across America you have the highest point above sea level. Right in the middle where your mountains are. I can't remember the mountain range in the middle of America. But on either side of that, the elevation goes hundreds of feet below sea level. So what you've got is like a heart-shaped cross-section of the topography of America. Now, if on the ball, if you go on Google Earth, you'll see America it has a hump in the middle. So the East Coast and the West Coast should be, at a lower elevation than the center, let's say, of the country of the East and the West. But it's the opposite. As you come from the middle, it goes down, decreases in elevation, and then begins to rise back above sea level as you get to shore. So what you're actually seeing in the cross-section of elevation in America is you're seeing a depression. You're seeing the opposite of a hump. You're seeing a dip, and obviously that's not what's portrayed on a globe. That's not what's portrayed on Google Earth. The elevation, the middle of America should be at the top of a hump, right? And then the elevation should drop down and down and down as you go around the ball. But in reality, it's the opposite. It curves and convexes. So we just don't have that hump. We don't have that curve.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's a great video, and then it talks a little bit about sea level and the definition of level.
Hey Rick, here's the math that I personally did by hand in Excel.
Mm-hmm.
Posting the formulas for you so you can recreate it too. All right, I'm out.
Okay, I'm looking. Yeah, I would have to have someone walk that through. That's above my head, but it looks good. I'll watch this water is always level video. Yeah, that is interesting. How he maps out all of the elevation points along a path. Height above sea level along that path. Oh, he's left. Roots. I don't know how he did that, because I want to do that.
We got plenty of people in the room. What's up, everybody?
Oh,
Hey, what's up, Crit? Long time. Okay.
oh yeah. Sorry, I was distracted for a second. So yeah, I guess some of the globalists were upset by how much I'm on the server. Old boy was like, "You're on the server 99.9% of the time. Like, get a life, loser." And I'm like, okay, so do you really think that's what's going on? That at any time the bot tracks me. So I post him a screenshot of the bot, and I'm like, sixth or seventh on the list. There's people who are over 24 hours. And then he's like, so I'm like, you skip 1, skip 2, skip 3, skip 4, skip 5, skip 6, skip 7, skip 8, 9. Number 9. That person's a loser. They spend all their time on Discord.
It sounds like they've got a personal problem with you, Crit.
Oh yeah, or like the flat Earth, like that's the one
Yeah.
flat Earther, like anything they can think of, just throwing shit against a wall, completely illogical, not even internally consistent.
Yep. Take it as a compliment, Crit. I like being hated by the Globers. It shows that you're, putting some influence out there.
Yeah, effective. Like the different. Like all the globalists now are doing like flat Earthers are like imploding. Like journalism is doing all this really good work. I go, if the globalists are tipping their hat to you because of how well you're causing strife and problems in the community that you're part of, you might want to rethink your approach, your tactics and strategies, your methods and practices. You're being a better globalist than the globalists are. Like literally, like you are really shutting down the conversation better than they ever could have dreamed.
Yeah, I'm worried about that guy. I don't know what he's going through. I don't know if his head's been turned. I don't know. I don't watch him enough to figure it out, but something weird is going on with that guy. How could you get fooled? How could you get pulled into such a nonsense sort of thing and then put all of your energy behind it after so many years of good work? It's so weird.
Yeah, like
It's
he
a
got
bit-
fooled once already. Dude, you were on the Netflix special where they specifically took your content out of context and made it seem like you proved the Earth was a globe. And you're gonna fall for it again?
Who was it? Sorry.
Jared.
Oh, has he been in here before?
No. I don't think
no,
so.
he doesn't come here.
Okay.
He's
Who
scared
would
of
be like the
Nathan.
highest? Who would be like the highest profile person that's come in here?
What you mean,
In the
like
flat Earth
celebrity
community?
or flat earther?
Yeah, like I guess
every Friday Nathan Oakley does a show.
Nathan Oakley.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, Wit sits in here from time to time.
Yeah, by like notoriety, what I mean is like recognized by the most people, I guess.
Hey, if I
Oh,
were
yeah.
say me, I have a plan. I'm gonna take a trip, and it's someplace you've always wanted to go, and I'm thinking about inviting you. What would be a better invitation in your worldview? If I just came to you personally and said, "Hey, would you like to go on this trip? Don't worry about it. We have a sponsor, and they're covering X number of people who are interested in the topic." Or
yeah.
B, I make a mockery YouTube video about how you won't go because you're a coward, and then send an army of trolls to like stalk your Facebook and social media.
Yeah, I'd prefer to be invited in a friendly manner. Yeah, and not ridiculed or
That kind of
just
tells
a
you something.
respectful invitation.
Yeah, or at least put
Sure.
out some feelers. Say, hey, I'm thinking about inviting you. Is that something you'd be up for? Before I start put you on blast for being a coward. I mean, are you even free, available? Do you have any sort of conflicts for that time? I just won't even put it out there if I already know you're going to say no. If it's something you're considering, I'll do a video and we'll go back and forth and talk about it. Yet the globalists, they do not match civil society. Because it's almost bizarre that you can see their behavior patterns is one for one with a young Earth creationist.
Are there some concepts or ideas that are of mystery to you? Like I guess the word would be phenomenon. Because to me, when I think about it, a lot of Earth is mystery and phenomenon. Like, I've never been to England. It's like I haven't confirmed England. Like, this is a stupid example, but I've never been there. Like, it's theoretical to me. There's a lot of compelling evidence, right? Yeah,
I can confirm that for you, mate.
I mean, I recently got my passport. I'd love to go travel, but yeah. But do you know what I mean? Like, there's got to be questions that you want to answer that you can't confirm. Yeah.
My big one, my number one, is I'm trying to find a good explanation for the rise of the Karen.
The rise of the carrot.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I want to. No, I don't know.
So a
Tell me.
Karen is somebody who's very upset that
a Karen. Yeah. I
Okay,
gotcha.
they're upset that somebody's doing something that has nothing to do with them whatsoever.
But they want to butt in so that they can be a
Yeah, so on the Globetard, they talked about a giant leap forward for all mankind. George Carlin called it very ironic that Richard Nixon would claim this is a giant leap forward. He does this for world peace as he systematically carpet bombs neighbors of Vietnam because he's angry about their economic philosophy. So so at some point, if it's true, you can view the Earth from space, see it as a ball, and have a higher awareness of your place in the world, in creation. How is it that Karens have exponentially risen over the last year? Like years since Blue Marble 1.0 and 2.0. What did it take? All what it take is like you see this Karen upset that this African American family barbecuing in their front yard. Couldn't you just show her a photo of Earth from space or him, and it would be like an instant cognitive shift? Like the guy who was in here earlier, Dogs. He's very upset that flat earthers think the Earth is flat. He's literally a peak Karen. Like, you cannot get more Karen than that guy. Just seriously cares a lot about that people disagree with him. But he never presents a logically consistent worldview for you to agree with in the first place.
I guess people are limited by their vocabulary, their even their how adept they are at argument or debate, right? You could have a terrible debater that knows a lot, like, has a lot of good points, but their debating style is terrible, or they get upset, or right.
Like, what's their even their claim? Be like, oh, so you come in here, you want to debate flat Earth? You're like, well, what is that? What is flat Earth for you? And they say it's a retarded conspiracy theory of a bunch of people should be banned from the internet. I'm like, wow. Is there anything else that you also think is that? And they're like, oh yeah, like Christianity, theism, blah, blah, they'll just go on this random laundry list of things that trigger them that they don't want to be part of. And at exactly the same time, they purposely seek out these spaces where people are talking about those topics. They're in a death spiral, and I'm looking for a phenomenon, like you said earlier. Is there what is something that is unexplained? How do you explain that? How do you explain that somebody would spend so much time and effort just being disagreeable? On the globetard, on the flat Earth, it's easy. It's just tribalistic caveman behavior. The person picked the cave that they thought was the winning cave, and they're going to cheerlead that cave for forever. They'll never switch. They've dug in. That cave provides them, safety, security. They got everything they need, and other people's caves are a threat to their cave.
Yeah, what I was asking more so was in regards to phenomena or something that you don't have an explanation for. Like I don't.
Really
oh,
don't.
there's nothing that. Oh, you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
You have
it would
conclusions?
be. Yeah, I've got an idea. I got kind of there's two ideas. Number one is environmental conditioning, that organisms sort of adapt or react to their environment. Like you see, like a goldfish in a small aquarium stays small, bigger aquarium gets bigger and whatnot. They've done some experiments with prisoners where they just they call the prisoners by a number versus just saying their name. When the guards talk to them. Instead of just all this sort of gray matte, painting, like they paint like skies and rainbows on the walls and whatnot. Give them space, allow them to go to their cell and be left alone. That sort of stuff, right? The more human you treat someone, the more human they act. And then you've also got, this could be a little long-winded, so bear with me. You've also got this concept of the 100 monkeys that you see in nature, that an idea will spread quickly across monkey populations once it reaches a tipping point of about 100 monkeys. Like you see one monkey doing something original, and it kind of ends there. That monkey does it on their own. They don't share the knowledge. They don't teach other monkeys. But as soon as you hit the 100 monkey threshold, it spreads like wildfire across all the monkeys in the area. They all start adapting like a fad or whatnot. And lastly is that there's another phenomenon called Florida Man. Okay, I'm not sure if you ever heard this before, but my explanation for Florida Man is that Florida is so flat. Okay, it's like it's basically like a sandbar. It's a very large sandbar, and they're being told that they live on a water-covered lava ball. So this is causing some very interesting psychological phenomenon to allow them that causes them to act literally batshit crazy. Okay, like if you just type in like your birthday with Florida Man, or just any random date and type in Florida Man, you'll get some crazy headline. Like literally, I mean, you'll think this is a gag. Like no one did that. And all of a sudden you look and you're like, oh yeah, they did it twice and they got the t-shirt. And what's more interesting is that the Netherlands is really flat also. And the Netherlands is like Europe's version of Florida Man. And you can do the same thing with European news. Netherlands man with a date. And you'll see some batshit crazy thing that some Netherlands dude did. And what's even more interesting is Australia is really flat. And you'll see the same thing, like some really batshit crazy thing Australian man does. So you've got this repeatable, observable, measurable that the more flat the terrain, the more batshit crazy the people are. And the spread of the 100 monkeys, like the globetard from space, seeing the photograph from space. And then lastly, environmental conditioning. At the end of the day, the organism will react to their environment, into the limits of their environment.
I want to understand, dude, the flat Earth explanation of moonrise, like the way that it comes up seemingly like it's coming out of the floor. Like,
Yeah,
is
that would be it.
Is
That'd
it an
be it.
illusion, or
The moon
Yeah.
does what the moon does, and that's it. So I
Yeah.
don't. No flat earther is going to add that's a giant rock floating in a vacuum.
right?
It's a dust
So
covered
a
rock that
conclusion-
reflects light.
Right. So a
There's just
conclusion
one
hasn't
less-
been made for it.
No, one less step than the globes claim. Will tell you that's a giant rock spinning and rotating around another giant rock that's falling towards the other giant rock. But the giant rock just moves out of the way before the other giant rock gets there, and it's getting further away, like every year, like 2 centimeters or some shit. All that part, just take out. That part isn't included. Only in the flat Earth explanation is what you see, is what you get.
So the flat local experience that you have when you walk outside or walk onto a beach and you see the horizon as flat, that is a local experience. That's not a like I don't want to say planet because I know that's a bad word, like it's a trigger word.
But no, go plane
But
it. Just pronounce it.
right.
Plane it.
Okay, a planet. So that's a piece of the pie, right? Like it's a piece of the Earth. It's not the whole Earth. So I agree that locally, like in your immediate environment, when you're standing on a beach, the horizon is flat. It's perfect, right? But
Yeah,
then,
you can extend
like,
that locally flat all the way out
Yeah.
to include full states. Like all of Florida is locally flat. All of Kansas is locally flat. You got like 500 kilometers of locally
Yeah.
flat Earth. That would
But
be
is that-
either a disco ball, or the Earth is just flat.
like so like, as in faceted, as in like there's sections of flat.
Yeah, you know what disco
Make
ball
that are
is?
so vast. Yeah, with the mirrors. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like little
the flat
flat
planes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be like your locally flat model.
Right. And I agree with the locally flat because who can dispute that? It is flat when you look out.
Hey,
at the
look, a
horizon.
bunch of monkeys.
And
Yeah, see, there it is, the 100 monkey effect.
Yeah, indeed. How did it feel to have your wife fucking another man, Crit?
See, this is the best part. Remember, I just told you a concept, and it doesn't take long for a globalist to come in here and demonstrate exactly what I was talking about.
Dude, I can literally hear the cuckery falling out of your mouth. Like, I know you enjoy watching your wife get railed.
See, there it is. It's like
No, it's not anywhere. It's you're really just a flaming homosexual that likes to watch men rail what
You're
you consider to be
predictable.
your cover wife.
You're literally predictable.
What are you talking about? I just got here. I just
Yeah,
like
I
to
was
insult
just
you
talking
retards because it's pretty comical, actually. It's a far better
man has
conversation
the,
than what you engage with otherwise.
My man has the gift of prophecy because every action you've taken is predicted.
I just got done explaining people just
Well, you can
like
prophesize my nuts filling up his wife.
One day you're going to die.
Indeed. Indeed.
And then there'll be no more time to be a jerk.
I mean, I'm generally not like this, but there's
He's
something
using-
thoroughly wrong with you people in the sense that you
He's a
live
Karen.
in an illusion. You
Well,
live in
he's a
you
Karen.
live in you live in an illusion that isn't capable of being brought back
No,
into the actual frame of reality.
Bro, hold on.
Look at this.
If you're telling
he's
me
very upset. They think
looking at reality without any other thing but my eyes, right? That's more of an illusion than an entire simulated universe that you've got inside your head.
Look at that. He's very upset that you think the Earth is flat. Now change your mind. He's a Karen. He's literally a Karen, just like I was explaining. And the thing is, though, the explanation for that is only valid in the flat Earth. You should be able to show him a picture of the Earth in space, and it would cause some kind of effect, some kind of like, well, let's say, an overview effect.
I genuinely don't understand why you would ever think that the Earth is flat.
Just think
It
about
is
why
honestly
you care.
no, hold on. It's not that
Try
I
to
care.
figure out why you care.
It's not that I
someone thinks
care.
that.
It's not that I necessarily care that you think the Earth is flat. What I care about is that you're willing to spread such an infectious concept to somebody with flawed logic whilst not being capable of proving it because you yourself will never reach geosynchronous orbit to actually take a photo of the Earth.
That's you, then.
Nor would you ever desire to.
You can't even
You would
imagine
rather
yourself doing
exist. No, you would rather exist sitting here on the ground with your simple questions,
And you
simple
care why.
answer mentality,
And why do you care?
and then further infect
So
others with
I'm
that.
doing something that has nothing to do with you, and you care.
No, it
because-
does though. It does though. You're
No, nothing.
infecting the rest of the human race with your stupidity.
Has nothing to do with
Thoroughly.
you at all.
You're infecting the rest of the human race with your stupidity. That has something to do with me.
No, anyone who comes
The
to this
moment
channel
that you
comes free
spread that
will.
idea to one other person that
There it is.
otherwise did not believe it,
The
that is a
100
problem.
The 100 monkey effect, just as I predicted. This is so great, dude. It's great when someone comes in here this triggered after I just got done talking about how triggered globalists are.
No,
So
I'm
he's
not going to provide
concerned-
evidence for your falsified
You are.
or your
You are
falsified
living on the flat Earth.
questions. It's not going to be a thing.
You can't
So-
even imagine yourself on the globe. You can't even imagine yourself like how
Yes,
come
yes, I
your
can. It's
ideas
quite easy
are-
actually, because unlike
if
you,
my
I've
ideas
seen
are
large
so
portions
bad
of the.
and affecting the
Unlike
Earth
you, I've seen large
and other
portions of the
people,
world,
you should be
and I
able
know
to
what it
spread
looks like.
ideas yourself, but you can't. You
Unlike you, I
Yeah, unlike
actually
you.
touch grass.
Yeah, unlike you are a Karen.
No,
you are literally a
I
Karen.
touch grass. I
Yeah,
have
you're a
been to
Karen.
the top of mountains. I have
Yeah,
seen.
and you Karen.
I have. I
So go
okay,
spread.
cool. I'm gonna
Spread
go
your
fuck your
wings.
wife. Where do you
Go
live? I'm gonna
spread-
go fuck your wife and get her pregnant. Where do you
Go
live?
spread your
Where do you
wings
live?
and fly.
No, just
Go
tell me where you live so
fly.
I can actually.
Just
Oh,
spread your
boy.
wings and fly. If you think my ideas are toxic, and
Where
my ideas,
do
go spread your wings.
Where do you
Fly.
live?
Go fly. Spread your wings and fly. If you think my ideas are toxic and something I'm doing has nothing
Your wife
to
is
do with
begging
you,
for my cum.
Oh, we're just,
Just-
going to report him for trying to have you doxxed, and then he'll get his account banned.
Yeah, he's a Karen, dude. This is the max, the peak level. You hear this, Rick, right? Think about that. That this dude is so worked up over somebody else that he's in a complete freak out, a complete spiral and triggering over concepts he added himself. No one here is trying to convince people of anything. Other people come to this channel and ask a few questions, and flat earthers explain their point of view. No one here is out there infecting other people. Anyone who comes here has some questions and some ideas, and they want to learn what flat earth is about.
Bro, he makes out that we're the used car salesman, and then he slaps the ground and is like, "This baby will do 186,000 miles an hour across the universe, no worries. Now just give me $6 million every year." Fuck. Yeah, we're the used car salesman. That's it. This baby will get you to Alpha Centauri with 2 asteroid near misses. She's been through a few ice ages, but we turned the odometer over on her again.
Yeah, that's the best part of it, with knowing that Buzz Aldrin, after he became the second man to supposedly walk on the moon, he spent the rest of his life being a used car salesman.
Yeah. I mean, they're all con men. You can see it in, like, I don't know, they all just remind me of police. Every single fucking astronaut should have been a cop.
You know what is a massive con that the bulk of humanity is under the illusion of? And it's
Name
look, I
one.
mean, it's productive and it's the way society works, but employment and jobs and working for the man at the top. And if you don't, it's frowned upon. You are shunned in a way. You're looked down on if you don't have a job. But
Well, you won't have
that's
enough
interesting
money
concept.
and you'll get sick and probably fucking die before other people with money.
Right. I mean, I understand money. Like, look, I have a job myself and I work hard. But still, it is a big con. Like, it's a big. And we all just agree to do it, unquestionable. And if you don't do it, you're deemed like lesser.
I think
like
the biggest fucking con, right?
It's
The
a big
biggest
trick.
con of all is
Yeah.
the biggest con of all, right? Is described within this fucking thing. Yeah, the idea that you can't go there, and you know where I'm fucking talking about. But that's a hyper expression of every place. You can't just fucking walk. That's the first level of freedoms that governments took away from all humanity. You need a visa to just walk the fuck out of your country if you so choose.
Oh yeah, or pick a place on the planet. Or sorry, pick
And
a
see,
place.
because
sorry, pick
but
a
you
place
can
on
see
Earth
what
to
I'm saying,
live.
right? Because your option
I can.
is not just walk the fuck out of your country. Because you're stuck there, you have to work. Because you can't be
Yeah,
stuck
that's
there and
right.
not fucking work, because then you'll die.
Right, we're in their paradigm. Like, this is their world, and we have to pay to be on it. And if you don't dance the dance and sing the song, everyone will look at you weirdly. It's strange and go, "What's wrong with this person? This person's missing something." And have you ever heard of that phrase, "Get with the program"? That's a big hint. It's a program. It's programming. It's learned behaviors.
Well,
It's
I mean, here's the thing,
society is
right?
just a big game. It's a big game. Yeah.
So you have a problem with your property owner because you're a tenant, yeah?
Yeah.
So you appeal to like the tribunal, right? Tenancy Oversight Board. But if the governments own the fucking planet, who can we appeal to about that as tenants of Earth?
That's right. It's totally right. You know, we're the silliest animal on the Earth too. We're the only animal that has to pay to be here. Like, we have to put in work that someone at the top of the chain benefits from just to freaking be here and exist and get by. Like, yes, animals work for their living, right? In another way, like they have to hunt or gather or whatever, graze. But we've got this very complex system where we are actually exploited. Like, if you're an employee, you are being exploited for your time and effort. But yeah, it is all just a big scam, and we all
It's,
agree on it, and we all get on with it.
It's very very simple, right? There's one ideology that runs the entire fucking world. It's called might makes right. Doesn't matter what it is. If you can enforce it, that'll become the norm. All right,
Yeah.
look at Nazi Germany. Like, you take the most epistemically fucked thing that humans have ever cooked up with, and with enough might, it became right for an entire nation to mobilize against the fucking world. That's the scary power of might makes right.
Yeah. And what about those South American countries where militia actually are a lot stronger than their own government? They can
Exactly.
they get away with whatever they want to do because they're stronger.
Yeah, government's an illusion. It's an illusion, and it's held up by this illusion, right? There's more police than the amount of people who can be pissed off at the government at one time. That's the single illusion that keeps every government in power, and it is a fucking illusion because there isn't enough police to keep like 60% of the population from storming the fucking Capitol. And it's happened again and again and again and again because it's an illusion that keeps the government in control at all times.
Yeah, and it's all compartmentalized and multifaceted throughout society. It's riddled with these concepts of this hierarchical structure, and it keeps us all in line, man.
We accept enforcement, right? For this like reason that we're given that, you know, you want somebody to call when the criminals rock up at your door, yeah? But this is for all the people who don't want to, like, you know, be their own fucking justice in the world. You know, if I don't want to sound too much like a fucking movie character here, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like
Yeah,
we can't have fucking arms in our country, right? So
Yeah.
people can just fuck with you endlessly because you're not going to shoot at them. You know, and
Well,
like
you can't
maybe
defend
that's
yourself. Right.
maybe the US isn't better with its fucking like gun murder rate. You know, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying there's some kind of middle ground we used to have that we got rid of because of dodgy fucking government control schemes. And it's just
Right.
like we live in one of the most controlled fucking places on earth. That's why I moved to fucking like the country.
Yeah, man. I don't blame you. That's beautiful. You at least you got some
Right.
peace, right?
You got to pay to drive on the fucking roads, pay to go fucking everywhere, fucking taxes on fucking everything. And none of it's designed for you anymore as somebody who sounds like a white Australian, you know? It's all fucking Asian this and Middle East and that. Everywhere you go in, like Sydney.
Yeah, I was born and raised in Sydney. I live in Brisbane now. It's a little better, but it's turning into Sydney 2.0 the way it's growing.
You're not allowed to have weapons there?
No.
No.
Not unless you can have like long rifles with a license and
Can't have crossbows?
weapons. But yeah, you can
For hunting, you can have a crossbow. I've got a compound bow, which you don't need a license for. That's about the most extreme thing that you don't need a license for is a compound bow. But I had like 10 years or more worth of weapons that I'd collected, and they were all like fixed blade weapons, or something similar, like a throwing knife. And the police confiscated all of them and never took me to court. So they never proved they were illegal, and therefore they never have to give them back to me either. That's how they dodge.
How did they come into your house and take them? They just knock on the door and said, "We're here to take your weapons," or "We're here to search your house"?
No, there's other shit going on in my life, and they were there on another dodgy charge that someone had put me up on. I beat all this shit in court later, but the weapons thing was like this cop at my fucking door saw my throwing knives on the table and told me to come to the fucking door, and then like basically drew his fucking gun on me and said that they're searching the house because he's, seen deadly weapons on the table. He's seen illegal weapons on the table, so search the whole house, demand to get all your weapons out, and like all this stuff's illegal. I'm like, fucking no, it isn't. I read the schedule every time I bought one. Show me. I'll read the schedule to you right now. You tell me how it's illegal. And he's like, blah 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 blah. So anyway, the judge just laughed at it, but I never got my shit back. That's how knocky they are, man. They don't even want you to have a martial arts collection, like ceremonial
That's
stuff.
crazy. Anybody can do anything to you guys at any time.
Yeah, we have no rights.
We don't need a military in the United States. You can just get rid of it, sink all the boats, and nobody will come here.
I'm making compost for my garden, right? I'm growing vegetables at my place, and I needed like a lot of water to make this compost, right? So I'm like, where the hell am I going to get that much? Like, I don't want tap water. Tap water has been chlorinated. It's got gas in it, that kind of thing. I can gas it off, but I'd prefer to just get natural water, like from a creek or something. So I looked up, is it okay for me to go and collect like 40 liters in two 20-liter buckets of just my local creek water? And you need a permit. You need permission to go collect water from a creek where I live.
Bro, do you know how much wood you're legally? You know how much wood you're legally allowed to gather for your own like firewood purposes?
For your own
a year?
use? How much?
Yeah. 1/2 ton. Do you know how quickly you will burn 1/2 fucking ton of wood? I've worked in firewood yards a couple of fucking times around the Blue Mountains and shit. 1/2 ton is not even a standard delivery. It's ridiculous.
Jeez. Yeah, that's.
I would just
they
go in
just
my
claim
backyard
ownership.
and chop a tree down.
Well, they just
claim
expect you to buy
ownership.
firewood. You know what I mean? That's what they want you to do. Buy firewood, support the fucking horrible setups they've got, like farming pine trees in fucking Bathurst,
So the rain fell out of the sky. It fell onto the the topography of where I live, and it flowed into the creek. Right, eventually, it was a lot of rain, and they claim ownership. They have dominion on that water flowing
Collect
through
it from
it
your
like a
roof
natural
before it
creek.
hits the ground.
How crazy is that? It's
Just put a
just
rain
so
barrel. Just put a
ridiculous.
rain barrel at your gutters and collect it from the roof.
Yeah, I know, but it just seems
They tried to
ridiculous.
do
You
that
can't
around here.
dispute.
People laughed at everybody. They said you're not allowed to collect rainwater. Then that flopped flat on its face. For like, make me stop. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing.
Oh man, it's just ludicrous.
Yeah,
I mean,
they just
that
like
kind
they
of
like to
shit.
make suggestions to see if you'll adopt the control measure. You know what I mean? Like the fact that there's still people walking around with face masks on. It's just that it was really successful with those people. So there are people who would not collect the rainwater anymore because they're totally paranoid of doing anything the government tells them not to do.
Right. It's insane, man. It's very sad.
And once you got those people doing it, it becomes the norm, and then you can point the finger at everybody else, even though it's the majority, and say, "Look at all these people who aren't towing the line."
Yeah, so like you can't run out into the wilderness naked and go and make your way with nature. Like you can't do that. You're not allowed to set up like a house. You can't build like a little cottage out in the middle of nowhere.
Bro, the one time that I fucking tried, they sent out helicopters after me, legit police helicopters. And I'm like,
This
bro,
guy's
you're
off the
wasting
grid,
all of
get
it.
him!
You make me feel like I'm the fucking Running Man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I
this
was
guy's
just
getting
like,
a free ride.
I shouldn't have sent messages out, but I didn't just want to go fucking missing. You know what I mean? But I was like, yeah, I'm going missing. Just heading into the bush for a while. You know, might be back, might not. See ya. And they're like, fuck, call the police. He's fucking gone nuts. You know, send out the fucking helicopters. Fuck me, mate. The amount of money that the amount of money that the state of New South Wales spent on me personally before I was fucking 30 is ridiculous. Ridiculous, man. Not the amount of money that I've made for the state in my various fucking professional capacities, but still, they're just wasting all my fucking honest hard work fucking addition to the economy. Good job, morons. Like, they've had helicopters out after me 3 different times that I know for a fact. Because they fucking told me.
Wow.
Fucking helicopters. What do you need a helicopter to find me for? You see how fucking recognizable I am? That's me in my profile picture. I don't know. They run some crazy psyop shit on me in my life, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I've been onto this shit and all kinds of shit since I was fucking way younger. I was fucking growing up in churches that were telling us that the fucking war on terror was coming, you know? Fucking planes flying into buildings because fucking people see it in their dreams and shit. And you know what? This fucking have you heard about Ukraine? Fucking like North Korea is now going to Ukraine fight for Russia.
I didn't hear that. No.
Yeah, I haven't heard much about it, but it's like a pretty official fucking channel that I remember hearing it from. Like it wasn't some dodgy fucking media pundit.
Wild.
I find a lot of people, especially on the internet, that try to say like, you know, this is just business as usual. What's going on in the world right now? Does it really seem like business as usual though? Because like, I mean, the amount of conflicts that have been in like Gaza in particular, been quite a few, but they've generally been over by this point, and they haven't gotten much bigger and much worse. And this one's continued to spiral out of control and draw in more factions. and then like war in fucking Europe is something that's happened like sporadically, you know, in regional conflicts and like coups and things. But this nation state versus nation state shit, this is getting scary. Feels like we're on the brink of it, you know, like. But I don't know, then like everybody's saying, oh, it's just business as usual, you know, there's always war over there and war over there. We should be more worried about the immigration or the depression or some other part of the fucking simulation. It's creepy how much of a Matrix vibe there is to things, you know. It's like, what would benefit from having all of this like hypothetical reality? And it's like something that's worked out human nature, how to exploit it, how to control and govern it at the same time. And that doesn't freak people out. There's something wrong with them. Pretty weird. Once I started looking into simulation theory a couple of years ago, kind of been like, I don't know, inside of how I see everything now. Because the theory itself deals with like not just computer simulations, but all types of simulations. So like mental simulations are the most prominent one in reality.
Well, when you think about it, we are just a brain floating in a skull receiving 5 inputs, 5 senses, right?
Well, yeah, but that's the amount of information that we're filtering in. The rest of it we're filtering out, which is like a staggering amount of information. So this like on-demand processing seems like to be another simulation characteristic where the ground is only rendered for about a meter beneath your feet until you start digging, and then it continually renders meter by meter of the ground that it needs to have. Right, so it's like this wireframe universe that we look out and we assert that we can see infinitely, but there's infinitely nothing there. And if you were to go there, it'd resolve like a small amount of atmosphere around you, and the rest of it would just visually be there for the bare amount of processing that it needs to represent an illusion. And we only say that because we know that's how computers work to save processing power in any environment that they simulate. You get what I'm saying? There's nothing inside the buildings of the GTA city. They're just hollow blocks.
Yeah, I understand. It's like
Yeah, the waters get a little bit murky when you start listening to like quantum physicists talk about most of the universe being empty space and like most of the space between like the cells of your body, for example. And it's like, where did creation go when you start talking with these people?
Yeah, these are big questions. What is beyond?
I'm not sure they're using the right tools to determine like connectedness, which is just like going infinitely in to find what's infinitely out.
What's that idea? If a tree falls in a forest but no one's there to hear it, does it actually make a sound or something like that?
Koan, it's a Japanese word.
But that kind of reminds me of what you were describing with the simulation. Like you'd
Koan
only have
say
to
question with no answer.
Hmm.
Yeah, I used to like creating koans. I went to this like really weird adaptive fucking school that was trying to maximize the intellects of kids in my generation, and they taught us all weird shit like cryptography and lateral thinking and koans and philosophy and shit. And I'm like, dude, I'm not in high school yet. You are fucking cooking my head.
Was it a Steiner school?
No, it's state education. It's just a specific program.
Oh.
It's really weird though. It's like nothing else I experienced in the rest of the dozen or so years I was out of fucking prison for the mind. I think school's one of those fucked up things that teaches you like things about life that it's better to learn young, but it's got very little to do with the curriculum and everything to do with human nature.
It's almost like, is the education system so that young people can learn about the world, or that so that
Not at all.
the world can learn about the young person? They because they measure you, they grade you, they go, oh, this person is capable of this. Here's their score at the end of it all, and the world knows you now. The world can pigeonhole you as, oh, you are what is it, GPA, this or that, and you fit here in
Oh,
society.
yeah, but I think what's behind all of that is the entrainment into competition, which is another brainwash that they've mastercrafted into society, that you have to always be in competition with each other. Underpins evolution, which is another like epistemic lie that just feeds into the greed and the fucking sin that mires the world in confusion, funnily enough, because you can't think properly if you can't feel properly, and you can't feel properly if you're taking fucked up actions. Zoroastrianism explains all this shit really well, and one of the central credos is good thoughts, good words, good deeds. If you're not doing all three, then all three will become the other. Or something like that, anyway.
Oh, okay. Like if you're not sound in all three departments, then you're losing in one.
Yeah, I mean, if you try to say and do the right thing, but you're still like a horrible racist inside, then what you say and do that you think
It
is right
spoils
is probably not
everything.
going to be all that great.
Right. It spoils everything. Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like proto-psychology, which is really weird, dressed up as a religion in like ancient fucking Samaria. Or like between ancient Samaria and like Egypt. Is when that guy was around. I mean, like, one of the biggest problems in the world, right, is paranoia. So many paranoid people walking around, and they're either, like, generally paranoid or they have an actual, like, paranoia disorder. But think about it, right? The whole world runs on competition. So, yeah, everyone else is out to get you. It's not a friendly competition. Like, people will lie, cheat, and steal to get above you in the social order. In whatever way that stands out, you know, like if that's money or like you know, partners or I don't know, somewhere to fucking live. Doesn't matter. Everything's competition, you know. It's like this whole thing of schooling and yeah, getting graded and scored against each other, and then you try to make something of that. If you did like moderately well, and you find out that it's like 1% of the fucking student body that there's places for in the universities, and you're like, what the fuck, man? Why does everybody have to go to school, but not everybody can fucking make anything of having their fucking childhood devoted to it? That fucks my head up.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Society is a big game of musical chairs. There's not enough chairs to go around. There's always going to be people that miss out. Our
Yeah, I
society.
mean, there could be, you know, it's just the standards and the governing bodies that are setting the fucking standards. That's the problem with everything.
Yeah, that's right. The game's rigged. The thing
Like
is
I,
that they.
I actually like fucking was I was in my early 20s when I came up with the perfect model to fix this problem with the education pathways, right? And it also combats actively the problem with people's inclination towards education, which is just shocking, right? And that's all coming out of fucking media saturation and growing up on fucking television and today the internet, right? But because you still got television there and it's becoming like this redundant fucking medium, but we have like this fucking UHF band, right, for the fucking TV channels. All we need is like to take part of that bandwidth and devote it to like the university channel. And it's like the TV show is the length of the university lecture, and it's like the full curriculum 24 hours a day. So you can study it at your own rate. And then like one day a fucking year, you go to the university and do the exam once you feel like you've absorbed enough of the fucking learning at home. Do you get what I mean?
yeah.
Like that did actually get people to go, okay, I don't need to spend all day on fucking brain rot. I can also educate myself, get a better job at the end of the fucking year watching TV.
Yep. Well, I've got a degree in something that is a complete waste of money, seemingly, which seemed like a good idea when I was 18 years old to sign up to it. But yeah, I've got a Bachelor of Fine Arts majoring in animation. So I was like, fuck yeah, I'm going to be the next Australian Walt Disney. And it sounded so like, it's like a big pipe dream thing.
Well, you could help me make a fucking a manga or like a web fucking comic or something. I got ideas and concepts and shit, but I need like a team who knows how to do it.
Yeah, it costs. Yeah, getting the people to
I
actually.
mean, I
do
can
it.
do a significant amount of the drawing, but like it needs to be plotted and put together the right way.
Mm. That's what I found. A lot of people come at me. They're like, "Oh, I've got an idea for something." It's like, man, I struggle to even have the motivation to make my own ideas. So anyway, yeah, that's probably like it's up to probably about a $30,000 hex debt, and I don't have a job in the field, and I've like I have.
Well, if you
the degree.
spend $0 on getting a production up, making 30K back is just dependent on whether or not it's good. People will pay through the advertising, and then the limit just opens up once it becomes an established thing. That's how One Punch Man came about. Like, it started as a webcomic from one guy, and then it got popular enough for a studio to hire him a team to make the TV show. And after they were done with all of that, because of the demand, he went and he actually drew the whole fucking book. So the manga came last, which is usually comes at the start. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, I
So
see.
today, like the pathway to getting something and getting like famous from it is like all kinds of weird. Doesn't follow the same pathways.
Well, a good example of you saying like we should just have a channel that we could learn. You know, oh, did he drop out? Oh no, there you're still there. That you can learn the curriculum and just take the test when you feel you're ready. It's the same with animation. Like all the things that I learned in that course at university over the 3 years, I can easily find resources online and teach myself. It's just knowing what to learn. It's like that was all they had. That's like, you know, they have a table of contents. These are the units for this year. These are the units for the second year and the third year, the final year. And it's yeah, they give you assignments, and a lot of the times, like the resources were, oh, here's a link to a YouTube video that shows you how to do that on this program. Watch that, and then you'll know how to do it. And it's like, wow, it's anyone can do this. Anyone has access to learn this crap, you know?
I mean, I really enjoyed everything that I learned in psychology. What I didn't really enjoy was the actual, like, criteria of displaying the knowledge.
Oh, yeah.
But because of that and other lifestyle conflict, I just left the course inside of the first year because I got out of the hex debt.
Yeah. It's not hard to get disillusioned by these university courses. All you need really is their curriculum. It's like, oh, we take from these textbooks, these texts, these teachings, whatever. Go learn that. You can do that for for very little money on your own effort and learn what is, you can learn all this shit. You don't need. It's just about getting
Yeah, the
recognized.
problem with university is you have to go and buy the specific textbook and then learn to repeat everything that's in the textbook, and that's how you get accreditation.
Yeah, you need the piece of paper at the end of it. Yeah. And that's what everyone's chasing, the diploma or the degree or the doctorate or the master's.
It's weird though, it's like learning how to repeat things in your own words so it doesn't look like plagiarism. It's essentially all going to uni is.
Yeah, pretty much. If I had my time again, I never would have gone. I would have just gone straight into the workforce with something. Learn a trade or something, I don't know.
I think knowledge is still pretty valuable. You know, information is like, I don't know, people say it's power, but it's more influence. Knowledge is power. Information is influence. And yeah, I care for one and not the other, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, like, you can spend your life increasing knowledge in all areas until you can, like, encounter experts in any field, say, you know, at the pub on any given night, and you can have, like, a fully versed conversation with them in the jargon of their own field just because, you know, you find it interesting. Just an example. But there's other ways you can, like, you know, learn a creative way to build a house that people used to do a few centuries ago without any fixings at all. You know, like this slotting techniques that they used in Europe didn't use any fucking nails or any joinery. It's really trippy. So yeah, I mean, like, there's lots of crafts that were, you know, around for a really long time before we had machine processing. And the fact that nobody bothers to learn this stuff because you have to go and look it up and devote some time to it is, I don't know, kind of sad.
It's a shame. Yeah. It makes you think how many lost disciplines there's been through human history. Like how much lost knowledge is there of things that were figured out and useful.
Well, what also does me is, like, the way the internet shows us that there's such a massive amount of people that are doing things that pretty much nobody else is able to fucking do. You know what I mean? Or the amount of people who could master it the way they do is like very few in number. But then it's like extraordinary things that pretty much like the vast majority of people can master, and there's just like, you know, simple guides on how to look like you're fucking floating along on the ground, you know? Like I used to do something like that when I'd go downstairs, and I never once fucking twisted my ankle. I think I nearly did a few times, but it's basically the same as that airwalking thing that you see on the videos.
Oh yeah.
Looks like I'm not touching the steps as I'm going down the stairs. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I try to keep things alive in weird ways. Like, I'd really like to learn forging, but again, living in Australia is like, can I even make my own fucking sword, or are the police going to come and confiscate it? You know? But I built a crystal sword out of like a selenite blade and an emerald hilt. So I've got that strapped to my back with like plastic piping full of crystals and that. And I smithed up a gun the same way with like crystals. So it's like old world techniques with the kind of new age vibe. And something else of just like you can see the mask I'm wearing in the profile thing. I actually wear that like through the day sometimes because it's got oils soaked into the padding on the inside. So it's like a face treatment. And that used to just be normal shit, you know. You could walk around with like a ballroom mask just because you didn't want your face like exposed. But people think you're weird when you do that today. I live in a small town, so I can get away with it a little bit.
Oh yeah.
But I used to do shit like that in Sydney as well, because in a big city you can also get away with being really weird. So I'd just wear like really weird masks around, and occasionally the police would stop me and ask me why I'm wearing a fucking mask, and I'd tell them to go fuck themselves. That's why.
Oh, okay. Respect my authority.
I don't know, man. When's the last time a bug flew into your fucking mouth? Did you enjoy it? That's why I'm wearing a mask. Now fuck off. Like, you know, fucking car spat a rock at me in the face, hit me in the face the other day. Did I enjoy that? No, I thought I'd wear a mask tomorrow. And go stop a criminal, you dickhead. Anyway, I get a bit upset sometimes.
Oh, good.
You guys are allowed
I feel
to
like
say,
I can't,
you're allowed to
I
say
can't walk
things
around
without
with
getting
sorry.
arrested, though, aren't you?
Well, what was
Sorry,
that,
what?
dude?
You're allowed to say things without getting arrested. Now in the UK, actually, you're not allowed to. I think they got to the point where you're not allowed to think about certain things.
I think if they work out a way to prosecute you for thinking, the UK would be the first to do it.
Well, don't like on any comments because you can go to jail for the 20 months.
I mean, that Minority Report movie, that should have been set in England, not some future US. It should have just been like the contemporary UK government's direction. I don't know why I never made that connection before, but that whole movie smacks of UK government.
That was such a good movie, man. I really liked that movie.
I liked it when I saw it, but I was very young when I saw it. I'd probably scoff at it today.
No, I saw it when it came out. I was probably on 35 or something, but yeah, I thought it was. The plants, when he climbs a wall and all those plants bite him. That was so cool.
Kind of borrowed a lot from Aeon Flux, which I saw a lot later, but that's a much older manga. Have you ever noticed that whenever it's a movie that's like really, really pushing the simulation, it's always Tom Cruise? I mean, if we just ignore the whole Matrix trilogy for a moment.
Yeah.
Like Mission Impossible, fucking Top Gun, fucking the other one that he's done a lot of, fucking can't think. Vanilla Sky, yeah, that's the other one that came out around the same time as
Yeah, that was a tripped out. Yeah,
What's
wasn't
that
that trippy?
movie? What's that movie where it's like an endless loop, and if he changes his actions, it
Yeah,
changes
the fucking, it's not the Tomorrow War, but it's something like that.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Edge of Tomorrow. Yeah, that was fucking weird. Yeah.
He's always in a simulation.
Oblivion.
You know why? Because he's a fucking Scientologist. That's why.
Oblivion is a another loop kind of movie.
Which one's
Clones
that?
and loop. Oblivion.
Oblivion. Oh, okay.
Tom Cruise.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that.
I fucking love that movie. It was so style of it was just I just fucking loved it. But yeah, another loopy kind of movie. Time loop thing. He really does. He never does stuff that's not entertaining.
I just can't stand him as a human being. I don't buy any of his performances. There was one that I liked, which was The Last Samurai, but every other movie he's been in, like all of them, I think he's played the same character, which is just his ego. Somehow he managed to kill his ego for that movie, but it's because he had to show actual respect for Japan to pull off being a fucking samurai. So he had to go there and live the training routine and shit. And like maybe he could have tried otherwise, but like he actually gave it an honest attempt and it humbled him as a person.
Oh shit! Edge of Tomorrow and Oblivion are two different movies. Shit, my memory has melded them into one movie.
That's some fucking Inception shit going on there.
Yeah, I gotta watch them separately just to respect them as different. I watched the recent Alien Romulus movie. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, people saying it, they hated it, which generally means I'll like it.
Yeah, I think it
And if people say it's awesome, I'll feel like fucking gouging my eyes out halfway through if I stay awake.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, they use a lot of practical effects rather than CGI for it, which is cool. I like that. I like the practical stuff, like going back to prosthetics and masks and physical
it's just Ridley
stuff
Scott.
built, rather than just everything being animated and like green screen, virtual sets and whatnot.
Xenomorphs are pretty scary.
Well, there's a guy called Stan Winston in the 80s, and then he was kind of he was the master, wasn't he, at special effects in the early days?
Oh yeah, yeah. You know who messed up? Well, not messed up, but changed the path of that whole industry was Steven Spielberg with Jurassic Park. He they had initially initially that was all going to be like stop motion and puppets and stuff like that for the dinosaurs, but then they figured, oh, we can actually do 3D. Like there's this new strategy of like doing 3D rendering and that was the birth of Pixar and Disney Pixar and like all of that 3D stuff.
Yeah,
animatronics.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and so
Velociraptors were all CGI.
yeah, like all of it is just computer stuff. And but the guy his name was Phil Tippett. He was like he's what, Hollywood level, stop motion animation, and he got totally like his whole industry, like all of his expertise got undermined by CGI. And he went into this massive depression. And Steven Spielberg threw him a bone for Jurassic Park and said, "Oh, you can be like all the things, all the studies that you did of the way and the concepts you've developed of the way that dinosaurs would move. You can be like basically the animation team's supervisor. Like you're supervising the way that they animate all of these, 3D models of dinosaurs." And yeah, that was his job. But yeah, poor
What
old
do you think
Phil
about dinosaurs? Are dinosaurs 100% legit?
Yeah. Well, they're legit. They're legit enough to be in a movie, like in a Steven Spielberg Jurassic Park.
I see strong arguments for this, like fossil record being completely out of whack.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's like coming generally from the biblical fucking scientist community, or the Christian scientists, or whatever you say. But yeah, there's been like recent discoveries of like flash fossilization, which happens through like really hot mud, and it'll just fossilize something in a really short time, like observable time frame.
I'm going to put a picture in the side chat of this Phil Tippett guy. He worked on Star Wars as well, original trilogy.
If you can slip it in around the curvature.
Yeah. Yeah. You probably recognize all of the characters out of that picture there on Star Wars, like the big monsters and whatnot.
What do you mean recognize?
We'll see that big
I know what the AT-AT is. I know about the rest of them.
You know when Jabba the Hutt puts
Is
like
that a Rancor?
yeah,
Or is that
he
the
puts
Rancor's keeper?
I can't remember, but he puts a victim over
I
this
can
grate and then he drops them into a pit and then this freaking monster comes out and
It's
eats
the
them.
Rancor.
Is that Rancor? Yeah.
Which is actually just a word, which is what bad authors do. They take fucking out of use words and rebrand them as names, and now people just think it's a random name someone cooked up. No, rancor is like what you have when you're expressing vitriol. Rancor and wrath, bedfellows. I don't know, man. Language is a simulation, right? And today, it's like become really weird. The way people talk. It's like Nadsat from A Clockwork Orange, which they're remaking, by the way. Tom Holland.
Yeah. Language is a program. It's
No
programming.
way.
It's brainwashing.
Way.
And we all know we all get with the program, and that's how we can talk to each other because we all know the program. We've all been taught or brainwashed. Well, brainwashed is a negative connotation, but yeah, we all know the program. We all know the English program.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Do you
the
mean like
way
how
that
it's
people,
being like changed?
the way that people, like modern vernacular, like there's no
Oh yeah.
dictionary for it. Like none of those words are in the dictionary. Like
Oh yeah. Like
people speak about 200 words a day, right? Or some shit. And I understand about 63 of them today, is what I'm trying to say. And like, they just like simulate a new language whenever they get bored. It's like English. They snap their fingers and they've done it. Like, this is what the internet has done to the power of people to just simulate their reality, you know, as whatever the fuck they want it to be. It's really trippy how we're like abusing this ability that we have instead of using it for our own fucking betterment.
It's interesting that 200 years ago, no one that is alive today existed, and then 200 years from now, none of us will be around. It'll be a whole new inherited humanity, like that aren't even born yet. You know what I mean? They just inherit the earth. They inherit everything. They become the world leaders. They become experts in fields, and it's all just learned. It's all borrowed information. Like they don't come up with it from scratch.
What worries me, right, is like you can go back as far as you like and project as far forward as you want, and tell me when we're gonna stop. Like when are we gonna start working together? You know, when is that ever gonna be the goal?
Oh right, yeah, yeah.
It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Why do we lack the ability to be a
'Cause we
cohesive
don't-
species? And like
Yeah,
every time something, like be it a person or something else, you know, tries to unite humanity, it's like humanity itself rails against it, actively goes to war against the notion. And
Right.
when you look at the only relevant in people's minds, at least, alternative to capitalism is fucking communism. This is what it means to you to work together as an alternative to the capitalist competition-based society, and the best you can come up with is fucking communism. That's another scary thing. That people can't think broader than that, you know? And this whole manifestation of simulating a two-party system where there's only two alternative realities and they both suck. Fuck me.
Yeah, it's pretty limiting. Yeah. The other thing is the illusion that government it can fix all the problems of the world. Like, you know, if you vote right, you know,
Well, you remember in 2006, right? And South
Yeah.
Park was telling us to vote for either a douche or a turd sandwich. You've been
I
given
don't
the right
remember
to
that.
choose. Let's make our voices heard. We can cast our vote for a douche or a turd. This was like this is where we're at again. You know, we're back
so
there
true.
again.
Yeah. It's every
And
election.
it's funny because I saw a meme the other day, right? And it was fucking that cunt from fucking, sorry for swearing, Dr. Manhattan, right? And he's on Mars staring at doing his thinker pose. And it's like the year is 2004, right? Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez just broke up. This dude starred in this movie. Wesley Snipes played Blade. And Israel and Gaza are at war. 2024, all three things have just happened again. Nothing has changed.
That is wild.
And it's like Jennifer Aniston hasn't aged a day in my lifetime. What the fuck is going on there? You know, Matthew Perry dies and she still looks like she's on season, pick a season. She looked like she looked in any season.
That's so weird.
And it's like Matthew Perry's death is being opened as a fucking murder investigation. And I saw a meme today about somebody that was like, you know, a media figure saying that like, oh, you know, like Friends is such a toxic thing because there was no black characters in the group. This is what people are talking about a show in the 90s. Fucking hell. And I'm like, no, it was diverse. You just had to learn between the 90s lines. You had to speak 90s language. Like Chandler was the Asian guy. He was quiet, polite, good at math, and his last name was Bing. And he kind of had squinty eyes. He wore glasses. I mean, he was the Asian one. Well, you know, he's just like white but off-white. You know what I mean? Like Joey, he was white but off-white. You know, he was like kind of from Italy,
Italian,
but he was
Greek,
really
yeah.
dumb. He was really dumb, so nobody cared. He was just a dumb white guy in the room. And that was the 90s. there were other cultures and there were all extras in the background. You know, they come in to say interesting things in an episode and then fucked off. Oh, now people look at it like, God, you were monsters.
Jeez, you are right about Jennifer Aniston. It's crazy. I'm just looking at photos of her in 2024, like this year, and she's. Dude,
Well, I
barely
remember when fucking Horrible
Yeah.
Bosses
Dude, just
came
right.
out, and she played that fucking like that dentist who was like horny for the little guy or something, and I'm like, what? Why is she turning me on? I'm like in my 30s, and she was this. She looked like that when I was like 12. You know, like I should be actively disinterested at this point, but she's still like, yeah, they're playing the fucking. The slow music, you know, the rock music, and she's opening a dress and everybody wants to see it. Of course you won't, because it's Jennifer Aniston and nobody's ever seen her tits. Oh, God. So funny. They'd be old news in 10 minutes, that's why.
We have a Chandler Highway down in Melbourne, and I don't know, whenever I see the sign, I just think, I just wish someone would put a picture of Chandler there, just pointing, you know? That'd be fun.
You know what I thought was weird? The way that the only movie that I remember him doing after fucking Friends was one where he was like implicated with the mafia, and it was like Bruce
Hold
Willis.
on, yeah. Yeah.
And I felt like the whole movie had this kind of vibe that like this is like hinting at who he really is somehow. Did you get that or? And did it
I never
strike you
saw
as odd that that was the only movie he did? I mean, it strikes me as odd, and I think sometimes they're just like dropping hints and messages through their career as like part of the industry deal. You know, this is the industry saying this is who this guy is. I don't know. I just know that he was apparently killed by fucking gangsters or some shit.
Yeah,
There's
like,
this thing about fucking Kanye's fucking dentist has been dealing him fucking oxygen gas or nitrous gas or something, and he's been doing it to like shitloads of fucking celebrities and extorting him and shit. And he's got this big agenda of legalizing nitrous as a recreational drug. And the guy who blew the whistle on all this was Milo Yiannopoulos. He actually filed fucking court documents on all the shit that he knows that this guy has done to manipulate specifically Kanye and through other people,
Whoa.
you know, other celebrities.
Milo is such a character.
He doesn't give a fuck. That's why I like him.
He's very, wow, yeah.
Like Kanye hired him to like rebuild his fucking ruined fucking brand, and yeah, he found out about all this fucking nitrous that the cunt is hooked on, and yeah, was like, see ya. I'm not gonna watch my friend kill himself. Fuck you for asking me to. Hope you get well. See you in court.
Kanye lost $400 million in one day. For opening his mouth, you know, talking and being nutty. Anyway,
I think celebrities and their drama. It's just crazy.
I went to the Round Earth Society. Unfortunately, it's not an anti-globe, an anti-flat Earth site. It's just atheists talking nonsense.
I can't imagine they'd have anything to actually say to each other, and they'd default to like just being horrible about other cultures and other walks of life.
Yeah, I've been listening to a few of the religious sites here, and yeah, some really interesting characters there. Wow. I heard this guy, and he was an English guy, but it's like he knew the Bible in Hebrew, sort of thing. It's like he was big brain. Yeah, he could just bang. What's this verse
You
in
think
Hebrew?
you
And he just
can?
go bang.
Can you have a religion without death?
Yes, and yes.
Reincarnation, if that's what you mean.
Well,
Something like
no,
that.
that's not what I
It's
mean.
possible
turns
within
Like,
yourself
Christianity
into
to
a
not
robot.
die.
I mean, like active death, killing, in other words, or maybe not killing, but I guess unnecessary death. It seems to me like at the like core of religion is this burning need to know, and that know drives you to push someone over the over the boundary to find out. Some way it'll just happen, and sometimes it happens a lot. You know,
What are you gonna know?
I don't know. I don't know. It's just like, we used to sacrifice thousands of people to some god that was just hovering over it like a giant mosquito, sucking up every fucking soul or whatever. We used to believe this shit, and I don't know. It's in every religion somewhere. The idea that somebody has to die for something to find out something or solve some problem. But Buddhism's kind of different because it's like a pursuit of knowledge, and people don't like to call it a religion because it's not following a god's teachings. Yeah, Zoroastrianism kind of like doesn't really engender death anywhere that I'm aware of, but I'm sure it's in there somehow because it's just woven into things. I think it's like facing death is like what's behind all religions. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we don't know, and like for millions of years now, we don't know. We live and we assert
Fear?
that we'll find out, but we don't even know if we'll find out. Funny.
Right. It's fear. It's knowing that you can't fucking know and then trying to feel comfortable on the way. That's the scary part. Motherfuckers that are doing Spanish Inquisitions and doing this behind the scenes to know something, what are they knowing at the end of the day? On their deathbed, did it make them any better or worse or anything,
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see clearly. So, if we just normalize the negative outcome as being death by some regard, manifested by religion across all of its ages, even today, where there's people that are making religious justifications for people dying right now, with state-approved methodologies in a lot of the cases. So yeah, it's still just death rebranded. It's religion.
Hello?
Good
evening.
So you know that relief of the bird-headed figure with the pine cone in the bag.
What about it?
Have you seen the one that's Gilgamesh?
Uh-uh.
Well, that
A
one's
lot of curly
weird.
hair.
Yeah. I mean, out of all the reliefs that have the same pose, he's the only one where his face is pointed towards the viewer instead of looking straight ahead, which I just found kind of weird. Almost like the relationship that was cultivated through that figure was different to the relationships of the other figures. And maybe that's why ancient Samaria was
Well, the
such
two
a
dudes that took
successful.
you got the Ptolemy kings, you got those dudes, you got the two dudes that took the Ark of the Covenant. I mean,
Yeah, the Ark. You got to wonder where it is and if they'll find it again. I don't know.
I think they probably found it and put it in the Vatican, safe with other things. Like
Got to be around
fucking
here somewhere.
I think
Yeah, it could be in the
under the
Vatican or-
Vatican, there's probably fucking proof of giants and fucking the true construction date of the pyramids in Egypt and fucking a lot of things.
Spielberg joked that it's Area 51.
Yeah, I don't think there's much really going on at Area 51. Maybe a bit of reverse
Experimental
engineering
aircraft.
research. Yeah, that kind of thing. But there'd be deep underground military bases that'd make it look like a bunch of people playing with rocks.
The legend of the Dulce base in New Mexico. Do you know that story?
Yeah, the Phil Schneider guy. And then he got
Yeah, it's a ripping story, isn't it? It should be a movie.
some fucking thing.
Yeah, that was a ripper. So it was a construction company or whatever. They were paid to go to this area and do this deep drilling. But they got their wires crossed or whatever, and they're actually drilling into a secret underground base. And they drill in and, whoa! All these 6-foot aliens, 8-foot aliens come out and start shooting at them. And it turns into this big firefight and stuff. It's a great story.
Well, it actually tracks with the shit that came out of Peru the last year. Or was it the start of this year?
Peru? Sorry, Peru, did you say? What's that?
Yeah, it was like aliens attacking a village.
Oh.
This wasn't a regular run-of-the-mill kind of UFO report, you know what I mean? This was the entire village asserting that they were under siege for a couple of days by floating motherfuckers in predator masks.
Whoa.
And they were like gray aliens, basically, big pair heads. thin bodies, but they had like battle suits on and they were levitating. And yeah, this was like on like national news there. They sent out the national news and shit. And they wrote it all off as like people like gold miners or some shit, or loggers or whatever, trying to get the people to give up their land title by using like drones and shit.
Gotcha.
Drones and costumes. But man, these people were swearing on their fucking lives that they were attacked by aliens, and that these aliens tried to abduct this like 9-year-old girl and partially strangled her.
Well, and the Miami Mall thing was pretty
Yeah,
weird.
that
wasn't
was about a month later. Interestingly, all this shit happened around the same time.
Yeah, but that was like January 1 or 2 or something. That Miami Mall thing was really.
Why in the hell would they want one 9-year-old out of the village? That's just weird. And then
Well, I think it was more that she
hungry.
was like playing on the edge of the forest when the attack began, and one of them tried to like drag her away, but they like rushed over and got her back or something.
So they're more powerful than the aliens they're afraid of.
Well, they had fucking guns and shit, so they were shooting them and
Kill no
like
alien. They didn't.
seemed to damage him, but didn't really seem to do significant fucking stopping force damage.
Where's all the
They were
cameras
just
at?
kind of
Where's the
shrugging
footage?
off the shots. Well, this is like a rural as fuck village in Peru, you know what I mean? Like they're living in the forest.
It's kind of weird. So the UFOs know where the cameras are? That's pretty weird.
I mean, yeah, I don't know why you would say that the aliens would attack that village, but they said they had matched like their cultural legends of these things called the face stealers, which were, you know, described the same way, and they'd come and peel your face off. It's like one of their cultural demons.
Yeah, it just seems far-fetched to me, like they were all high on something.
It is weird when the world media picks up on a story like that. Like you might have heard of the African school that all claim to have witnessed this UFO land. And like it's just like it becomes a thing when it's like a significant group of people that have all been like vetted independently and provided the same accounts.
Same account as what I
Yeah,
saw.
I don't know. I don't know how close a lens you want to look at
I
it with.
saw a gray thing. I saw it was an alien. It was an alien. Like, oh yeah, they all said the same thing. Like, that's not, that's not much to say. And how come they're always trying to take people, but they're taking people? They're the face peelers, but this time they just couldn't get it right.
Yeah, I mean it's weird, but it's no weirder than the story of Dulce.
Yeah, I love that story. It's great. It just make a great movie. Same with the Giant of Kandahar. I think that's a great story too. It's really cool.
Yeah, that one's really good.
Yeah, it's a cool story, eh?
I mean, I thought Cowboys and Aliens was a good movie. Kind of right there in everything we're saying. Yeah, I don't know. It's like something happened to that village because they haven't benefited from like becoming known to the world. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make them a tourist attraction. They don't have like a fucking incentive to do this. So they were attacked. Like I don't think anybody could dispute that.
News
But,
companies and stuff. if you're a little bitty village, $50 or some help from us is like priceless to you. It's something you ain't got over there.
I mean, how are they going to spend it?
No, you're thinking wrong. Not necessarily the money. I'm saying what $50 can buy them, right? For certain stuff they don't have over there. Like if the top people there want some stuff, they're gonna be like, "Hey, man, bring us this, and we'll tell you the story." Maybe they
Yeah,
like
I don't know.
cigarettes. Maybe maybe they don't make their own cigarettes there. Maybe they don't got no salt. Maybe they don't got cheese. I don't know.
I want to look up this story again. So now I'm interested.
The reporters always pay money for the story.
Floating 7-foot aliens who have been attacking a village in Peru are illegal gold miners wearing jetpacks, local prosecutors have said.
Illegal gold miners wearing jetpacks.
Yeah, they've got video of the shit.
Well, that just means real people.
A 15-year-old girl was allegedly grabbed from behind and had her neck cut when she resisted. Yeah, that's just weird.
The cartel
It's
don't
very,
play.
very, very fucking sad if that's what gold miners are doing to, like, terrorize people off their fucking land, like, pretend to be fucking aliens.
Hey, it's
Okay.
worth yeah,
It's
it's
some
worth a lot of money.
Scooby-Doo shit, man. There's some Scooby-fucking-Doo shit, let's be real. And, like,
Yep.
if there's one mining company that stands to gain the land that fucking people are on, then, like, did they really think they were going to get away with it? Like, it's like a Scooby-Doo plot is what they're trying to sell it to me. Like, it's more credible that they're attacked by aliens than fucking gold miners using jetpacks to scare off fucking indigenous people. Like, fuck off.
Shoot them with BBs, pellet guns, make weird noises on your thing. Scare them all off. They'll be like, "Oh my
I
god!"
mean, you're gonna buy some fucking body armor that resists some fucking rifles, right? And then you're gonna float around trying to scare some indigenous people. How does that track? How the fuck does that track? How much money is that gonna cost you for getting like the right to mine some gold? Yeah, like you spend some money on the jetpacks and some money on the fucking bullet-resistant fucking body armor suit that you wear while you fly it. And you add some like believable fucking. He described it like the Green Goblin was what he thought he was looking at because he'd seen Spider-Man. You get that kind of level of fucking gear on to scare some indigenous people for some gold. What the fuck? And like I said, man, if that's the story you actually want to go with, then we are living Scooby-Doo, and they've simulated Nickelodeon into reality. I don't know, maybe that amount of gear is cheap and disposable stuff. Maybe it all fits together so nicely that that's what happened. But how about this? How shit would it be to go to jail if they were attacked by aliens? And you know you're just going to jail. it wasn't aliens, it was you. Couldn't have been the aliens, therefore you're guilty.
Sounds like
Must
you
be
know a
funny
little
if you
too
could
much.
fucking like, if you could talk to the Peruvian guy, you know, and you're like, Occam's razor dictates that it was a gold miner. And he's like, bitch, Occam's razor dictates I was attacked by a fucking alien cunt. Fuck off. That ain't no hovercraft. That was anti-gravity technology. Yeah, but then it gets all a little bit dubious, doesn't it?
That was the idea for Project Bluebeam. Weren't they going to project giant holograms of Muhammad and stuff to scare all the Iraqis into surrendering? They actually considered it.
I'm sure it's in the playbook.
Hmm.
But I've seen some shit in the skies where I used to live in fucking Sydney. I live near an airbase, and I don't know if it was just prone to fucking like astro whatever phenomena, but I'm telling you, I saw like fiery shit falling out of the sky a lot. Like shit was leaving fire trails as it was coming in and touching the ground.
Oh yeah, I've seen some of those videos from the States and that. They look like meteorites or something.
Yeah, something debris, something burning up as it fucking is a few hundred meters above the ground. Really weird to sit there and observe it at like 3 a.m. There's a trick to like night sky observing if you wait till the moon's gone. There's like a short window where you should get the best clarity out of the sky.
Alright, so the distribution set up, if I press your area down, I just need us to really tackle spoons, plates, and cheese graters, okay? Go.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Good chat, mate.
Yeah, no worries.
Do you say you're in Brisbane or? I don't know.
No, Central Queensland.
Oh, cool. There you go. You like the rugby?
Yeah, not really.
No, I mean, yeah, well, it's like footy is definitely a religion down here, and coming into the holy month, if you like. So yeah, it's all happening.
Is it Ramadan?
No, it's football finals, the holy month of AFL.
Oh, motherfucker.
Yes.
Yeah, I've only
That's great.
been to
It's,
like fucking yeah, AFL really.
I miss it I used to go when I was a kid in the 70s and the 80s and that, and I like watching those old games and that, and yeah, it's changed a lot. But I really like the tribal kind of aspect of it. It's good.
Little bit of dive attack. What?
I gotta listen to this guy do a breakdown of this Peru attack because I want somebody to make a case for it being aliens. That's just how I do.
Happened? The guy in a suit, but look at the neck. How did that? Apparently, the locals shot at the curvy bullet. Not look like a guy. I'm gonna.
So, do you want to see the video I'm watching that's breaking down the actual video where it looks dead set like an alien, not like a dude in a suit at all? And it looks like it's floating, not like a jetpack. It looks like it's hovering above the fucking ground, like just above the ground.
Yeah, post a link, dude.
Alright, cool.
Is that conspiracy channel with the guy and he's got the fish? No?
Don't think so. Oh yeah, no, that guy, the What If channel. Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah.
Oh no, the Y-Files. That's the one. Yeah, he just worked out a really good what do you call it? The way that he structures it.
Format. Yeah, the format.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, he's deliberately formatted it with this and that. Yeah, he's put all these elements in it, including the little trippy sidekick sort of thing.
And you never feel like silly for being sucked into it along the way before he like pulls like the cloth off and gives you the most like Occam's razor version, or shows you like the evidence which like shows it's something. But there's a lot of things that still go either way. That's what I like about him.
I like the ones where he goes, "These things happened," and he goes into these strange coincidences and stuff.
Yeah, it's like, why would the world go out of its way to seem fantastic? Do you know what I mean? Like, are people really that imaginative to have created all of these, like, interconnected notions around the world that imply things you know, apply a lot of stuff. Well, here's another way to phrase that question. How the fuck would a human mind even conceive of what the paranormal was if they didn't experience it or hear it related?
To begin with, right? Yeah.
Like, that's what I tell people when I've trying to relate things that I've experienced that I believe are really paranormal. Is like, if you can tell me how the fuck my brain invented that, I'd love to know.
This story made me think, like, if I was just walking around late at night and I saw a UFO, and it's like, and I was the only one who saw it, it's like I could run around and tell everyone that I saw a UFO, or I could just tell anyone, just like no one's going to believe me. So, what's the point?
Yeah, I think it's a decision that you make to be happy with the implications and the labels that it associates with you. And yeah, there's lots of people who aren't happy with those, so they don't talk about it.
I had a friend who used to live in Mullumbimby, and she told me the most crazy stories about living there and all the locals and that. She said basically everyone in the town had seen a UFO at some stage, like everyone, except the
Australia
priest.
is, did you ever see Australian Skies, the doco?
No.
Have a look at that one. It's on YouTube. I think it's free.
Oh yeah. So apparently the only two people who were doubting the whole thing were the local priest and the doctor, sort of thing. No other voices of reason, but they were the only two who hadn't seen it. And apparently one night they were walking down the street talking, and they both saw something, and then yeah, and then their minds would change as well. They're sort of, okay.
Wow.
But yeah, it's great stories about the locals, man.
Australia is a very paranormal place. Maybe that's why I was born here. Because, like, when I say, like, I casually mention some paranormal shit has happened to me, like, a lot of paranormal shit has happened to me.
Same. Wouldn't say a lot, but definitely some. You know, half a dozen things.
I mean, sometimes sometimes the line gets a little bit blurry between, like, drugs and reality, you know what I mean? But I draw a distinction between, like, tactile experiences and visual experiences. And sometimes they can be both. And if there's anything tactile going on, I think it's hard to assert that I'm hallucinating.
I was pretty suitable and they about it. Run.
I think you're breaking up, dude.
So, I don't know if you all are watching that video I dropped, but I was checking the comment section and I found something pretty interesting. It's this guy basically ruining the theory that they were jetpacks.
Yeah, I watched the video there. He seemed to think, yeah, he wasn't sure it was, it didn't look like a guy in a suit sort of thing, you know?
Yeah, but this guy, Sir Paul Mordib, he compiled this list of how stupid the jetpack theory is. You can find it, or if you want, I can just read some of it. But yeah, jetpacks allowed. I can't hear them. They blow a lot of air. Nothing's blowing around in the video. It weighs about 125 pounds, lasts for about 10 minutes. Some can last up to 40 minutes. So the idea that a person with a jetpack can outrun 25 to 50 villages while being shot at is ludicrous. They report that when hit by a bullet, they sometimes stumble over. This was a person with 125 jetpacks strapped to their back. It'd be very easy to capture if you hit him. And if you add probably the time it took for them to fly into and out of the area, let's say 10 minutes both ways, so it's going to use up maybe 90% of the fuel. And then you say they were flying around all night long while being chased and shot at by villagers. No way they could have done that. And that's if these miners traveling around illegally mining gold can afford a fucking jetpack. Why are they illegally mining gold? But yeah, that jetpack theory is pretty fucking dumb when you break it down with how jetpacks work and how easy it would be to determine that they were people in jetpacks. And they're adamant that they weren't. But the only people saying that are the prosecutor's office that want a reason to prosecute somebody so it goes away. But see, they can't find anybody because it's just a big problem of illegal gold mining happening. So they get to say it was everybody and nobody. Yeah, Scooby-Doo.
And then it was in some big news sources. This isn't just fringe stuff on the net. This is mainstream.
That's what I'm saying. And like the narrative shifted after it was like, yeah, we're pretty sure this is fucking aliens, and then no, we're pretty sure this was jetpacks, but we're not going to explain exactly how the fuck we got to there with jetpacks. But yeah, we know that there's miners in the area, and miners don't like villagers. Whoop-de-doo, we've all seen cartoons. But don't panic, folks, you know, they're not trying to gauge our defenses in the most rural places where people would resist the least, you know. Do a lot of damage on the outskirt before you attack the cities. That's not going on. I mean, it's for real, like, creepy fucking story. Any way you break it down, that's why I thought it was worth bringing up. I'm glad that video of that dude wasn't buried in the fucking search results either. Because, yeah, he didn't really say much, but he did have more video than you'd find on, like, other things that were showing, like, the girl holding a photo of a dude in a jetpack, which is just something that they gave her to hold for the media to take a photo. I don't know, man. I haven't even seen Hamas use jetpacks, you know? They've got some gyros. I think maybe gold miners would be trying to terrorize villages by, like, dropping bombs out of gyros, possibly, you know? It's a little bit more believable than state-of-the-art fucking US military equipment. How the fuck do you get your hands on state-of-the-art US military equipment anyway? Can you just buy fucking jetpacks? Wouldn't they be tracking the amount of jetpacks that they've bought, that they've manufactured and sold? They're just handing them out to fucking illegal gold miners. Is that what the market is? I mean, it could be. You tell me. I'm not sure who's regulating this jetpack market, but if they're getting into the hands of illegal gold miners, maybe we should track the sale more effectively, you know?
So that you could possibly buy a jetpack in the black market or whatever. Some armed dealer might say, "Yes, I can find jetpack for you."
Yeah, that's true. It's a lot of effort to go to get this shitty little community of people to move away, you know?
Depends how much gold is there. It's a little bit not, but it could be a shitload there, so it might be billions of dollars worth of gold or something. Which would definitely drive you to those sort of lengths, I guess.
I'd like to look into that more deeply and see what kind of resources they're fighting over, because there has been apparently a long history of miners disputing with this particular group of people. But as far as I know, nobody's been arrested or charged. And yeah, it's pretty fucking compelling footage, I think, because that's not the footage in that guy's video was not the only footage. There was more footage than that, but I haven't seen any of the original stuff that I saw. Which is another thing. It's like not just one shitty bit of footage. It's like a lot of people, and they all had phones. But I mean, I've heard of aggressive UFOs before. It's not like a new thing. And this isn't going into like anything you'd find in the media, but like, you know, growing up in Australia and hearing stories people have told, like UFOs aren't always friendly.
No, definitely not. But the footage is pretty bad. You can't really make out much there. And the guy who's hosting it, he's not too bright either. He didn't know what the Jerusalem Post was.
Yeah, he didn't have much to
Too
say.
bright.
But I found what that guy said in the comments to be quite compelling. I don't know how much of it I could verify from the stuff I was actually looking at, like whether or not they were using their flying technology in any of the footage or not. Like, nobody has said that. One of them, it looks like there's a figure crouched on a roof, and another one looks like he's just walking through the fucking jungle. So I assume they didn't actually catch them when they were flying, which is kind of weird. Like, that seems to be what you'd want to film. But then again, you're also trying to shoot at this fucking thing, apparently. Wouldn't it be interesting though if like the standard of like critical proof or whatever or evidential basis is so demanding that when people are literally attacked by aliens and they record it and like the entire state apparatus gets involved, people still dismiss it and brush it off as not credible enough. It's really funny about that whole boy who cried wolf scenario. Like, if we'd done that too many times to recognize the wolf. Okay, so they call them the face peelers because there's an apparent connection with the cattle mutilation, where their skulls are basically fucking charred and exposed, and that's how they're killed. Like, their faces are fried off or something. And this, like, apparently happened to one of the dudes in the attack. I haven't seen any, like, medical accounts or anything like that, but yeah. There's a law of the face peelers attacking cultures in South America, and that's why they call them the face peelers, because they do the cattle mutilation shit to humans.
So is it old? How old is the legend of the face peelers of Peru?
Well, I'll be able to look into that. There's a comment here says Timothy Alberino has been down there in the jungle. He says there is a folklore of a group called the face peelers talked about among the natives. Yeah, so I'll have to look into who that guy is. Somebody else knows who he is. He's seen a ton of crazy shit when he lived there for a long time. The response to that comment.
You know, our indigenous culture has Bigfoot legend in the culture.
The Yowie.
Well,
You mean the Yowie and the Bunyip?
yeah, bunyips, yeah.
Yeah, and the Yowie as well. The Yowie's the hairy man.
Yeah, those bunyips are like 8 foot tall and stuff. But yeah, it's in the culture. I saw an art exhibition about it once. It was really trippy.
Apparently, I've got like a great uncle or some silly thing who apparently shot one and dragged it into Kuma or something. I think it was Kuma.
Wow.
It was like in the paper. And it's in this book called Australian Myths and Legends.
Nice.
Of course, maybe this was just something that people tell children in their family. But I know for a fact that the story was true because they had the book and showed me the article. So yeah, if you remember the Dolce Phil Schneider stuff, they were 7 foot tall aliens described pretty much the same way as these things.
Yeah, but they had like laser beams and stuff. And that Phil Schneider guy got shot by laser, burned his face off.
Yeah, maybe they had better tech because they were like near their base or something. I don't know. Yeah, see, I really don't like how the Peruvian prosecutor's office comes out with the official explanation on what happened in that village, right? And it's like they weren't there. They're not showing us, like, here's where you can see on the videos how we know it was people in jetpacks. They're not doing any of that. They're just saying, like, certain amount of time later, like, I think it was, I don't know how long it was later, but, significant amount of time later, they're like, okay, so it was guys in jetpacks. So, it wasn't aliens.
Oh, okay, so the government story is that it was guys on jetpacks.
Yeah, the prosecutor's office literally is who cooked it up.
Awesome.
Like, I mean, the police looking into aliens attacking a Peruvian village, how do they conduct an investigation, right? And, like, the National Guard was called out, but they're like, okay, area secured, back to home base. So the government wants an explanation, and the government is also trying to prosecute gold miners, so the prosecutors are like, you know what, gold miners with jetpacks, that's what happened. And that's how the official story came into being. So, like, it really fails the standard of anybody having actually looked into it, other than it, like, supporting the case of these prosecutors trying to make money by getting prosecutions. That's literally how we've explained this event to benefit those people.
So Scooby Doo episode, they went with that. That's crazy.
Like, I'm trying to find something that goes into more than the sensationalist level of it and explains how they broke down the fact of, where we've got this case that we're building, ready to go anytime we catch any of these people. But how that got linked to being the explanation of the event, like, nobody's really explaining that. It's just they had a good idea.
Yep. Anybody here?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up?
Good evening.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah, so my main argument for the Earth being round, right, and not flat, I don't know if you have any contingencies with that, is that anything I say is objectively correct, since within my worldview or paradigm, I've applied myself with the 5 Omni attributes. This is because anything within reality, you only know of it because of your perception, and perception is linguistically linked to understanding. Therefore, anything I can understand, I can personify into the real world. So I'm understanding that the Earth is round, therefore it's objectively correct that the Earth is round. Do you have any contingencies with this argument?
Oh, it's measured flat, not round. So it's navigated, measured, surveyed, is observably flat, not a ball.
Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Is that Saudi man? I think it is. It's that Saudi man.
I have a question. How does a flat earth work actually? How does it work and
Can't hear very well there, bro. German Muslim.
yes. Yo. What's up, me? What's up, me?
So, what was the question again?
I mean, this literally just sounds so fucking weak, right? Peru's National Prosecutor's Office said over the weekend that these gold, quote, mafias are likely using jetpacks to inspire fear with the bizarre, quote, alien terror campaign in order to keep the locals in their homes and away from their illegal mining pits.
It's like both scenarios are equally as strange.
Yeah. It's only 1,350 people living there. Less than 2,000 people in this community. In essence, what was initially perceived as an extraterrestrial onslaught emerges as a meticulously orchestrated campaign by illegal gold mining cartels to strike fear into the hearts of a vulnerable community, thereby preserving their secret operations. You for real? Just when you read it, it just doesn't sound like reality.
I don't know. I mean, they might have just gone in there, you know, kind of snuck into the village, and they put on their jetpacks and their masks and everything, and then they just fly around and make some noise and then just piss off. I don't think it's that far-fetched. And they get shot at a few times and that, but yeah. At least South America, things are a bit different down there.
I mean, let's say that these miners, like, underestimated these Peruvian villagers and were like, okay, so what we do is we dress up, we get on our jetpacks and we fly around and we make ooga booga noises and shit or whatever, and they'll just like be terrified to go outside at night, right? And we can harvest gold at night to our heart's content. However the fuck that causality falls together, like who cooked up that genius fucking scheme that gets you shot at in the middle of the fucking night by like 30 angry villagers?
While wearing body armor and a jetpack.
Yeah, like really? Really? And why is there always an explanation? You know, like hundreds of thousands of accounts through just the modern era of recording the shit, but they're all got explanations. Every single one of them. Scooby Doo's wearing the mask in every one, you know. Until they come out and tell us from the Pentagon, you know, that, well, we're not sure what all these things are that are breaking the laws of physics. Sorry we were lying about that for so long. You know, we didn't realize that telling the truth and serving the American people and thereby the world was actually, you know, the same thing. I think we can all agree that, you know, it is, because you can't do shit about it. So, like, does it ever change from us being like, okay, what's the most logical explanation to like, well, what's the most fantastic explanation? If all our logical explanations for what we're observing in the sky, right, is stomping the most advanced military apparatus on Earth, which has unlimited funding, well, they can't seem to work out what the fuck is going on with rationality. So maybe we need some irrational notions like they're fucking aliens, you know, like something.
Bro, you don't believe in aliens?
I didn't say that.
Ah.
I believe there was something as posing as aliens, put it that way. But no,
Oh.
space is fake. Space is definitely fake.
Okay, so if they're posing as aliens, what do you think they are like in reality?
Some beings from interdimensional something.
Interdimensional, huh?
Yep, they exist on a different sort of frequency or something. I don't know.
So like, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, that's just as likely as them being from a different place, as they're just existing slightly differently. Humans.
But no, not from a sky vacuum. Definitely not. Do you believe they're from a sky vacuum?
Do you think those interdimensional beings believe that the Earth is flat? So
No, I ask
well,
you
they
something.
know.
Do you believe in aliens from a sky vacuum? How about you?
I
I would say maybe.
No. Maybe. Okay, cool. Interesting.
So if they're from a sky inner thing, it's from a sky ocean, not a sky vacuum. If they got here, it's in like a submarine craft, not like a, you know, whatever the fuck you call a floating steel thing.
So yeah, we see. I mean, there's lots of videos of stuff flying around that you can't really explain. People getting abducted, you know, cows getting abducted, and all this sort of things. A lot of stories, a lot of videos, and the assumption is that they're from outer space. But no, I don't think so.
Well, it's like, here's the problem with that, right? Why is Earth like this interdimensional fucking McDonald's? You know, everyone rocks up here at 12 a.m., you know? It's like they've had a busy weekend of galactic conquest, and they're like, we'll go fuck with Earthlings because it's 3 a.m. and we've got nothing to do. so we can appear in front of this guy in the middle of like Arizona. Alright, like that makes fucking sense. No, what
It
makes
does,
more
doesn't
sense
it?
is the repeat sightings that have gone on and on and on is because they're not coming from anywhere. They're fucking here. They are here. They live here.
Exactly.
They built all that shit here.
Yep, it's just us.
Wait, so if it's just us, then what's that? The thing that you think is happening?
Well, dude, what's a billionaire? You tell me one thing that you know about a billionaire. They
Well,
might as well be another
I would
fucking
say he's a
species.
human.
Like you and every person you know, I doubt would ever be in the private home of a billionaire. And I'm not saying anything about that other than you don't know and you couldn't say. What the fuck's going on with them? They might as well be another species. So, like, there's a lot of things in the world that you can't know. Aliens is just one of them. Aliens, quotation.
So I have no idea, but I know I definitely have to rule out them being from a sky vacuum and other planets, because that's nonsense. But we're just speculating here, I can't, But regardless, Earth is measured flat. There's no curvature measured. There's no gravity. There's no scientific evidence of gravity. There's no evidence of Earth's rotation. There's no evidence of gas pressure next to a vacuum. So the evidence points to where the Earth is self-contained and level and stationary. But if someone says, "Oh, look, I see a UFO. There must be space." No, not necessarily. Still there? Still there?
Who, me?
So what? Do you have any observable evidence that Earth is a globe?
Actually, I've been here like countless times, and I've already talked about that. So, I just joined because I thought you guys were talking about like a side topic that's like kind of related. So I heard aliens, and I was like, okay, let's talk about that. And then
Okay, yeah. We have gone right off topic because it seems to be very quiet, and we haven't had any globers around.
Well, here's a good
So it's
question.
gone off topic a little bit.
Here's a good question regarding technology, right? So, what we're observing, like, we can forget talking about other planets and the universe and all the fucking rest of it, because what we're observing seems to be a technology, yeah? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yes, definitely, yes.
All right, so what would the heliocentric average glober indoctrinated human being that's grown up on Independence Day wet dreams, right? What would he say about what he's saying? He'd say, there goes an anti-gravity technology craft. Why is that important?
Yeah. Well, I heard a different definition. They say a physics defying technology.
Okay, but is it fair to assert that if you're believing in heliocentrism, then looking at UFOs is something that's managed to manipulate its way around gravity the way that other things can't?
Exactly.
Well, anyway, if you don't want to walk through it with me, I'll just get to the point really quick, right? So, how are you ever going to work out what the fuck is going on if gravity doesn't exist? So, who are the controllers and who benefits? I don't know. But if I was a controller and I wanted to benefit, I also wouldn't want you to know how the fuck I'm doing what I'm doing. But to me, that's it. Like that's the perfect subterfuge. If you're some nefarious alien species and you don't want the species that you're like doing whatever to work out how you're doing it, get them to believe some shit like you're coming from another part of the universe. You know, you've mastered some force that doesn't exist, and that's how your technology works. So that the people don't investigate magnetics and like sonic levitation or whatever the fuck got them to that level. We're trying to master gravity still, right?
Well, it seems like Tesla discovered something to do with that, and then something happened to him, and all his stuff got pinched, and now we've got weird flying saucers running around scaring people. So,
Yeah. There's a lot of weird stuff come out of like the end of World War II regarding all that as well. But maybe it is all like a grand, like theater, if you like, a way to like have the people in control at a certain technological level and slowly walk people at a rate that's, you know, drip fed by these things that happen that are all scripted to seem like, oh, we've got a reason to have gone from like the steam engine to the internet in such a short amount of time because we're reverse engineering shit. But maybe that's just a cover story from them already being at that level, you know?
but yeah, sort of aliens from a sky vacuum sort of has found its way into the heliocentric sort of model. There's sort of heliocentrism explains it.
Yeah, you could say, in effect, the heliocentric globe, conceals who the bad guys really are because it makes everybody think they come from distant planets in outer space.
It's part of the faking of outer space. Yeah, believing in aliens from or other life on other planets. I mean, 30 years ago, that was considered crazy. Now it's almost a mainstream belief. As this other guy said, he's like, yeah, maybe. And that's perfectly acceptable these days.
Yep.
It's like the saying goes that the greatest trick they can play is to make you believe they don't exist.
Exactly.
You know, the other side of it too is bad guys can't act so permissively if they have to hide all the time. So there comes a point potentially in their operational cycle where they have to decloak a little bit so they can do more.
Do you guys follow David Weiss?
Not personally a fan, not at all.
David Weiss? No.
Well, I mean, have you heard him talk about when the heliocentric model came into like the education system?
No,
David
never.
Weiss takes this
I don't
content
listen
from
to him.
us and then adds his own.
True.
Yeah, I've listened to a few reviews of his videos, and that's just like enough. He's a total retard. He's just a puppet, you know, planted deliberately to make flat Earth look stupid, to make flat earthers look insane. Him, Jaren, and other dickhead Whitsett, you know, you're all just there to make flat earthers look absolutely insane to the average person. How they carry on, you know.
Yeah, the world already thinks flat earthers are delusional as fuck. And then in comes characters like this who just feeds into the stereotype.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, I think he gets the most sort of views on anyone who's like, you know, at least debated honestly by people on like, you know, other channels and such.
So yeah, if the mainstream is ever interested, they talk to clowns like Dave and Whitsett. Who can just barely put a coherent sentence together.
Yeah, that's
Don't you
been
think there's
very
like
interesting to watch.
don't you think there's a basic enough standard of proof that people can find on their own without being walked through it by anybody?
100%.
I don't know. It doesn't really bother me how people are perceived. It's all about the information. You can forget all the fucking typecasting and labeling.
I don't know. But people get inspired by the people, you know.
Yeah, but it's only a problem for as long as it's like a small movement. When it gets big enough, it loses the need for all these figureheads.
Well, that's right. There seems to be a need for these figureheads now. These sort of gatekeepers of the mainstream views of flat Earth.
We get people coming in all the time telling us that we're supposed to believe in land beyond the ice walls. And we're supposed to believe in a toroidal ether field and all this other stuff that other parts of our community are running wild with speculation about.
Exactly.
And it's a huge challenge just to level set expectations and get them to understand that we're not the Flat Earth Society, and we're also not this Flat Earth Society 2.0 nonsense that's going around.
Yeah, just declaring, oh, there's more land over the ice wall. You know, good one,
Yeah,
Dave.
here's a book that's written on it. It said it's fiction, but I don't know. Maybe it was real.
So they come with all this preconceived notions of what flat earthers are, and it's not even correct. We don't talk about ice walls and stuff. That comes from, I don't know.
It comes from Florida Magazine. I mean, the ice walls actually come from like the U.S. Geological Surveys of Antarctica. So
yeah,
that's
I
not
mean,
even.
I just
You know,
don't really think it matters what you believe as long as you can bunk the heliocentric model. Debunk, I mean.
there's kind
right.
of
We
little
try to
clues,
maintain standard.
but it's not. You can't really prove it. So, like that 1958 atlas has a Arctic Circle and a dome in Antarctica in this atlas. Then you got these old people in their 90s who are saying that, oh yeah, we were taught about the Arctic Circle at school. That my parents were not taught heliocentrism at school in the 40s, the 50s.
My grandmother told me this too a long time ago before she passed away.
Yeah, yeah.
They had Bibles in schools, and they had the Hebrew cosmology depiction of Earth in their Bibles, and that's kind of what they went with.
I remember hearing it growing up. Like occasionally, it was whispered secretively.
And Captain Cook's logs of him going around Antarctica and it taking 4 years or something, and him getting lost all the time. And that's something dodgy going there. There's something weird there.
I consider it to be the coastline paradox. Doesn't prove anything either way.
The thing is, if it's the Antarctica, if there's an Arctic Circle, it's the same on the globe. If you go south, you hit ice. Same if you're on a flat Earth. If you go south from any direction, you'll hit ice.
Right, that is a logical trap, isn't it? Fuck. It really leaves the ball in our court, doesn't it?
But yeah, that's just speculation and stuff. Like to stick to the, Earth's measured flat, navigated flat as our evidence. Yeah.
Oh. Ugh. Why is it always everything weird and alien in any kind of fiction is always in Antarctica? X-Files, Alien vs. Predator, The Thing.
Yes, and where do science fiction writers get their inspiration from? They sort of do, so they dig for weird stories from the military or whatever, or technology and stuff, and then they get to find some ideas that way, and they stick it in their movies.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. In any of these things that I mentioned, you could pick any part of the world. I guess in The Thing, it kind of matches the vibe, but you could go anywhere isolated and remote. But they always seem to go Antarctica is where the aliens are found. I mean, it would make sense if, like, gray aliens were, like, cold-blooded and they could survive down there.
I've been under the impression that alien claims are just demons with a new trick.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, if you're religious, I guess.
Not 100% either way. I know some of them are demonic, but I think maybe things that are demonic are distinctly different from aliens. Or like whatever the aliens are, I should say.
The point is that they're one and the same, and they've always been here.
Maybe.
You know, as the spirit of the age has moved into this postmodern scientific atheist realm of materialism, the notion of a demon or angel sounds outmoded to the modern mind. But if you were to say that this is a visitor in a high-tech craft that came from the planet Kolob or something, now you're talking, now you're making sense.
Yeah, yeah. Because we've been conditioned.
There's been a shift lately to call them non-human intelligence, NHI, which broadens it back out again. Also allows for communication via quantum computers and artificial intelligence and technology that people don't seem to understand fully.
I mean, to me, the idea that there's like another race here, like sharing the planet, like they don't have to be some kind of spiritual force. They're just like another race that's like mastered technology in a different way and lives here secretly. And, you know, possibly could be the actual fallen angels to begin with. But, yeah, like they just have super intellects that can create shit like that.
Which is, according to the scripture, is what the fallen angels brought. They brought technology, medicine, how to make weapons, and all that stuff.